Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the special meeting of the City of Pacifica City Council. Today is July 11th, 2022, and it is now 5:02. We have a call to order, please.
Okay. Councilmember Beckmeyer. Not seeing Councilmember Beckmeyer present at the moment. Councilmember Vaterlas.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Present.
And Mayor Beer.
Here. Thank you, Sarah.
And may I make a few notes about tonight's meeting format?
Yes, please.
This meeting is being held by video conference with no physical location open to the public pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953 as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. The public can observe and participate in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. The meeting may also be observed live on local TV channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through Zoom. For members of the public participating via Zoom, use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak on an agenda item or during oral communications when the mayor calls upon that item. For those participating by phone, use *9 to raise your hand to request to speak and *6 to unmute once called upon. The city clerk will call upon speakers at the appropriate time and unmute you to talk after calling you by screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and were provided to council members and posted to the city's website for those received by 12 p.m. today. The format of this meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. All right, so our first item this afternoon is a study session regarding the 2022 Storm Drainage Master Plan. We have Sam Bautista, Deputy Director of Public Works with us. I think we might have Lisa Peterson as well, and some consultants tonight. Sam, you want to start us off?
Will do. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Sam Bautista, your Deputy Director of Public Works and City Engineer. The purpose of today's study session is for Council to receive an informational presentation regarding the status update of the 2022 Storm Drainage Master Plan. And so the master plan is being developed to identify areas for storm drainage improvements. The master plan will also identify funding options for prioritized projects to transition from design into the construction phase. Last year, the city hired Carollo engineers of Walnut Creek to develop this year's storm drainage master plan. And we have in attendance from Carollo Engineers, Paul Freelander, who is the Associate Vice President of Carollo, and Ryan Orgill, who is the Principal Planning Engineer. In addition, we have Associate Engineer Lawrence Enriquez, who is the city's project manager, working on the update. So with that, I will pass this on to Ryan Orgill, who will be providing tonight's presentation. We will have a question and answer session afterwards. So with that, Ryan, take it away.
Thanks, Sam. Let me know if you can't hear me okay. But as Sam mentioned, we were hired to update the city's storm drain master plan. So we've been working on this project since about October of last year. And I will go ahead and give you an update on where we're at with it. Next slide, please. So as for an agenda for today, I'm going to go through a little bit of the background of the project, review the study objectives, go over the progress that we've made to date, as well as the community outreach that has been performed by the city and Corolo to date, and to discuss some of the next steps of the project. Next slide, please. So to start off with the background, just a little bit of background of the system. So the city conveys runoff through a system of gravity storm drains and open channels into outfalls into the Pacific Ocean. The graphic on the left shows a map of the city system. The pipelines are color-coded by diameter there, with the red pipelines being the larger diameter mains and the brown and the blue being smaller diameter mains. In total, there's about 56 miles of storm drains within the system, ranging from 4 inches in diameter to 120 inches in diameter. The system is broken up into 12 distinct drainage basins. It is mostly a gravity collection system, meaning that there's no pumping with the exception of the lower Lindemar area, which features 2 pump stations, and there are over 20 ocean outfalls in the system. Next slide, please. So Corolo developed the city's 2012 storm drainage system master plan, and the purpose of this project is basically to take that master plan and update it to current conditions. Some of the main things that came out of the previous master plan were recommendations for capacity upgrades throughout the system. There were 3 major projects that had been identified in that master plan. And the purpose of this plan is to take that information from the previous plan and move it forward to current year conditions. Next slide, please. So moving on into the study objectives, next slide. There are several reasons why the city is embarking on an update to the 2012 Storm Drainage System Master Plan, and it's to address several key objectives. So number 1 is to take the hydrologic model that was developed as part of the previous master plan and update it to reflect current conditions, and also to do some things to enhance the accuracy of the model to provide a planning tool for the city moving forward. We want to be able to serve future growth projected by the city's general plan update and current planning applications. So that was another major piece of it. A new element that was added to the scope of this project versus 2012 was to understand the potential impact of climate change on the system. And we'll go into what that means in terms of the city storm drain system specifically in a little bit. And finally, to develop a prioritized capital improvement plan and to identify potential funding options to actually be able to implement the projects that we're recommending as part of the plan. Next slide, please. So project progress to date. The first piece I'm going to talk about is our hydrologic model update and calibration. Next slide, please. So the city's model was updated and refined to build layers of accuracy. So in 2012, we constructed a hydraulic model of the city's storm drain system from scratch. It was based off of as-built drawings and CAD databases that were developed as part of that plan. In the years that have passed since the previous master plan was developed, the city has been going through an ongoing update to its mapping system. So we wanted to update the hydraulic model to be more representative of the current mapping, which is considered to be more accurate than it was in 2012. So on this map here, the red lines are showing the actual pipelines that were added into the hydraulic model as part of this plan. Now we've also gone through and built several additional updates in terms of runoff parameters and other things that are associated with the model to make it as up to date as possible. Next slide, please. One of the biggest changes from this master plan as compared to 2012 is that we did implement a temporary flow monitoring program. And the purpose of that program was to build layers of accuracy in the model to make sure that we're actually simulating the flows that are being conveyed through the city's storm drain infrastructure. And the best way to do that is to actually install flow meters in the system and collect data during large storm events. On the map here, we've showing the 5 sites that we selected as part of the flow monitoring program. And we selected these sites based off of the findings of the previous hydraulic model in the areas that were known choke points within the system. Next slide, please. So one of the big things with flow monitoring programs is trying to actually install the the flow meters during times when you're going to get significant rainfall occurring. Unfortunately, the timing of this project was not conducive to capture the big rain event that happened in October of last year, but we were able to capture significant events that happened in December. This table shows the different rain gauges that were located throughout the city system and how much rain was actually collected during the flow monitoring program. The meters were in the ground for approximately a month. And during that time, we measured anywhere from 10 to 16 inches of rain, depending on where you are in the system, which given the rainfall year that we had, we were actually very fortunate to capture that data. The largest event that happened during the flow monitoring program was this December 13th, 2021 event. And the rainfall that we captured during that day ranged from 2.9 inches up to over 4 inches of rain in a single day, which, while not as good as the October event would have been to capture, the data that we did collect as part of the flow monitoring program was more than sufficient for our needs to calibrate the model. So what we do with model calibration is we'll take those rainfall events, we'll plug that into our hydraulic model and actually compare the flows that were seen in the system versus what was actually measured during the flow monitoring program. And when we show that those two lines match up as closely as possible, we have what we call a calibrated model, which we can then use to project out to different design storm conditions. So for example, you can run a 10-year 24-hour rainfall event or a 50-year 24-hour rainfall event through the model with those same parameters that were calibrated as part of the model calibration process. And what we found with our calibration is that we showed good correlation between the model predicted and field measured flows. So the whole point of this project, or this portion of the project, was to make sure that the actual output that's spitting out of the model is reflective in reality, and that's what we were able to do with our model calibration process. Next slide, please. So the next piece of it is moving on into actual criteria that we're going to use to analyze the system against. The big criteria that is used in storm drain master plans is to define what we call our quote unquote design storm event. And the city's 2012 storm drain master plan defined two storms that were used to analyze the system. The first one was a 10-year 24-hour event, and the second was a 50-year 24-hour rainfall event. And based off of the published data at the time, a 10-year 24-hour event equated to 3.5 inches of rain, and a 50-year event correlated to 4.8 inches of rain in 2012. Since the 2012 master plan was published, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association has gone through and revised these numbers. So next slide, please. So our new master plan utilizes the most recently published NOAA design storm values. And what you can see here on the graphic is that the newly published data suggests that a 10-year 24-hour event in Pacifica is now 3.84 inches of rain, and a 50-year event is 5.3 inches of rain. So not significantly higher than previous, but appreciably higher to a point where, we wanted to make sure we made that update. Next slide, please. So one of the other big things that we did as part of this project was we did get that big rainfall event that happened in October of 2021. So we wanted to make sure that we reached out to the public and the stakeholders to the project to make sure that everybody's has had a chance to voice their opinions or share their issues that they've been seeing out in the field, especially when you have a big event like happened in October. So we solicited public feedback through a dedicated page on the city's website, as well as several different newsletters. And we were, through that process, able to get a lot of really good feedback from the public on areas where flooding had occurred in October and other ongoing storm drain issues that we would have been able to map and utilize in the recommendations of this project. Next slide, please. So areas of concern were mapped to understand historical issues. And the main thing that jumped out to us when we were able to map these areas of concern was that Obviously, this Monterey Road Basin is an issue with lots of feedback from the city's customers on issues that have happened there. Those can range from street flooding as well as issues with erosion in Big Inch Creek and other issues as well. There were some other isolated areas of concern. One of the ones we know has been ongoing for the last at least 10 years has been this lower Lindemar area. That area is subject to frequent flooding during small rainfall events. So that one has been a known issue. Sharp Park continues to be a problem, especially with the golf course. But there are some other areas that have been identified by city customers as concerns as well. Next slide, please.
You didn't just a question, you didn't receive a large response from Rockaway Beach Boulevard area?
We did note that, yes, that is a spring that has been an ongoing issue as well. We can talk a little bit more about that maybe in Q&A, but yes, that we are developing solutions for that problem as well.
Okay, thanks.
So moving on from the stakeholder outreach, we did take our calibrated model and ran some design storms through that model, the updated 10-year and 50-year events. And what we have found through the hydraulic model is that there are some areas that were called out in the previous master plan that are still concerns. The maps shown here on this graphic are going to be the 10-year event on the left and then the 50-year event on the right. And essentially the red is areas that were flagged by our hydraulic model. And as you can see, lower Lindemar is still an issue. Monterey Road area is an issue called out in our model, as well as a few other areas scattered throughout. Next slide, please. So moving on into the climate change portion of this. So that was the information that I presented a few slides ago, was what we're estimating as the capacity issues in the storm drain pipeline network currently. But we also wanted to look at what could happen in the future as a result of climate change within the city's system specifically. And our climate change analysis focused on determining the potential impacts of the city's storm drain system as climate change occurs. And the two things that we want to key in on here that are relevant to the city are going to be, number one, coastal flooding and sea level rise. And that would mainly affect the lower lying outfalls, and particularly the city's two pump stations are in low lying areas that have flood potential. So that is a concern. Another thing that is a major concern for a storm drain system is increased precipitation rates. So while we have identified what a 10-year, 24-hour design storm and a 50-year design storm are currently, in the future, that's projected to increase. So today's 25-year event could be the next, in 2050, could be the 10-year event. So we wanted to look at that and see how those things could potentially change over time. Next slide, please. So our major findings were in the sea level rise portion of it. There are some low-lying areas that are going to be concerns, particularly the pump stations. So there'll be some mitigation measures to help arm those against sea level rise and coastal flooding. The other piece of it is, in the future, the magnitude of large storm events is expected to increase. So on this table, we have the existing rainfall volume associated with the 10-year and 50-year events as being 3.84 and 5.32 inches of rain in a 24-hour period, respectively. By 2042, which is the planning horizon of this master plan, we're projecting that rainfall volume to increase by anywhere from 21 to 26%, depending on the rainfall event duration or return interval. And that would correspond to a volume of 4.8 inches and 6.4 inches of rain for the 10 and 50-year events, respectively. So our next steps in the modeling portion of this are going to be to take the future system and run it with those 10-year and 50-year design storms and see if there are any additional capacity or flooding areas that are popping up through the hydraulic model, and to potentially develop solutions for that. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, for the project as a whole, we're going to have another study session with City Council to discuss the actual CIP recommendations. So I touched on a little bit of the problems today in this meeting, but our current work right now is to actually take those deficiencies and the feedback from the city stakeholders, and to develop projects to actually mitigate those issues and develop costs associated with each of those, and then to prioritize those projects into a CIP that can be implemented over time. We will also be and we're expecting that to happen in September, just depending on schedule, but that's our target at the moment. And following that, we would be releasing the draft master plan report, and we're targeting the end of September 2022 for that. And then finally would be council approval of the final master plan document. And there's a typo there. It's not supposed to be 2023, but we're hoping to finalize this project or the master plan in October of this year. So with that, I will turn it over to questions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your presentation. Do we have questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for being here tonight. My first question, you have mapped out the 10% events and the 5% events, but it was that October 1% event that I found particularly eye-opening, and that, it became the forefront of my concern. And regardless of whether or not it is a 1% event or not, it seems like climate change is not getting better this week. And so it continues to be my concern going forward. It would be nice to at least see a third entry on the table where it shows what the model projects for the 1% event. But there's also a little concern that we weren't able to capture it. But if the model holds, then I suppose that's negligible.
Yeah, I did want to touch on that a little bit more. With these types of rainfall events, it's extremely rare to get that large of an event happening in October. The big rainfall events in the Bay Area are historically starting in December, and they can even last into February, March. So in terms of scoping the project and making sure that we have the schedule, we were working off of that historic knowledge that that's typically how things happen. October, rain bomb in October, it's pretty hard to predict, especially in the La Nina. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my camera doesn't seem to be working. This is Paul Friedlander with Kroll Engineers. I'd emphasize it, as Ryan said before, that the purpose of the monitoring is to calibrate the model. And so even though we captured that December storm, that does allow us to model storms that are greater than that with accuracy. We don't have to capture storms at the extremes to be able to the model to be calibrated to be able to analyze those events.
Well, given my concerns have something to do with maybe patterns shifting as we go on, but appreciating also that we don't necessarily have a crystal ball whereby to monitor that as we'd like. I'd at least love a third entry for those 1% events so that we can add that into the mix of what we're looking at, please.
Yeah, that should not be a problem.
Councilmember O'Neill.
I don't know how this is rhetorical or on task or whatever, but when you have development, which we're going to have to, increase housing supply is what I was specifically talking about, RENA numbers. Does that increase the flow to the storm drain system because you have roof areas dropping that maybe went to the ground before, but now roofs are not impervious, are not pervious. So it drops them down. Does that increase your rain flow? And is that calculated in the plans you're making for the next few years?
So, yeah.
I wasn't sure if I made sense or not. Sorry.
Yeah, I got you.
So, Councilmember O'Neill, thanks for the question. Just to let you know that during a development, when a developer builds, homes on a piece of land, the pre flow from the site must be equal or less than the post-developed flow running off the site. So typically, a lot of the runoff generated on the site is going to be equal or less than the post-development flow. And Ryan, do you have anything else to go ahead and add to that?
Yeah, so that's exactly right. So the city's policies are set up to a point where future development isn't going to significantly increase the amount of runoff that's coming into the system. That being said, we did work with the planning department to understand any known developments that are happening within the system and current planning applications to make sure that if there are any increases in runoff that we're accounting for those. But typically it's not a major concern because of the way the city's policies are set up.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I saw Christian had popped in for a second. Did you want to add to that, Christian, or?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Council. Acting Planning Director Christian Murdoch. Mr. Bautista largely covered the point I wanted to make. So there's a policy that you'll see to formalize that approach in the general plan discussion later this evening. Additionally, for projects under the city's municipal regional permit for stormwater discharges, many types of projects, certainly of the larger sort that we might expect to accomplish our RHNA, will be known as what are called regulated projects. And so they will also have another layer of review to not only capture the amount by volume, but also to treat that stormwater to improve the water quality running off of the site. So I think on a number of bases, we would expect the flows from future development condition to be less impactful to the city's storm drain system.
Can I ask a follow-up question, please? So are we going to be having increased use of retention basins, or is this going to be going into the storm drain system? Which system is this going to be going into? And if it's a storm drain, if it's a retention basin, how would that be accommodated if there's no physical way to have a retention basin on a project?
So I'll respond initially, Councilmember O'Neill, and then the engineers can expand upon that. But there are different engineering methods to retain that stormwater. And so certainly the area method of sort of dedicating portions of the site for that is one common method, but there are others that can use other three-dimensional approaches to retain the water, including pipes or other types of configurations that can be accommodated on space-constrained sites.
When you come back with the CIP thing in September, I'm not talking like a big long dissertation, but I'd be curious to just see the alternative methods to retention basin, because I mean we have 2 or 3 retention basins that I know of now, and I'd like to know if there are any other, or if the rest of council's interested. If not, I just have a picture and discussion with you, Christian, is fine with me. So I'll leave it to the rest of the council if they'd want to see that. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
Great. And Ryan or Paul, do you have any other anything else to add to that regarding retention on a site?
I think Christian covered it pretty well.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you. I would like to second Councilmember O'Neill's request. I'd be interested in hearing that information as well, because we do hear about retention basins, and I remember discussing this with Mayor Pro Tem when he was on the Planning Commission and his request for increasing retention basin sizes in one particular project I'm thinking of. So I'd be curious to hear about that, number one. Number two, you mentioned the data. You weren't collecting data when we had the October event last year, but you had captured the data in the December event. Is it possible well, first of all, first question is, with our Department of Public Works, if we have data that we collected, can that be incorporated into your model? Or even though it's not your data, is there anything illustrative for you in that? Would be my first question.
Yeah, so I can field that one.
Please,
really
go
quick.
ahead.
So in terms of storm drain, actual data that's collected, there's not a lot of actual hard data that you can get and collect in storm drain systems. But what we did do is work with the city's operations staff to understand where flooding had occurred and where the issues that you actually had in the system were during that October event. So that has been very helpful, as well as, reaching out to customers and figuring out where they were seeing issues. We got quite a few interesting videos and pictures that really conveyed the gravity of some issues that you're having out there. So it's been very helpful for us.
That's great. Thank you. And then my next question is for you and for staff. And I don't expect an answer right now, but it's an item of concern for me. And that is what the funding horizon looks like for the CIP that you're describing. Apart from our wastewater system, which has its own rate structure, et cetera, stormwater has another, is clearly a cost, but has an unclear funding source, at least to me. And I'm wondering if you have any input for us or suggestions or knowledge about forthcoming infrastructure money, anything at the county level, through CCAG or anything on that front.
Yeah, so we actually have a task in our scope of services. It's called a funding options task, and there's a few different things that are associated with that. I'm not personally an expert with funding. We have other experts at our company that are doing that for us. But essentially, there's two pieces that are included in our scope. The first is to conduct an evaluation of different grant funding sources, to do a high-level literature research, and to educate the city on potential areas of funding that you could pursue that would be likely to be successful. There's also another piece of it that's looking into different ways of setting up a stormwater utility at the city. So another high-level evaluation of how that would look and how that would be structured, and what are the next steps that the city could utilize to help actually fund some of these projects. That has been the biggest challenge from 2012 moving forward, is just the lack of available funds. So the city was looking ahead this time around to make sure that we actually had a task in the master plan to help guide that process moving forward.
And so Councilmember Beckmeyer will be bringing that back to you in September during the study session. But in your earlier question regarding data, the city staff can actually look up historical data of any kind of rainfall events that have happened in California. So we can look that up as well. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, and that would be more along precipitation rates. When I said there wasn't a lot of data, I meant like actual flow in pipes, that kind of thing.
Right. Okay. Thanks very much.
Councilmember Rob. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I think there are and will be opportunities for grant funding in the long term. Those aren't necessarily something you can really depend on for funding stormwater infrastructure. So that's important to keep in mind.
And Paul, just so you know, your volume's pretty low, so we're having kind of a hard time hearing you.
All right.
We really want to hear what you have to say. So.
Let me say that again. Is this better? Can you hear me now? I'm just saying that there are and will be opportunities for grant funding and for long-term loans for stormwater infrastructure, but over time, that's not something you can really depend on to fund the infrastructure necessarily. And so I think it'll be the city to look for other options for ongoing revenues.
Thank you, Paul. Councilmember Badalas.
Hi, you said that you have an idea for Rockaway and also for, can you just really brief idea of what you plan for Rockaway and also for the Monterey Road? Tell us all of them. Lindemar too.
Yeah, so
just a short thing.
I'll give you a little bit of a preview, but the next one will go into more detail on those. We were kind of time limited today, but for Rockaway Beach, the initial plan is in constructing an inlet in the source where the actual spring is, and then that would necessitate building a pipeline across the street and down into a ditch that's across the street would be the solution there. For Monterey Road, we looked at a couple of different options. The first option that I came to the table with was, put in a new storm drain line with additional inlets. One of the issues that's happening up there is there's a really steep road coming down, and a lot of the runoff that's being conveyed through the street is just bypassing an inlet there because it's undersized, as well as, you've got the Big Inch Creek that's flowing pretty heavily as well. So we could either put in a new storm drain line in the street right away with inlets to help mitigate that flooding issue. But the other concept that we're actually leaning towards right now is replacing Big Inch Creek with a storm drain pipeline, which will provide additional capacity and will alleviate some of those issues of erosion that have been happening in the channel. So that's the solution that we're looking for there. In terms of Lower Lindemar, the solution that we're recommending right now is consistent with the 2012 master plan. And essentially that's what we call a relief line. So essentially we'll be recommending a new parallel pipeline upstream of where the bulk majority of the runoff being conveyed down to the Lower Lindemar area is actually occurring. So we redirect it somewhere around the bottleneck so that you don't have the flooding happening down by the shopping center there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will say really quickly about that. We have a lot of constituents asking us questions about these specific areas. So the more general language you can provide for us would be really helpful when we're answering questions. So thank you for that. Councilmember O'Neill.
Kind of going back to, I forget which council person asked this, but you weren't able to get the October numbers from the October event. Isn't it possible, if I remember right, wasn't that like the first time we turned on the equalization basin, which would, that was like 2 million gallons plus, you have records of what's normal flow with the sewer treatment, and then now the additional amount of stuff that went into the system because of the rain. Isn't there some sort of algorithm or estimates you can give for the October event to have that included in the numbers?
And if I could jump in, this is Lisa Peterson, Public Works Director. So the EQ Basin actually has been in use before the October storm, but we do have information related to that, certainly, and also the pump station information, which we could make available to Corolla if that would be helpful for them.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure that if we had it, we share it, that's all.
The EQ basin is for the sewer system though, right?
Right, but with all the bad sewer laterals in town and the bad sewage pipes, there's a large infiltration of stormwater that goes in there, and then then it has to be treated, and that's what kind of overwhelms the sewage treatment plant and why we built the equalization basin. But so we know every day we treat whatever 5 million gallons in the sewer treatment plant, but if in October after that event we saw 10 million gallons, then I think it's pretty safe to say, gee, we had 5 million gallons of rain. You know what I mean? Now, I am a novice speaking and stuff, but it just seems.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuances there. It's a matter of we call those R values, so it's percentage of rain that enters the sewer system. it's you're not unique in having I&I impacts at your treatment plant in the Bay Area by far, but in terms of using that data to help quantify runoff rates in a storm drain system, it's going to be really hard to do just because there's a lot of different variables there.
Yeah, again, I think it's important, Councilmember O'Neill, to keep in mind that we can model more extreme events, and the calibration that we did will allow us to do that. We don't have to act.
Yeah, I was going to say that too, Paul. So we can go back and run the October event through the model and see where flooding would have occurred. It's going to be, probably a lot of the same areas that city staff have told us that it was happening. The question that you get from that though is, you got this large 100-year storm event, or maybe even higher. Is it reasonable or cost effective to try to plan the storm drain infrastructure for something that's so rare? It's for a system that's already doesn't have a funding source. That's a policy decision that's city staff will have to make. In terms of industry standard, the design storms that we're running through the model are well in line with industry standard.
I'm 65 and have lived through probably 400 or 500-year events. So they seem to be happening more often as climate change is happening. You know what I mean? And I don't think, you talk to the people at Big Inch, you talk about the people there on Anza. This isn't like, oh God, the toilet overflowed. This is major, cars damaged, etc. And I think it is worth our efforts to our constituents to tell them, hey, we spent $22 million on this equalization basin because, and this is why. And then what you're saying now is contradicting, well, what was in my head almost, what is the point of the equalization basin if this is not going to be a variable for the storm drain? Okay, and because right now our sewer system is acting as our storm drain in a lot of instances because of the poor sewer laterals and the seepage and leakage and stuff like that. And I think that needs to be a part of the equation in calculating a CIP, because no one wants to see streets torn up several times to keep making the pipe bigger or whatever.
And if I could just jump in as well, I think we actually do have a lot of data that was collected, also related to our Linamar pump station, and actually the pump station related to the storm drain. And I agree with you, Councilmember O'Neill, that, we do have correlation related to the amount of water that came down and that got into our sewer system and then went into our EQ basin. And, we have an excellent wastewater engineer on our staff who was able to figure out a lot of that differential between the stormwater and wastewater, and we will share all that with Carollo, and I think that will be very helpful for them. And thank you for bringing it up. It was a good point.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a question, or should we go to public comment? I want to do a time check.
I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
And before that question, just to emphasize what Councilmember O'Neill was saying, empirical observation would suggest that these low frequency storms seem to be happening with higher frequency. And so we do want to get ahead of that curve as feasible. My question was around the Pedro Point area. I'd sent an email to Lisa earlier, especially around the Dan Man Kent area. There was a project that I had been looking at for planning a couple years back. And while I was out there looking at it, one of the neighbors came out and showed me where it looked like there might be an underground spring that was causing possibly some sort of street damage at the time. That particular resident seemed to imply that there was a sinkhole forming as a result of an underground spring. So this is general to say it seems like there might be spring issues going on in the Pedro Point area, even just surveying some of the residents there to see if they're aware of issues where underground spring is having an effect, and incorporating that into the report would be a good idea, I think.
Thank you for your comment, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. Yes, in regards to the springs, our field services crew is documenting the locations of these springs, and it will be incorporated into the document.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think it's important that we go to public comment as we only have about 10 minutes left in our time together. Those wishing to make public comment should raise hand in Zoom. For those dialing into Zoom, use *9 to raise and lower hand and *6 to unmute when called upon by last 4 digits of your phone number. Do we have Bonnier with us tonight, correct?
Mayor Beer, I'll be calling on public commenters tonight.
Thanks, Sarah. How many hands do we have right now?
We have 3 hands raised at the moment, Mayor Beer.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
First, we'll have Christine Bowles, followed by Cliff Lawrence. Go ahead, Christine.
Hi, this is actually Bob Bowles, Christine's husband. She's going to speak a little bit later, so you'll see her name pop up again. We live in the Manor District on the banks of the Big Inch Creek, and we experienced the atmospheric river of last October with floods at both our front yards, floods in our side yard, and floods or near floods in our rear yard in the creek. The downstream neighbors suffered even more with permanent damage to their properties that they're still repairing. I really appreciate some of the comments from the council members and the staff about the increased or the likelihood of increased storms in the future. I really think climate change is going to get us. So I would like to urge the council to urge the staff to review very carefully and conservatively on the high side the quote unquote design storms that the master plans consultant will be using to evaluate the city systems. The date on which they based their previous master plan for a 10-year storm event was exceeded by the event last year and approached the level of their 50-year design storm. We've seen 3 of these storms just in the last 3 years since we moved in here. So I think it's just something that's going to happen and continue to happen. One of the comments brought up another point. There's a plan to improve the city's sewage collection system to reduce the amount of infiltration, which hopefully will do a lot of good in the next 10 or 20 years. I'd like to urge the consultant to also look at how that's going to affect the storm drainage system. Less water going into the sewers will go into the storm drains. I also was struck while reviewing the previous master plan that there were some very detailed recommendations made. There were about half a dozen, including cost estimates. I'd like to suggest that the council instruct the consultant to include a section in the report that evaluates the recommendations made last time, whether they were carried out, at what cost, and whether they achieved the desired result. If we don't analyze our history, I'm afraid we're going to be lost in a circular maze where we continuously spend money on consultants that don't accomplish anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lawrence, followed by Haya from Pacifica Social Justice. Go ahead, Cliff.
Good evening. This is Clifford Lawrence. Before moving here some time ago, actually it was about 40 years ago, I moved into an area that just had back-to-back 500-year storms. So they were a little bit taken back by that, quite unprepared. I'm hoping that by now that we're not scoffing about the claim of climate change, and we're not expecting our climate to behave any particular pattern. Hopefully, we're going to be able to collect any data that is possible to collect year-round. And I think we have heard from Mother Nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Haya up next.
From Pacifica Social Justice, followed by Sarah Woodhull, and then Lynn Adams. Haya, you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. This is Haya Gordon, Pacifica Social Justice. I support upholding the appeal of the Planning Commission's recommendation for council approval of the draft GPU.
Haya, I'm so sorry I have to stop you. We're right now taking public comment on the storm drain.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Come back again.
I'm right here. I will.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Sarah Woodhull, followed by Lynn Adams. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi there. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to add to the comments saying to consider the 100-year storms and possibly even the 500-year storms, because yes, all of these are increasing in frequency. So please do include those. And that's it.
Thank you, Sarah. Lynn Adams is next.
Let's see, unmute. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your work on this issue. I am here as a witness, actually, to a lot of the storms. I was here in winter of 96. It was 97, January of 97, when we had 3 inches in 1 hour. And the water came down Monterey and Hickey, and it came down our alley next to it so fast that by my alley on Bancroft, it was jumping up above my head. And I just want you to consider also the amount of rain that can come fast and furious. And improving the flow of Big Inch, I don't think is going to make a difference when the water is coming down Hickey and Monterey and combining together. And so the water runoff. And I would like to pitch that we also consider ways that our households, we can encourage households to keep the water in their property so that there's an opportunity to slow it down from not going out onto the streets all at the same time. So I know that you guys are all aware of that, but I did want to call into attention that 3 hours, 3 inches in 1 hour, and that was the time when the Big Inch went down and the water was running off of and taking out so much of the land right there beyond Safeway by the Manor Shopping Center. So I know you're aware of that, but I just wanted to call that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. I believe Christine Bowles has her hand up, Sarah.
Yes, next we'll have Christine Bowles, followed by Chris.
Thank you. This is Christine Bowles, and my notes are a little scattered after that great presentation. I want to say I really appreciate the consultants' work on this. As Bob mentioned, we live right in the middle between Monterey Road and Big Inch Creek and have issues on both sides. And I was very pleased to see all the little blue dots on Monterey Road. I had actually gone door to door talking to about 30 neighbors and collected data from that October storm. And it was so bad on Monterey Road that, a lady walking on the sidewalk was knocked off her feet by the force of the water flowing down the road. I mean, it is dangerous. It's not just a matter of flooding and property destruction, but it's actually physically dangerous. And there were way fewer blue dots in other areas. So I really question the city's outreach through websites and so forth, because I think we're missing a lot of public voices that aren't necessarily paying attention to that. One of the things I appreciate the consultant looking at different options for the creek. I do want to make sure you understand that the Big Inch Creek actually supports a large variety of plants and creatures, hummingbirds, deer, and even mountain lions we've seen back here. And so I know other neighbors in the past have wanted to underground the drainage, but I think we really need to make sure we're not doing more environmental destruction, necessarily. So I don't know if environmental reports would be done if that was considered. They're obviously a great resource in our community. Let's see, what else do I want to say? We did notice Public Works clearing out the area at Fremont and Monterey. I think that was in December, so probably after both of these storms. And so the creek banks had collapsed. And so there's a lot of soil building up, blocking the drains, causing flooding uphill. And part of what was done, Public Works basically cut the creek banks vertically, which I really question from an engineering point of view, because if there's rainfall, those will then collapse. That's not an normal angle of repose of the soil. So just making sure in the meantime, we're not doing things that are dangerous and will cause more flooding. And then the other thing, just in terms of housing, I know new houses and big developments will have drainage plans and will properly manage their stormwater, but we're also building a lot of ADUs that's our main housing growth right now. And so we might want to look at that when we're covering the ground, because those currently don't require those studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Chris, go ahead and speak. Please state your full name for the record, and that's the last hand I have raised at this time.
Chris, are you there? You can unmute. Sarah?
Chris, you can go ahead and unmute if you'd like to speak.
There we go. We working now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Good evening, staff and council. A few things, just pointed out. I really appreciate the study going forward. It seems pretty comprehensive, and it's too bad we did miss that October event, which again, as was pointed out, is quite unusual for that time of year with that type. Having been personally involved and an unwilling participant in a couple of Lindemar floods, I certainly understand the situation more than most, probably. I also wanted to point out that Mr. Batista had pointed out that staff is studying a lot of the Pedro Point natural springs that occur. And of course, those will happen long after rainfall events. And I think it'd be very, very productive, considering a few issues out there going forward to the mapping of those springs and how they occur and how those are mitigated, where that drainage actually goes to. That would be quite interesting in my mind. I really was, as Ms. Bowles pointed out, there were several spots in the Monterey Basin. Seems to clearly be the lion's share of a lot of the issues. And again, it's very steep topography. A lot of that is impermeable, just older builds and whatnot that didn't take into account a lot of the newer engineering and plans going forward to have permeable and impermeable things, as Mike O'Neill pointed out. Obviously, with any development, you do get roofs, driveways, et cetera, that can flow. So that all needs to be mitigated, and probably wasn't when most of that was built. That was not in the forefront when those things occurred. I'm curious the cost projections going forward as this project moves forward for new and upgraded storm drains in the Monterey Basin, and I feel that's probably going to be the lion's share of the CIPs, or the biggest CIP, most likely. And I also think it's extremely important to state the separation of the stormwater projects as opposed to the sanitary sewer, which we've already gone over, and that's been done. That many people do not understand that those are two completely separate budgetary things, And in most cases, unfortunately not Pacifica due to the I&I, but they are interconnected, but they are separate. So I think it's very important for the public going forward to understand those literal separations, not only budgetarily, but also in the piping systems themselves. So that's it, just a few things. I appreciate all the work going forward here. It seems pretty comprehensive. I think those, again, it's too bad we couldn't have caught that October event, but it looks like it does cover all the bases that we have, or basins, I guess I should say.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to council. And I just want to remind everybody that this was an update session. And so we really appreciate the information that you brought to the table today. The next session will be more detailed. And we are at 6:03. So I just wanted to make sure council understood that. And Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you very much. And very quickly, I just want to follow up on a couple of the public comments that we heard and ask for some report back in September or whenever is appropriate around the issue that was brought forward by the consultants of possibly undergrounding Big Inch Creek in terms of the environmental impact that might have and what the alternatives would be to that. It sounded like Chris Redfield was bringing up the idea of larger storm drain catchment, but I'm not sure what. I'll have to follow up with you, Chris, on that. And if we could please have, as Mr. Bowles was bringing forward, some comment on the items that were recommended in 2012, what we did, what we were able to do, what we were able to fund, and what the result was as part of our, connecting what we did in the past to what we're looking to for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beckmeyer. Any other comments before we close this item? All right, thank you so much for all the information you provided. We really look forward to what you bring to us coming up.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next item, which is a public hearing, the consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's recommendation for City Council approval of a general plan update and certification of an environmental impact report. And tonight, we have Christian Murdoch here to present.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I am Acting Planning Director Christian Murdoch. I need just a second here to pull up the slides, so please bear with me one moment. But I'm joined tonight by a team that has been working on the general plan update, including Allison Moore from Diet and Batia and Andrew Hill, also from Diet and Batia. And then also Chris Documents from Good City Company, who has been helping as well with preparation of this general plan update. And I'm bringing them in as panelists right now, just in case we need to consult with them for their expertise. Just one more moment and we'll have the presentation ready to go. All right. So we are here tonight, as you mentioned, Mayor Beer, to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the general plan update and to certify the final environmental impact report. The Planning Commission public hearings were conducted on June 6th and June 11th, and they concluded with the recommendation that we mentioned and adoption of a resolution. An appeal was filed of the Planning Commission's action on June 21st by the appellants Mark Hubble and Christine Bowles. And subsequent to that, the City Council held a public hearing to consider the general plan update and final EIR certification, and received public comment, identified potential modifications, confirmed the Planning Commission's recommendations and staff recommended changes, and then adjourned to tonight to consider the appeal first, and then pending the outcome of the appeal, to potentially consider adoption of the general plan. The appeal that's filed included 3 bases. Fortunately, that slide's a little crowded. We'll move on. But those 3 bases are outlined in detail in the staff report, as well as staff's detailed responses to what those appeal bases were. We believe there's substantial evidence in the record to support a conclusion that the Planning Commission appropriately acted on the general plan update and in its recommendation to the City Council, and that there's evidence to support an action by the City Council to deny the appeal. Again, those detailed points are outlined in the staff report. I'll hit on some of the key points on the slides here. With respect to the first basis for appeal, the claim is that the city is hiding behind a citywide assessment, given the scale and scope of the general plan. Staff's analysis of that issue is that a program environmental impact report, or EIR, that was prepared was the appropriate level of environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. And in particular, CEQA guidelines sections 15-168 provides for use of a program EIR to determine if later activities would require additional environmental review. And specifically says consideration of cumulative impacts that might be slighted in a case-by-case analysis, i.e. the very specific project-by-project type of analysis the appellant's claim should have been prepared. That type of cumulative impacts analysis would not be appropriately served by a different type of environmental approach. Additionally, the program EIR evaluates potential environmental impacts based on reasonable assumptions. I think there's perhaps some disagreement on the part of the appellants about what those reasonable assumptions are, but what the city has done has been substantiated. It's based on substantial evidence, and it's a reasonable set of assumptions for purposes of preparing the EIR. And then lastly, program EIR, such as the one that's been prepared by staff for City Council consideration, sets up what's known as tiering for future activities undertaken under the general plan. And what tiering means is they take that baseline of information in the EIR and allows those activities to then start that from that as a launching point or launch pad to then do site-specific or more detailed environmental review of any issues that weren't covered in appropriate depth or specificity in the program EIR. For basis 2, generally speaking, there were a number of claims packaged in here, and it'll take a couple slides to unpack them at a high level. But basically, there were claims that the fire and landslide maps were inadequate, and that traffic and other mitigation measures related to traffic were inadequate. Evacuation information wasn't properly analyzed. And then very broadly, that the general plan prepared by the city does not comply with the requirements of state law governing general plans. As mentioned, the program EIR complies with CEQA. It evaluates reasonably foreseeable direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts on the physical environment that would result from the general plan update. It cannot contemplate every potential impact that might occur under the general plan. And that's the purpose of tiering, as I mentioned earlier, that when more details of a specific action undertaken as called for under the general plan occurs at some point in the future, then additional environmental review can occur, focusing on those range of impacts occurring from that specific activity. The EIR prepared by the staff complies with the requirements of Appendix G, which outlines the impacts for various resource areas. There's 20 resource areas in Appendix G, including wildfire and including geology and soils. And so in both instances, contrary to what's alleged in the appeal, the EIR adequately addresses those questions as they're required to be analyzed under CEQA. And the EIR, as well as the general plan prepared by the city, relied on authoritative sources for wildfire and geologic hazards information, notably CAL FIRE and California Geologic Survey. Continuing on basis 2, the staff needs to clarify, and is further detailed in the staff report, that using congestion-based metrics, such as level of service or LOS, is not permissible any longer under CEQA, under state law. And so that's why the EIR prepared by staff relies on primarily a vehicle miles traveled, or VMT metric. The EIR does briefly consider level of service, but only with respect to compliance with the San Mateo County congestion management program, which due to a different body of state law, still relies in part on congestion-based metrics for operation of what's known as the county transportation system. And so to the extent that it's relevant for CEQA in the EIR, it does also consider level of service in that regard. And then with respect to the primary focus of analysis, as I mentioned, vehicle miles traveled, the EIR does include feasible mitigation measures intended to reduce vehicle miles traveled. And an important component of that, again, relies on the county's congestion management program and transportation demand management, or TDM, measures required as part of that congestion management program. With that said, while the focus in the EIR cannot be on congestion-based metrics, the general plan does evaluate a number of key intersections in Pacifica, identifies what their current and projected levels of service would be, and identifies for a number of those intersections what types of improvements might be recommended under the scenario contemplated under the general plan. So it's not true to say that the general plan did not evaluate impacts related to traffic and congestion, but those issues are not relevant for purposes of CEQA. There was also a claim, not directly in the initial 3 bases, but in a supplemental letter submitted yesterday by the appellants, a claim that the city did not properly evaluate evacuation information within the general plan. I assume that that's related to Assembly Bill 747, but that requirement is not triggered until the city's next local hazard mitigation plan update. And so while the city will undertake that in the future, it's not currently required as part of its general plan. And then lastly, under basis number 2, generally speaking, the city's general plan that is prepared has complied with the requirements for information contained in general plans under state law. And then with respect to the third basis of appeal, it's primarily addressed sort of a different formulation of basis number 1. So I'd refer the council back to that for a detailed assessment of it. But more particularly, CEQA guidelines section 15.152 expressly supports tiering, contrary to the claims made in the appeal, and specifically lists a general plan as an example of when tiering for future activities undertaken in response to the general plan are considered by the city. And so, as I mentioned yesterday afternoon, the appellants submitted additional comments in a letter to the city. Many of those have already been addressed in the staff report or earlier in my presentation this evening. But briefly, there was a claim that the environmental impact report baseline was inadequate under CEQA guidelines, section 15.125C. We could talk more about that, but there's substantial evidence that, particularly as it relates to the vehicle miles traveled analysis, that the city did include an appropriate environmental baseline for that purpose. There are claims that the local coastal land use plan approved by the city council in February of 2020 contains different fire threat information for the coastal zone, and therefore the general plan proposed to be adopted is inadequate and inconsistent. That's not true. That is different information, part of a different plan that's not the general plan. And that information is not currently in effect because that document has not been certified by the California Coastal Commission. And so that claim is not supported by the facts. And then lastly, there's a claim that the city council needs to send the safety element back to the planning commission for further review. That is not necessary. In particular, the maps that the appellants discuss that the planning commission recommended, staff has incorporated those recommendations from the planning commission into the materials presented to the city council. And so there's really no discernible difference that would occur. Those maps reflect the official information from the state where we pulled the maps, and therefore the city council has that information to consider as part of its decision whether or not to adopt the general plan. And so staff's recommendation this evening is to adopt the attached resolution to deny the appeal and to uphold the planning commission's action. And then later this evening, following resolution of the appeal, to continue the public hearing that was started on June 25th, and to conclude that with adoption or consideration of adoption of the general plan. And I'll just mention as well that we do have Planning Commission Vice Chair Samantha Hauser here this evening as well, who can speak to any questions related to the Planning Commission's review as they relate to the appeal. Thank you.
Christian, can you do me a favor? Can you repeat the information about the evacuation, please?
Rather than hunt for the slide,
Yeah, you don't have to hunt for the slide. Go ahead.
that claim comes up in relation to what's known as Assembly Bill 747. It has a requirement for general plan safety elements to consider evacuation routes, their locations relative to hazards, and their capacities for various evacuation scenarios. So, for example, evaluating Highway 1's capacity in a major event, to evacuate, all impacted areas of the city, and what that looks like under that planning scenario. That level of analysis is not required at this point in time for the Pacifica General Plan update. The timing triggers of that requirement in state law would apply to the city's next adoption of the local hazard mitigation plan. So as the council will recall, last fall, the council adopted the most recent update to the local hazard mitigation plan. So we might expect probably in the next 4 to 5 years to consider that AB 747 analysis at the outer bounds. The council could undertake that analysis sooner if it was interested in doing so, but there's no legal inadequacy for not including that analysis at this point in time.
Thank you. All right, questions from council? Go ahead, Mike.
So Christian, in regards to the safety mitigation plan, I guess you're saying that when is our next hazard mitigation plan set to be looked at again?
So typically those are updated on a 5-year timeline. And so I think there was a slight shift in the timeline due to COVID. And so we might expect probably in the 2025 timeframe to undertake or to seek city council approval of the next update. Prior to last year's update, the prior update was in 2015.
So if we look at the hazard mitigation plan, then if we change that, then we would then just amend this general plan to reflect the new information at that date, correct?
So the city can go about complying with AB 747 in a number of different ways. When I mentioned its relationship to the hazard mitigation plan, all I was trying to say is the legal requirement, the timing requirement in state law is associated with the next adopted update to the local hazard mitigation plan. That analysis could be in the local hazard mitigation plan, or it could be in a safety element amendment, or both. But the timing is driven by the next adoption of the local hazard mitigation plan.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from council? No? Okay. Then I'd like to invite our appellants, Christine Bowles and Mark Hubble, to speak. You have 10 minutes with the option to reserve up to 3 minutes for rebuttal. So if you can bring Christine and Mark up to the panel, that would be appreciated. See Christine.
Ms. Bowles and Mr. Hubble, would you like to reserve up to 3 minutes of your presentation time for a rebuttal period? I can set the timer to indicate that.
What Mark and I have decided, and he can confirm, we think our presentation is just under 8 minutes long, and so we'll reserve what's left, but we'd rather not be interrupted during the presentation. And I just wanted to say again, because we loaned Bob's computer to Mark, so my husband will be making a public comment on my computer also later. So,
do we see Mark yet? Do I see him?
Oh, shoot.
I don't want to start till he's here.
Oh, I'll text him right now.
Yeah, I thought I had promoted him to panelist, but we're still waiting for him to come over.
Okay. Let's wait till he's here.
Okay, he is on as a panelist.
Oh, Mark, I see you. Okay, so you're gonna start your presentation. We will not interrupt you, and you will take what's left over for your rebuttal, correct?
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Before you get started, I just wanted to let you know that the timer will not be displayed on the screen. So when you reach the 8-minute mark, would you like me to jump in and let you know that you're at that 2-minute mark?
Sure, just kind of quietly.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, I appreciate it. So you'll tell me when to start?
I'll start the timer as soon as you start your presentation.
Oh, okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor Beer, council and staff. My name is Christine Bowles and I'm an architect in the Manor District. Mark Hubble, a 35-year resident of Park Pacifica, and I are appealing the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt the 22 General Plan and EIR. As you watch our presentation tonight, I ask you to consider the safety and welfare of the citizens who voted you into office. Will your decision protect and serve the interests of those whose lives are directly impacted by this general plan? Our ask tonight is simple. The hazard maps and policies have serious errors and omissions that need to be corrected. There's very little information we are presenting tonight. Several letters and emails sent over the past 6 months were not addressed by the Planning Commission. We'll show you a few examples. Slide, Sarah. First of all, the version of the general plan that the Planning Commission approved in the image on the left did not include landslide data for the north end of town. During the hearing, Mr. Murdoch admitted that these were wrong and said he was working on new maps, but the Planning Commission approved the general plan before seeing them. Slide. Pacifica happens to be the poster child for the entire US for debris flow mudslides. There were 475 slides in 1982 alone that caused millions of dollars in property damage and killed 3 children. The city hired Howard Donnelly to study and map all these slides, which he did on the maps you see on the right. Slide. The new map added on the left shows debris flow landslides in 1982. In red are areas susceptible to slides, and the black dots represent actual slides. Unfortunately, this map is not complete. For example, on the right is one of Howard Donnelly's maps. You can see Pedro Point. There are 5 landslides circled in red are missing on the new map. CEQA requires the use of best available data, demanding accuracy and completeness. The best data on these landslides can be found right here in our city records. Slide. Staff added another map of historic landslides beyond just 1982. This map is also deficient and is missing many landslides in city records, including the recent 2017 landslide that closed Highway 1 for about 18 hours. I understand this data was given to staff by the Department of Conservation, so I followed up with their senior geologist, Dr. Frost. He said that their data only includes landslides that are reported to them. Note that other landslides are in city records, such as those on the Vistamar site that I documented for that appeal, are also missing from this map. The map on the right from the USGS shows landslides from the 1998 El Nino. These are also missing. We've apparently not been very good at keeping records, and this means that the real risks are sometimes missing in new development applications, especially when incomplete geotechnical reports are allowed, as they were on Vistamar. Slide. Thanks to Howard Donnelly's work, the safety element was completely revised in 1983. It added policy recommendations for building in these hazardous zones. For example, a typical geotechnical report only looks at the project site within property lines. But as you can see here, debris flow landslides can start uphill far away. And if you're building on top of hills, such as the project you just approved on 100% slope on Talbot, we should make sure we're not creating landslide risks for the homes below. My letters included policy and mitigation measures to add to the general plan from Howard Donnelly and from Dr. Frost, but these were never discussed by the Planning Commission, and the new general plan, other than the map, does not even mention debris flow. Slide. Accurate hazard maps are critical to land use planning to make sure we are not creating more dangers for our residents. I'm shocked to see that the properties on Esplanade where the apartments fell in the ocean are still zoned high-density residential. Other land use changes were made, like rezoning Lindemar Woods to the lowest allowed density. Why not this one? I asked the question, but again, the Planning Commission never discussed it. Slide. On to fire. The map on the left, the only fire map in the general plan, is blank within the entire city limits. And yet the EIR includes the map on the right, which seems more realistic, don't you think? We don't dispute the map on the right, we just want it included in the general plan. Various maps are missing critical data or contain clear errors. The consequences are real and dire. They are not acceptable or representative of historical facts and need to be sent back to revisions. Now I'll turn it over to Mark. Slide, please.
Good evening, Mayor, dear city staff and council members. Finally, Pacifica is about to be living in the 21st century plan. Well, almost. The exception being a lack of foresight in the mitigation of loss and damage by hazardous wildfires. Listening to the concerns of friends and neighbors around town, mainly fears over the increasing reality of deadly or damaging wildfires in the Park Pacifica, Lindemar, Valimar, East Sharp Park, and Upper Rockaway neighborhoods encouraged me to take a positive action on this particular subject. The neighborhoods listed contain nearly half of the total population of Pacifica. Pacifica has some history with the wildfires, fortunately, so far without direct loss of human life. Many of us remember 3 incidents in Park Pacifica. At least one incident needed to be extinguished by aircraft spraying fire retardant over the San Pedro Creek watershed. The fire I'm describing was way back in 2007, the same year that the fire maps used as a basis for this current update were published. That's over 15 years ago. And ooh, that's old. A new general plan must be future facing. To effectively guide us through the next few decades. According to CAL FIRE, new fire maps are in the process of being created with computer modeling features that will replace the obsolete maps which the hazard assessment in this plan is based on. Climate change, global warming, drought, intensified storm conditions are already here. Hopefully our city and aligned agencies will subscribe to this real-time data for the safety of our community. The best available information will be available soon. The most concerning issue regarding wildfire safety with this current general plan is the absence of coherent evacuation plans. In the Park Pacifica Valley, the only 2 available evacuation routes will be largely ineffective in accommodating the likelihood of thousands of vehicles heading to safety. These evacuation maps are missing information to access the capability, safety, and viability of routes under a range of emergency scenarios as required per AB 747. Our designated zone haven in Park Pacifica, where I live, evacuation destination is approachable only through 2 of the most highly fire-prone areas of the city. Be wise, save lives. Please send the GPU wildfire and landslide hazard recommendations back to the Planning Commission to be updated. No doubt that they would be happy to help. All the hard work by our city staff, associates that has gone into this new general plan is greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mark Hubble, 35-year resident of Park Pacifica.
And I stopped the timer at 1 minute and 55 seconds remaining.
Do we have questions for the appellant? No questions at this time. All right, then we are going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Get public comment, please.
Okay, for public comments, first hand I have raised, I have several hands raised. It looks like there's 13 hands raised, Mayor Beer. 14 at this time.
We're going to need to do 2 minutes, unfortunately.
I'll adjust the timer to 2 minutes. And I'll share the screen with the timer. We'll start with public comment from Julie Starobin, followed by Bilu Mirov, and then Haya from Pacifica Social Justice.
Thank you, Sarah.
Hey, Julie, you can go ahead and unmute.
Okay. You can hear me. I support this appeal. I thought the approval of the general plan by the Planning Commission was thoughtless and premature. Our community deserves decent maps that show landslide dangers and potential fire hazards. Too often, the city is approving developments without considering the long-term consequences. And there are other reasons to reject this general plan. I want to express my continuing disgust that the on-ramp on Milagro is still in the general plan, despite a huge number of objections and no support from the Pacific Manor neighborhood. Another problem with the general plan is the lack of any planning for low and the very low income housing that is so needed in our Pacifica. We all need you, the City Council, to overturn the Planning Commission approval of the general plan and to take more time in your own consideration of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Blue Murav, followed by Haya. Go ahead and unmute Blue.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to put in my 2 cents that you should honor this appeal and not go ahead with a general plan that is incomplete, even if it's within legal bounds. The map should be up to date. There's no reason why you wouldn't accept this complete scientific approach to what happens to our city in the future. And also I want to go on record as another person who disagrees with the on-ramp at Milagro. I know that's not part of this appeal, but it really shouldn't be in the general plan. I don't understand why it's still there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we'll have Haya from Pacifica Social Justice, followed by Dee Gold, and then Victoria Becker.
Yeah.
Haya, you can unmute to speak.
Hi, this is Haya Gordon. I support upholding the appeal of the Planning Commission's recommendation for council approval of the draft GPU. Many areas of the draft are unacceptably lacking. For example, housing. Pursuant to California Regional Housing Needs Allocation, the upcoming 2023 RHNA is 1,892 units. There is a glaring lack of very low and low income affordable housing in Pacifica, which could be remedied by providing permanent housing located near public transit and services and pursuing options such as temporary housing proposed by local groups. So why is a fair and reasonable housing plan that doesn't destroy our beautiful coastal setting given short shrift in the draft GPU? Traffic. The draft's provisions will unquestionably increase traffic. Lacking any analysis in the draft of how overall traffic was reviewed and problem areas identified, it fails to address how to improve or avoid impacts to traffic, parking, and congestion. As a person with a mobility disability, this is sure to have a negative impact on me that could have been mitigated. Safety. Pacifica has experienced landslides dating back decades. At the Planning Commission hearing for the draft, Deputy Planning Director Murdoch admitted the landslide maps were incomplete and said they were working on new maps. But the Planning Commission approved the draft before the new maps were available. Why wouldn't the council want to uphold the appeal given that the new landslide maps are still wrong? And why wouldn't the council want the new GPU to include state-of-the-art practices? 7 years ago at 4 a.m. in the morning, a 6-alarm fire rushed down the back of the Fassler hillside and came 7 houses from where I live. That makes me think about the fires that have become more frequent. So I find it really incredulous that the draft GPU fire map is blank. And for various reasons I have no time to go into, the proposed Milagro on-ramp to Highway 1 is mentioned in the draft, and it should be removed. Thank you.
Next Next, I have Dee Gold, followed by Victoria Becker, and then Suzanne Moore. Dee Gold, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, well, can you hear me? I also support the appeal that's been filed against the adoption of this plan. The process of planning has not been well reflected in the plan. Public comments have been mischaracterized. Answers to public comments have been circuitous, reference going from the appendix back to the plan, back to the questions, without actually providing any real information. I also want to speak about the inclusion of the Milagro on-ramp in the general plan. No other specific projects other than the improvement of the Manor overcrossing and the addition of the Milagro on-ramp, which should not be combined with that, are in this plan. And I want to say again, I oppose it. Everybody in my neighborhood opposes it. I also think this plan needs to address evacuation routes, whether AB 747 requires it this year or next year. Every year that we don't deal with evacuation routes is a year that various members in Pacifica are at risk of dying in a disaster of some sort. We should be anxious to improve the evacuation routes, anxious to improve issues regarding safety hazards, anxious to improve fire mitigation. And finally, we should be anxious to provide for low-income housing and lower-income housing in our city because we drastically need it. And it's time to stop vilifying poor people and just put it into our general plan. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Victoria Becker. Go ahead and unmute Victoria. You'll be followed by Suzanne Moore and then Deborah Etienne.
Hi, my name is Victoria Becker. I'm speaking from Pacifica Social Justice. I speak in support of this appeal. We've just heard the city has a whole raft of problems discussed tonight that need to be addressed. Mudslides, fires, storm drains, sewage problems. It's unconscionable and hard to understand why the general plan is still including the unneeded extraneous on-ramp at Milagro Drive. It has been included in the plan as part of the Manor overcrossing, even after much community input asking that it be separated out. The impacted community has spoken vociferously against the on-ramp. It would be the third on-ramp, northbound on-ramp within a mile. It would needlessly disrupt a residential neighborhood, both with the building and in the increased traffic for no good reasons. Good suggestions have been put forward by the community about one example is a roundabout at Paloma Street. It's all fallen on deaf ears. So council should not approve the general plan so council should not approve this plan. It should, because with the Milagro on-ramp on it, and for all the safety reasons that have been raised in the appeal, it's an inadequate, and it also has not included any adequate planning for low-income housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Suzanne Moore, followed by Deborah Etienne, and then Leo Leon. Suzanne Moore, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, council and staff and community. Community safety is a task of every Pacifica resident. Safety concerns us all and is of paramount importance to a community's well-being and existence. We need to look no further than the tragedy of Paradise, California to do all we can to prevent this from happening in Pacifica. We need to look no further than the tragedies of Pacifica children lost in a landslide to do all we can to prevent this from recurring. I'm grateful to the appellants for taking their time as Pacifica residents to alert us to ways to improve our general plan. By providing updated maps that demonstrate fire and landslide risks, our general plan is a better resource for us all. The information from the appellants is compelling, and although city staff feel they have met necessary requirements, our general plan should be the best it can be now to provide community safety. If city staff input and update fire and landslide maps currently available, we could potentially save lives. I support the appellants and the requests that the safety section of our general plan be updated with current maps. Community safety is the task of every Pacifican, and our council and staff can model that duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Next, we'll have Deborah Etienne, followed by Leo Leon, and then Cliff Lawrence. Deborah, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I just want to say that I'm a little disappointed that after all the upgrades and hard work that went into this general plan, that our safety of Pacificans is still not a top priority. I don't understand, like others have said, how that wildfire risk map remains blank except for the South Higgins area. I've got 50 yards from my back property, dead trees that are on city property, and a accumulation of a lot of underbrush, as many back here in back of the valley also have. So why is that blank map so blank? Now, can you imagine that in a certain time, if there were a fire or an earthquake, if we had the church at the corral full, we had Terra Nova School going, we had Cabrillo School happening, and we have the senior center down there at Oddstad and Terra Nova, and then we have all the households back here. How in the heck are you going to get all those people evacuated and out? There's 2 lanes, Fassler and Lindemar Boulevard. So I think we need to rethink about how we're going to handle any kind of emergencies. And we talked earlier about tiering this information, but if that tiering is 3 years, unless I misunderstood, if we have to wait 3 years for 2025 to have those maps updated, that's 3 years of a lot of risk, where a lot of places in California are going up in fire. Even though we have a moist environment and fog, we're still at risk. And I think we've been too complacent with that. I urge you, please, to not ignore the fire maps, the evacuation, and all of our safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Leo Leon, followed by Cliff Lawrence, and then Denise. And then I just wanted to point out, I believe Mr. Bowles wanted to speak, but in moving that account from panelist to attendee, the hand may have gone down. So I'm just watching for that hand to be raised again.
Thank you, Sarah.
And Leo Leon, you can go ahead and unmute.
Okay, it took me a second to find it there. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. I'm also here to support the appeal. I think that it's quite appropriate that the Planning Commission would review the figures used and verify where the best available data is. And I really think we need to focus on that, focus on not finding reasons not to update and correct data, but focus instead on finding and correcting the best available data. I mean, I think that's worth time, and I think it's worth effort. And it's not to place blame. It's just to say, hey, let's just find for sure what is going to help us the most. And I was on the initial selection committee that selected Diet and Batia back in 2008, along with Jim Vreeland and Michael Crabtree, and then city manager. And so, I was really under the impression that we should have had this done a long time ago, and we haven't, but let's just take the time to do it right. And the other thing I want to point out is the Coastal Commission has not been responded to. I mean, they've submitted numerous letters regarding the EIR must be consistent with the certified LCP and the general plan because it has a lot of common elements in it. And if it's not consistent with the LCP, it's not consistent with the Coastal Act. So I think we need to send it back to the Planning Commission to address these issues regarding the Coastal Commission's recommendations that they sent. So that's all the time I have for. Unfortunately, I could speak all night. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Next, I have Cliff Lawrence. Lawrence, followed by Denise, and then Delia McGrath. Cliff Lawrence, you may go ahead and unmute.
Hello, this is Cliff Lawrence again. I was struck by one thing as I listened to this, is that we are given technical reasons why we are meeting some kind of requirement, but we're not. We think that's what's really important rather than what is the public interest. And I see that we're setting aside, getting serious about the risks and the safety here. What's really important to this community: landslides, fire. You've got slopes that's going to accelerate runoff and storm drainage. You haven't dealt with the Coastal Commission approval on your local coastal plan. Just as a starter. So if we're so interested in technical details and technical adequacies, why are you even considering this when it's my understanding, the Planning Commission has not even seen or approved its revisions given to acceded to them verbally, but they have never had the opportunity to see it and say, yes, that's what we wanted. So how can City Council now be taking action on that? And my last plea is, please let's deal with the safety issue. We have a responsibility here. Thank you.
Next, I have Denise, followed by Delia McGrath, and then Carolyn Jaramillo. Denise, you may go ahead and unmute, and please state your full name for the record.
Hello, my name is Denise Leonardi, and I support the amendment on the draft. I just want to say that I live near the Manor Hill, and the hill has caught on fire in the last 20 years twice. This is a fire event that's already happened, and I'm surprised that the map shows no risk in my area. I'm requesting that you please update the maps in a thoughtful, non-biased study to show the actual fire risk, flood risk, landslide risk, and other hazards that put current residents and future building projects that could hurt new residents at risk. Furthermore, I'm not sure why City Council approved a plan when, according to Director Murdoch, he agreed that the maps were incomplete. Also, I'm very concerned about the traffic that's going to be generated from building and tourism, and I don't see anything reasonably that addresses these issues also. I also want to say I oppose the Milagro on-ramp, and I wish I could address more questions to the city and the planning commissioner, but they didn't even feel that we should have any meetings or town hall meetings to explain the general plan to the public. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Delia McGrath, followed by Carolyn Jaramillo, and then Paul Turbiton. Delia McGrath, you may go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, Mayor Beer, council, staff, and listening audience. My name is Delia McGrath, and I lived here in Valleymar, excuse me, in 1982, when those 3 children lost their lives due to a landslide. If any of the rest of you was here, I still can go into deep mourning, hearing their cries when nobody could get to them. Their home was filled with mud. And I want to bring that to your attention because I heard the planning, the staff speak about, well, you know, this evacuation plan, AB 747, we can kind of do that in 5 years. That's not good enough. That is so terrible. That is so pitiful. And I can't speak to all the other reasons that many speakers who came before me have articulated as well as they can. But I really want to bring to your attention that we have lost lives because we didn't have proper planning. We didn't have proper maps. I live in Valleymar in the back of the valley, and I've often thought and talked to my neighbors, what if there was a tragedy in our neighborhood? I mean, it's just an impossibility that we would find safety with all the people living here and no evacuation plan. So I support the appellants in this, and I'm really grateful that they brought this appeal. I hope that the city council will honor the appeal and send it back to get the right proper information in the updated plan. Thank you.
Delia.
Next, I have Carolyn Jaramillo, followed by Paul Trevitin, and then Aaron Macias. Oh. Carolyn Jaramillo, you can go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, council and staff and community. I am glad to have this opportunity to speak now. And I really want to thank Mark Hubble and Christine Bowles for taking the time and all of the efforts to find all of this research. It has indeed created a great deal of anxiousness. I think one speaker spoke to that. And I sincerely hope that this anxiousness that I think many of us are feeling now, realizing that we are at risk with not having these maps for updated maps regarding landslides and fire hazards. I hope that this anxiousness will turn into political will, where the city council will listen and respect the wishes that are being expressed here tonight and honor this appeal. I also want to add my name to the list of folks that are saying that we do not need or want that Milagro on-ramp. I have read somewhere, I think that ramp was going to cost $70,000. And I suggest that be your first donation to a dedicated housing fund. We certainly need to put our efforts into creating low income housing and also tenant protections. And I wish that we would feel some political will and anxiousness to do those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Next, I have Paul Trevitin, followed by Aaron Macias, and then Cindy Abbott. Paul, you may go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, City Council and staff. Also, good evening and thank you to Christine and Mark. My name is Paul Curberton and I live in Lindemar. I appreciate the work you have all done in crafting the new and long overdue general plan, but I do have my concerns about it. I'm concerned about the risk of fire in my neighborhood, especially after what we've seen in nearby communities the last few fire seasons. I request that our new general plan reflects our increased fire hazard zones as well as landslide zones instead of the blank maps that are present in the document now. We all know Pacifica's tragic history with landslides, and we have the opportunity to protect folks from them happening again. So please send the safety element back to planning so that it can be properly revisited and fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Next, I have Aaron Macias, followed by Cindy Abbott, and then Sarah Woodhull. Aaron Macias, you may unmute.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and neighbors. My name is Aaron Macias of Lindemar. First, I would like to echo the concerns about the landslide maps. Anyone who has lived here when that tragedy struck all those years ago, they will get very emotional about that highly traumatic event. Landslides are definitely a risk in Pacifica. On August 25th of 2020, meteorologist Alex Hoon noticed an area of ice plant that was burning during the CZU fire. This is a coastal fire in a climate like ours. This rare event made those in fire suppression reevaluate risks formerly not considered as ever having merit. A few years ago, Lindemar residents had a fire in the eucalyptus grove, which was directly behind my house from a firework that was discharged from a cul-de-sac on the 4th of July. The marine layer was thick. In fact, it appeared to be raining, and it was not a drought year. The closest hydrant from the upwind attack point proved to be too far from the fire. The fire crews hiked through Poison Oak, but had to attack it from a different point in Lindemar to extinguish it. We really do have to rethink fire risk. We also need these maps in our plan and need to have a comprehensive evacuation plan for the city of Pacifica. These fire maps are critical to protecting life, property, and our environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Erin.
Next, I have Cindy Abbott, followed by Sarah Woodhull, and then Cassie Leonardi.
Sarah, you're breaking up. So it's Cindy Abbott first, you said?
Cindy Abbott is up now. Go ahead and unmute Cindy.
Good evening, council members and staff. This is Cindy Abbott. I'd like to thank the community members who filed this appeal in the best interest of the city of Pacifica. They recognize that a responsible general plan needs to consider and incorporate both the best available historic and current data and changing environmental circumstances. And I think you do too. Last summer, I spent time zooming in and providing written comments about the multi-jurisdictional local hazard plan. I shared a concern that the plan was not forward-thinking enough in terms of hazards. The impacts of the climate crisis were understated, though we've been witnessing the increasing momentum right before our eyes. Along the typically foggy, lush coast, we've seen wildfires explode. You may say this isn't a concern for Pacifica. Well, I work for a local nonprofit based in Lindemar, not by the hills or valleys, but on Lindemar Boulevard. This year, our legacy property coverage was not renewed due to fire risk in the 94044 zip code. And yet, the fire maps in the draft general plan indicate that there's no reason for concern within the city boundaries. The mapping of hazards is critical for a sound general plan. Informed land use decisions can only be made with accurate historic data and future focus that accounts for the climate crisis. Please uphold this appeal, have the safety section pulled from consideration until the data is thoroughly reviewed and updated. And I'd like to add that in your discussions of hazards, that procedural changes be implemented to ensure that this is more than a paper exercise. In the multi-jurisdictional local hazard mitigation plan, city staff on table 14-4 indicated that our city doesn't have the ability to track development permits by hazard area. I believe this must change with development permits documented and vetted by hazard area. That's the only way that this updated general plan will actually provide safeguards to ensure the well-being of current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay, next I have Sarah Woodhull, followed by Cassie Leonardi, and then Peter Loeb. Sarah Woodhull, go ahead and unmute.
Hi there. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sarah Woodhull, and I live on Fassler Avenue. When we bought the house a year ago, the previous owner pointed out the charred stump of a tree that was burned during the previous fire in the canyon behind Fassler Avenue. So I am concerned about fire. I'm also concerned about landslide and evacuation plans, especially since Fassler is likely to be a big part of that evacuation plan. And we already have a hard time getting out of our driveway at certain hours of the day. So I agree with the appellants and the appeal, and please uphold the appeal and send the plan back to the Planning Commission for their updates. I understand that the staff has been doing a lot of hard work to get it to the point that it is now, but I think it needs a little bit more work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Next I have Cassie Leonardi, followed by Peter Loeb, and then Christine Bowles, accountant, who I believe Bob Bowles would like to speak. Cassie Leonardi, you can go ahead and unmute.
evening. My name is Cassie Leonardi, and I'm a resident of Park Pacifica. I also support this appeal. First, I would like to address the landslide risk maps. There was a landslide in my neighborhood last winter, and I'm deeply concerned that these inaccurate maps pose a major safety risk to Pacifica residents. Sorry for my dog in the background. I hope you can all hear me. With regards to fire, I don't even know how conscionable it is for the city to adopt a general plan in DAR with a fire map that only shows a small section at the southern end of Pacifica as being high risk. I live in Park Pacifica and I'm terrified about how I would evacuate in the event of a fire. We've seen various cities in Northern California burn to the ground within the last 2 years. Climate change is here and we need to prepare today. And frankly, I think it's ridiculous that we have to beg the city for a safe general plan. Also, for the record, I oppose the Milagro on-ramp being included in the general plan, and I just want to extend my gratitude to Christine and Mark for their presentation today. I think that was super insightful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next, I have Peter Loeb, followed by Christine Bowles' account, I believe Bob Bowles, and then Brooke. Peter, you may go ahead and unmute.
Good evening. I'm Peter Loeb. I'm commenting to support the appeal. What's been pointed out about the maps, the fire map not showing known fire risks in Pacifica, and the landslide map not showing known landslides, that's a problem for a general plan. If the general plan does not show known actual, reality about what we know about landslides and fire risks in Pacifica, then it's not an adequate general plan. It's not acceptable. It shouldn't be approved. It's wrong. I don't know how many ways to say it. I mean, if the general plan, didn't recognize the ocean out there, or that there are hillsides, or if it left off a whole neighborhood, we'd say it's not adequate. It's not done. It needs to be fixed. So all I'm saying is, if the maps don't show known fire risks and known landslides, then it needs to be fixed. It needs to be corrected. It's wrong. It's not an adequate plan if it doesn't show what we know to be reality. So I'm agreeing that it should be sent, at least the safety element should be fixed, so to reflect what we know about reality. And however that gets done, I think that's what should happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peter.
Next, I have Christine Bowles' account. I believe Bob Bowles would like to speak, followed by Brooke, and then Victor Carmichael. Mr. Bowles, you may go ahead and unmute.
It is indeed Bob Bowles again. Hello again. SB 99 says that the general plan shall identify residential developments in any hazard area identified in the safety element that do not have at least 2 emergency evacuation routes. In other words, dead-end streets. While the draft plan's evacuation map properly identifies Pedro Point, most of Alamar, and the inland parts of Rockaway as meeting this requirement, it does not identify many other dead-end streets, particularly in Lindemar and Park Pacifica, which are in hazardous zones, either from fire, landslides, or liquefaction. The map needs to be redrawn and reevaluated by the Planning Commission. Following up on this, I also reviewed the city's evacuation operations plan, last updated in 2019. While I appreciate the detailed maps of the neighborhoods, there's no analysis of the number of properties or number of people that need to use any one road, or any analysis of road capacity. It's not clear that the plan is anything more than wishful thinking. In some cases, some zones, for example, 2 and 3 in Lindemar, both rely on the one same road to move from neighborhood streets to more major streets. Quoting from the document on page 11, responders may have access issues if incidents occur south of the community in the wildland due to limited travel routes and heavy fuel loading in the wildland. Early evacuation would be key to preventing clogging of roadways, which will delay additional responding resources. We may not have time for an early evacuation. Traffic control points have been identified as needed Lindemar and Adobe, but also they'll be needed on many feeder streets. There's other examples in the back of the valley that are even more terrifying. Again, this all needs to be evaluated more thoroughly by staff and then reviewed by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Brooke, followed by Victor Carmichael, and then Vicky. Brooke, you may go ahead and unmute. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Brooke Leonardi, and I am a resident of Park Pacifica. I also support this appeal as there was a landslide last winter in my backyard. The maps need to be redone before this section of the general plan is approved. In addition, the fire risk is extremely high, and the draft maps show nothing but carelessness that the City Council shows for Pacifica residents and its beautiful environment around us. For the record, I'm also opposed to the Milagro on-ramp, and thank you to Christine and Mark for all their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke.
Next, we have Victor Carmichael, followed by Vicky, and then M. Goodale. Victor, you may go ahead and unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, I support the appeal. I wanted to say when the GPU and DEIR was before the Planning Commission for approval, the public was given an extended time to express specific concerns. Many people spoke and many problems with it were raised. In fact, there had to be 2 sessions. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission went ahead and approved it rather than require the Planning Department staff address these concerns, hence the need for this appeal. Many problems were cited, but the shortcomings in the safety element that is what forced this appeal. In our particular locale, due to our geology and proximity to wooded areas, even though this is we have many marine area times, we have wide assortment of safety issues, including earthquakes, landslides, ocean incursion, floods, and fires from these wooded areas. And of course, evacuation routes are an issue. The safety element must deal with all of these properly. As stated in the appeal presentations, this particular general plan has shortcomings with respect to landslide and fire vulnerability. And related to fire vulnerability, of course, is evacuation routes. One problem referred to in the presentations are problems with the maps. Some are not up to date and are missing critical information, as many people referred to, especially the fire zones. That's a particularly egregious. Just on final, I'd like to say inadequate attention to safety issues can result in much heartbreak, guilt, and finally litigation. The general plan needs to contain the most accurate and complete material available, especially in regard to safety issues. Please send this incomplete version of the general plan update back and have the planning perform the requested revisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
Followed by M. Goodale and then Chris.
Can you say the first name again, Sarah? You were cutting out.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Next we have up to speak is Vicky. I just have a first name identified. Vicky, if you can unmute and state your full name for the record, please.
Hi, this is Vicky Sundstrom. Let me pull up my thing here. I support this appeal. As far as the transportation traffic analysis of the general plan and related documents approvals go, staff claims that substantial outreach was done, but where are the traffic issues that came out of the outreach and how are they being addressed? As of January 2011, per state planning laws, authorities must modify the circulation element to plan for a balanced multimodal transportation network that meets the needs of all users, streets, roads, and highways for safe and convenient traffic in a manner that is suitable to the context of the general plan. The state also has specific language requiring evaluation of existing and proposed major thoroughfares, existing and proposed transportation routes, public transportation, identifying funding, circulation elements, correlating with land use, congestion management, transportation demand management, and VMT reductions. Hickey, Manor, Fassler, Crespi, Lindemar, and San Pedro Avenue, Terra Nova, and Palmetto, I probably don't have them all, would all be considered thoroughfares. The plans do not address all existing thoroughfares, and it does not meet the needs of all users in providing a balanced and safe network, also, which again is required by the code. We have traffic and safety problems on Hickey, on Manor, on Crespi, and Balamar, and Palmetto. We have commercial goods, including fuel trucks, speeding through residential neighborhoods. We're speaking specifically about Manor, which we also have video for. The circulation element is not aligned with land use as far as we can see. It has not accounted for the residential growth capacity, It has not accounted for the residential growth specifically or generally. It hasn't accounted for the growth in tourism, the growth of shopping district, nor the lack of public.
Thank you, Vicki. I appreciate you. I'm sorry you're out of time, but thank you.
Next, I have M. Goodale, followed by Chris. M. Goodale, you may go ahead and unmute.
I think I'm on.
Yes,
you are.
Good evening. I also support the appeal, and I am very impressed, as I hope you are, with all the very well-reasoned and well-supported and knowledgeable comments that you have been hearing tonight. For myself, I was horrified to have my house insurance, my fire insurance, canceled 3 years ago. Found another one after going to the state website for insurance, having none of those be willing to take my house, although I'm in a perfectly safe area according to what the city says. The state seems to know differently, or not the state, but the insurance companies. I think it's time for the city to update the fire information to match what our insurers are telling us. The second year, that insurer also canceled my insurance. Again, I hunted and hunted. I don't want to be without fire insurance. Even knowing that the city says that I am perfectly safe where I am, there is no fire risk here. Golly gee, there's a discrepancy here. Let's get it real, folks. We've got lots of good comments to work from. You've got lots and lots of good information to work from. It's really time to have the safety of the citizens in this city reflected correctly. It may not be fun, it may not be nice, it may not be what we want to see, but we need truth. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Margaret.
Raised is Chris. Chris, you may go ahead and unmute, and please state your full name for the record.
Good evening again, staff. I want to sincerely thank Planning Commission. I think we have an excellent Planning Commission now and have done an excellent job on this document. It's not perfect. Again, I've stated previously, you're not going to find a perfect document. As far as the fire evacuation routes, these are almost no-brainers for the vast majority of the populace in Rockaway, in the back of the valley. If you live here, you sure as heck know the way out. Yes, it will be hectic and crazy, as it always is in any type of emergency like that. Fire zones, anywhere you have a tree, if your neighbor has a tree in their yard, you have a tree in your yard, you're in a fire zone. Evacuation routes also, if you live in a structure, you sure is better to know the way to get out of the structure. There aren't a lot of options in a lot of these areas, so those are definitely already done. Landslide areas. If you look anywhere in the entirety of the Bay Area, almost everything that isn't flat is a landslide area. That's, you live in an earthquake zone. You live in areas that get torrential rains, coastal rains. Those are all prone. I don't care where it is. It's prone. If it's a hill, if it's not flat ground, it's prone to a landslide. Those areas are noted. Any of those maps can easily be added, and as staff has stated, they can be and will be added to the general plan. The Malaga on-ramp, I heard so many comments against that again. Again, you're talking about evacuation routes, and gee, we're going to add one if we put that in. Seems like a no-brainer to me. to get, instead of clogging an intersection, especially the Manor overpass. And that has been split. Those studies have been split. That was studied by council a year and a half or better ago. I do remember that, to split those with Caltrans. And so it's not one general project. That on-ramp is definitely needs to go in.
Thank you, Chris. I'm sorry you're out of time.
No worries. Thank you.
Mayor Beer, I've had one more hand go up with a couple more hands go up. Next, I have a call-in user with the last four digits, 7930. The caller with digits 7930. You may go ahead and unmute by pressing *6. And please state your name for the record.
Hi, good evening, Council, and thank you for taking the time. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention who I am. My name is Marge Davis. I live back by Ortega School. I wanted to thank you for taking the time to listen and hopefully understand and learn and consider, most importantly, consider the comments made by the majority of the people here. And I wanted to thank Christine and Mark for taking the time to educate all of us. I really, they put it together in a concise way that was really easy for me to understand. I think it's important to acknowledge that almost every single one of the points that they bring is related directly to public safety. My question is, what's the rush? Why wouldn't we want to take another 30 to 60 days, whatever it might take, to correct known errors and omissions? And I've heard the point of view that at least if we approve this version, it gives us a starting point, and then, oh, we can make changes. Well, what if we saved our 4 updates a year for updates, not for correcting errors and omissions that were identified and voiced as concerns by many, many citizens of Pacifica? One of the most personal things for me is the fire hazard, and I have direct experience with the Valley Fire up in Lake County in 2015. And I don't know why people think that being by the coast means we're safe. The fire professionals with the Valley Fire said they had never seen that kind of behavior, that type of fire behavior. It became the 3rd most destructive fire in California history, and it has been dwarfed every year since. It's now down to number 9 or 10. So please, please uphold the appeal. Mark and Christine, again, thank you so much for your work. And, you know, we can get it right. We can start with a good, clean document. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Marge.
Final hand I have raised is Ellen Haig. Ellen, you may go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm Ellen Haig, and I'm a longtime homeowner in Pacifica. So I moved here in 1974, and in 1982, 3 children lost their lives when the hillside behind 4 homes on Odstad gave way in the torrential rains. It was a very traumatic period in our history in Pacifica, and people that lived here will never forget what happened. So I still get stressed out about thinking about it. So I just want to say that I support the appeal of the Planning Commissioner's approval of the general plan. And I'd like to see more accurate maps and policies and proper zoning for public safety and the fire risk. The maps need to be revised before this section of the general plan is approved. And general plans have real life consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Mayor Beer, I don't see any further hands raised.
Okay, we will close public comment and bring it back for the rebuttal period for the appellant. All right. Christine, I believe you have 1 minute and 55 seconds left for your rebuttal, correct? Just want to make sure.
I do, but I would actually like to hear staff's response first. These were all very moving comments. Are they still trying to defend that we're not going to update these documents?
I think we will go to your rebuttal and then we will bring it back for council deliberation and we can discuss that at that time.
Okay. Well, I just really want to thank
Ms. Bowles, I just want to, do you want the do you want the timer to be shown or your presentation to be shown for rebuttal?
I guess I'd like the timer, but I also don't know if Mark also wants to speak. We're not in the same room, so this is very awkward. Maybe I can pass the time.
Take it away.
Okay, well, feel free to jump in. I don't know how the microphone is going. I am moved by all the people that spoke today. I have, I bought my property here in 2008 and I've seen flooding issues as we've talked about before. These landslides and fire issues in Pacifica are new to me, but obviously we have a history here. We love our environment, we love our mountains, we love our ocean, but climate change has changed Pacifica. We are not the same place we used to be. And, I got involved in all this looking at the Vistamar project and seeing that the planning department didn't really do a full investigation on a hazardous site. And that's what got me digging in and learning the history of the horrible history of 1982. And it wasn't just those kids. There were other homes destroyed and floods and people had to leave their homes for days. I mean, do we remember any of that? And it's not just the maps, it's the policies. I mean, we have all that. We paid the consultant to fully study what happened and to write recommendations and to change how we built. We completely rewrote the safety element. And there's not even a reference to that in there now. So we are losing our history. We are losing our knowledge, and those kids deserve better than that. We can't let this stand the way it is. And it's the same for the fire. I mean, you hear people's insurance canceled. It's a different dangerous place than it was when the previous fire maps were drawn in 2008. And we'll see new data from CAL FIRE, but we can't just have a blank map in there now that lets projects be approved without considering these hazards. The hazards are real, and people's ability to get out is very compromised too. So please send these back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine and Mark. I'll bring it back to council for deliberation. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm aware we have Commissioner Hauser on the line also. Is that correct? I don't see her box yet. And I am going to be asking her questions over the course of the deliberation. I see a hand under attendees from Samantha Hauser.
Mayor Beer and Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, if I can just
please
take a moment for a comment about process. There were a number of very thoughtful comments from the public, many of which we've heard before and have addressed throughout the various general plan hearings. But some of them also are topics that at the first part of the general plan special meeting on June 25th, the council made some recommendations about policy revisions, which we would be showing those revisions later this evening during that adjourned special meeting session. Not all the comments made relate to the basis for appeal for this appeal hearing, but just a question for the council is we could take some time now to cover those suggested revisions or address those different issues that were raised in public comment now, rather than wait to, depending on the outcome of this appeal, rather than waiting to the special adjourned meeting later. So it just occurred to me that there's, revisions that council has suggested that we're prepared to show red line revisions to in that item later that directly address some of the comments that were made. And so I raise that as just a matter of the council discussing process for proceeding at this point. And Acting Planning Director Murdoch may have additional suggestions as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Woodhouse. Madam Mayor, before potentially diving into those more specific points, I did want to touch generally on some of the public comments that were made, as well as some of the points by the appellants. First off, I just want to remind the council that this appeal relates to a recommendation by the Planning Commission. And so ultimately with a recommendation, the City Council has the final decision of what to do in response to that recommendation. There's no right or wrong recommendation from the Planning Commission, and I feel like that's somehow suggested by some of the public commenters. The Planning Commission weighed the information and made its best recommendation at that point in time. And in fact, staff incorporated many of those additional edits that the Planning Commission requested into the information that was presented to the City Council. City Manager Woodhouse alluded to that, and Vice Chair Hauser, as the Planning Commission liaison with respect to the general plan recommendation, can also confirm whether the planning staff's modifications hit the mark as far as what the Planning Commission had intended with that recommendation. Additionally, I do want to point out that there is currently, as one of the commenters pointed out, a plan for evacuation during hazard events in Pacifica, and that is managed by the police department and the fire department. And we can have Acting Police Chief Bill Glasgow or Deputy Fire Chief Sean Kavanaugh speak to what that process looks like. It is not the case, as could be interpreted from some of the comments, that there's not currently any plan for evacuation. The AB 747 analysis that was discussed is a very specific requirement in state law to look at additional details about evacuation routes, but it is not in and of itself a plan for evacuation. And the city already has such a plan based on its existing transportation network and existing resources and ability to coordinate among first responders. Also on the topic of evacuation routes, SB 99, Senate Bill 99, as was mentioned in the public comments, that is a very brief provision in state law. And in effect, it basically says the general plan needs to identify residential developments in any hazard area identified in the safety element that do not have at least 2 emergency evacuation routes. There are no criteria, there are no guidelines for determining how to identify those locations. Staff used some judgment in identifying those locations as mapped in figure 8-8 on packet page 4381. We've mapped those areas using what we think is reasonable judgment. We think the best interpretation of residential developments in SB 99 is neighborhood units effectively. And so we have several neighborhood units, as the council knows, that have only one way in and one way out. And we've mapped those areas on figure 8-8. We didn't think that the best interpretation of residential developments was small cul-de-sacs that might exist within broader neighborhoods. Ultimately, that's a judgment call for the council, but that's the rationale that the staff used in preparing that map. And again, as with all elements, it can evolve over time as the needs of the city might evolve. And so just lastly, to reiterate the point the City Manager Woodhouse made, we have slides with very specific red line edits that we'd prepared for the potential consideration later this evening, but we can jump into those at whatever point suits the council. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, before you go, is it okay if I just say something?
Please do.
So we have heard many people tonight come and express their concerns, right, about the safety element. So I want to just make sure that we are very clear that if we decide to talk about all the things that were brought to us tonight through this appeal process during our deliberations tonight about the general plan, that we will have the time and the patience to go through each one of these things in detail, because I think our community deserves that. And for some reason, I'm feeling all passionate about it, but I think that it's important that we are very clear that we care about each and every one of these comments and that we are going to take the time to address them during our deliberations tonight. And whatever you guys want to say about that, I just needed to get that out because it's really important to me. Mayor Pro Tem, you had raised your hand before.
Absolutely. And before I start asking questions, I think a theme for me tonight is going to boil down to the word continuity. And part and parcel to that is just the continuity of this meeting, which is awkward because it starts with the general plan in a special meeting, and then it ends with the general plan in a special meeting. And in this part, we're constrained by the context of the appeal, but presumably we may very well want to bring up some of the discussion we're having during this part of it and discuss it in that part of it. And given that this could be a final opportunity to discuss this through, I want to make darn sure that if that winds up being the case, we do as thorough and robust a job as we possibly can, as I would hope we've been doing this entire time. But if we need to backtrack and walk over the same road a couple of times to make sure we feel like we've seen what there is to see along that path, that's important to me as well. So welcome, Commissioner Hauser. And I just wanted to jump right into fire safety. I keep hearkening back to this very robust 2-day seminar I attended on fire safety back in, I think it was April. And it was exhaustive and exhausting. And it was way more than my brain could handle. It was way wonky, but I walked away with so much good information. And when they were discussing fire maps, and specifically I clued in because it was a part of the discussion we were having in town, and they very specifically talked about the difference between threat maps and hazard maps. And they very specifically, these are the experts from all over California, very specifically made it a point to state that when it comes to looking at threat maps and hazard maps, the average Joe is not necessarily going to make heads or tails out of it the way the trained professionals trying to keep us safe would. And that when discussing it publicly, it's super important to take a moment, stop, slow down, and really do as robust a job as we can describing the difference between threat maps and hazard maps and how they're used. I see Deputy Kavanaugh has come on, so he can hopefully help walk us through that. But the broader general context of this is fire risk itself. One commenter said specifically, why is the fire map blank? And that was as pure a way of looking at a huge chunk of what's at odds in the community as I could imagine someone stating it. So why is the fire map blank? And the greater question is, do the maps change our EIR policies that ultimately will mitigate hazards? So what's the relationship between the fire maps we have and what that does to how we keep people from burning down at the end of the day? So that was kind of a long list, but perhaps Deputy Kavanaugh can start with teaching us.
Oh, good evening, and thank you very much for that. I really, and I've talked about this past, I think for everybody to kind of clear their mind on this, if everybody would go to the California or CAL FIRE Office of State Fire Marshal severity zone maps, there is pages and pages of descriptions of what the severity zone maps are. The ones that were done and recommended in 2008 are the last maps that were done. And as I've talked about in the past with these maps, it's not saying, the maps aren't saying there's not a fire risk. And I've said this in many of the meetings, and I think this is very important for you as the council and for the public. There is a fire risk throughout the entire state of California. There is a fire risk in Pacifica, absolutely. That is not what the maps are saying. The maps that we have, the severity zone maps for LRA, which is the local responsibility area, which is the city of Pacifica, the state maps, or those maps, the high severity zone maps, they only show high severity zones for LRA. If it's not in a very high severity zone throughout the entire state, It doesn't show that on a maps. It'll show the maps that we're showing, which are correct. If you pull up the San Mateo County as a whole, there's a very small percentage of the county that is in a very high severity zone. There's lots of different elements that are used to determine what that severity zone is. And some of those I've talked about is vegetation, the topography, the weather, the history, the embercast that is done if a fire is to start. Another thing I think it's important for everybody to realize too is the maps, and if you read on the websites that explains this, the maps are used, they evaluate hazard, not a risk. That is the difference between the high severity zone maps. It's evaluating what the hazards are, not the risk, because there's a risk in California for fire. It's a Mediterranean climate. We have fire everywhere in the state of California, but the hazard is different compared from San Mateo County to Shasta County to Riverside County to Calaveras County to the Valley. There's different hazards. And so I think to clarify the maps, and I understand and I appreciate everybody's comment tonight, and I sitting here once again, I'm thinking we've got people probably confused on these maps. And I think Mayor Pro Tem, I think you did a great job explaining that. I was on that same conference call or conference for 2 days. I think you did an outstanding job where it can be really confusing. And I think you did a really good job explaining that. So I do implore everybody to go to that CAL FIRE OAS site and really look at all the data that's on there. It is broken down. There's questions. It's broken down how everything is derived. Now back, CAL FIRE is by law, they have to update these severity zone maps. And so it hasn't been done since 2008. They're working on the SRA portion of it now, which is all state responsibility area. Once that is done, they will work into what is called LRA, which is going to affect us. And they do all the modeling, they put everything out, we get it, and we get to do a recommendation on that. I do not have a time frame when that is going to be done. We're hoping here in the next maybe year. It's going to be, maybe it could be a year and a half, we're not sure. I think if you look at the site, they were talking about the SRA maps trying to be done, last year, but they weren't done. So I appreciate everybody's concerned with the maps. There is a fire risk in Pacifica, absolutely 100%. We're not saying there's not. It just does not fall into the very high severity zones. I'll take any questions if there are.
And my follow-up might be also for Planning Director Murdoch, but the question number one, are there any other maps we should be using? If not, why? And maps notwithstanding, how does the general plan address fire safety outside of these maps, which clearly are not intuitive or user-friendly to the average observer, including myself?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to first show you a map from the Environmental Impact Report so that it's clear to the council and the community that wildfire risk, in fact, has been considered by the city in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and the appropriate level of review based on wildfire threat has been incorporated in this process. This is figure 3.14-1 from the Environmental Impact Report. This is the fire threat map prepared by the state. If you go to the website, the one that you can download is at a statewide scale. It's very difficult to use. They do provide what's called Geographic Information System, or GIS data, that allows you to do a much more finer scale map for a particular locality, which is what we've prepared here for our EIR. This shows areas ranging from low to high fire threat based on those CAL FIRE factors that are evaluated in creating that map. And this map very much informs the creation of those very high fire hazard severity zone maps. Quirk here is that this map, as Deputy Chief Kavanaugh mentioned, is not the same as a fire hazard severity zone map. And so it's somewhat a component of politics, if I can just be frank about that, that very few local jurisdictions in the 2007-2008 timeframe adopted those maps that were recommended by the state. There's a lot of political pushback from property owners and so forth that are concerned that adoption of those maps are going to somehow adversely affect them in terms of their property insurance and other financial impacts. And so few communities adopted those maps, and that's why we're left with the blank space that some of the commenters described on the official state adopted maps. The state proceeded with finalizing their state responsibility area maps, but that left a void in terms of information mapped for those fire hazard severity zones for local responsibility areas in Pacifica. So that's something that we've mentioned in prior meetings, that we absolutely encourage the council to have a very robust community discussion about those new maps recommended by the state when they come out. Is now the time to swallow the pill and say, hey, here's the actual risk that we're confronting as a community, and ensure that those fire hazard severity zone maps are actually formally adopted by the city and therefore formally adopted by the state. We can't have that conversation now because those maps are not out, as Deputy Chief Kavanaugh mentioned, but we have considered fire threat for the EIR, and we've not recommended including that fire threat map in the general plan because of the likelihood for confusion. And so the general plan law requires that we do include the adopted final fire hazard severity zone maps, and that has specific implications for development review and other policy decisions. And so I think there's just a high probability of misuse of the fire threat map as compared to the fire hazard severity zone map. And it's not staff's recommendation at this time to include that until there's a more robust process that can provide a clearer distinction of what that information is and the intended uses for it.
And as a final follow-up, and I feel like for my questions, I want to check in with Planning Commissioner, because, after watching the, 12.5 hours of deliberation, robust deliberation of this diverse group of experts from various perspectives on land development, all of whom live in Pacifica and presumably wish to keep themselves safe, as well as the rest of us. Commissioner Hauser, perhaps you can give me insight as to why Planning Commission felt comfortable making the recommendation of approval, given what you were looking at when it came to fire risk.
Sure, and I appreciate it, Mayor Pro Tem. The city attorney has asked me to clarify that I have been appointed liaison to item 13 tonight, but here I'm speaking more as an individual planning commissioner, so I just wanted to state that for the record. We did review this, and we asked the same question of Chief Kavanaugh and his team, and I understand that question was also asked by this group on the 25th. The thoughtful response and the explanation that was given makes a lot of sense. But the other thing that really bolsters that for me is that figure 8-7, which is the one that has the fire hazards, that is a map, but the policies themselves are not delimited by the map. So if you look at, for example, SI 94, SI 95, SI 90, that whole page that, is both guiding and implementing policies, none of them are delimited or solely in fire hazard zones. They cover the whole city, whether you're in a fire risk area, a fire hazard zone, or an area with no fire hazard. I think that this is something that Pacifica and California as a whole have taken seriously, and I think this general plan has done a good job doing that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. I just want to point the council to packet page 4379, where you can see those policies related to fire. And additionally, as we've explained in the master response for the EIR and in other public hearings on the general plan update, there is additional existing law that's in place to protect the community and the environment from wildfire. There are requirements to analyze wildfire risk under the California Environmental Quality Act for projects that are proposed that would trigger CEQA review. And there are components of the California Building Code that are already on the books that would allow the city in risky locations to ensure that wildfire risk is properly evaluated, and the site design and structural design are intended to mitigate wildfire risk as well. So there's a number of complementary policies, and so the general plan is just one of those in terms of the policies that it would include.
Thank you very much. And given any one of my questions might turn into a rabbit hole, I'll give the microphone over to Councilmember Beckmeyer.
And before you go, Councilmember Beckmeyer, I just want to be clarify what I was saying before, is that we have an opportunity in item number 13 to make changes and have detailed conversations about each one of these things. And just so everyone's clear, that's what I meant. We'll go and take it from there. Go ahead, Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Thank you for that reminder. I did want to ask Deputy Chief Kavanaugh, in regard to the state responsibility area, the SRA maps that are coming first, and then it sounds like following on, hopefully very soon after, the LRA local responsibility area maps. And what I heard you say is that these were last approved in 2008. Can you tell us what happens when the LRAs arrive? The new updated ones, like literally what will happen with your department and how are those treated?
Well, thank you for the question. So once the review is done by the state, they are sent to all the local jurisdictions. So the city of Pacifica, we will receive those recommended maps. I think I'm not sure exactly the number, maybe it was 60 or 120 days for review that we have to either adopt their recommendation that the state has come given, or if we want to make changes to that document for our own area. And so we have the ability to review, to make changes, or accept the document that's been provided after all the modeling has been done after the review.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll ask more if just no one's chomping at the bit. I wanted to put a bookmark on the topic of Milagro on-ramp for later when we hear number 13. It's not in the scope of the appeal that we're hearing right now, but I wanted to let the community know I hear that and I want to discuss it later down the road. So there's this question, and Christian, you alluded to it briefly, but maybe it bears a more robust discussion. Why are we approving maps that the Planning Commission has not seen? And the point was well taken when you said the words that at the end of the day, the Planning Commission made a recommendation to us being the decision makers in this process, and that unlike a development in which they would approve a development and then if there was an issue, it would get appealed to us and then we would make a decision one way or the other, but ultimately they're the initial deciding body. In this case, they're not the deciding body, they're the recommending body. And then at the end of the process, we become the deciding body as a matter of the process.
Correct, Mayor Pro Tem. And I think, to say it in a different way, perhaps, when you receive a project to consider that on appeal, you're being asked to determine, did the Planning Commission do something wrong, right? And does the council need to fix it? When you're here considering a recommendation by the Planning Commission, as I mentioned earlier, there's no wrong recommendation, right? It's the judgment of the Planning Commission. They recommend their best thoughts on the general plan in this instance. And then the council determines, do we agree with that recommendation or that set of recommendations, or do we want to reach a different conclusion? I think specifically to some of the items raised in this appeal, the city council has actually already seen that information. And so it's not a guess as to what the staff has done to address the Planning Commission's recommendation. We've actually prepared the revised maps for the council to see. And we can talk you through those to whatever extent there's interest among the council, so you can understand what changes occurred between Planning Commission and June 25th City Council.
And I seem to recall that we enjoyed the maps that were presented to us at our meeting, and I'll be happy to discuss them further if we feel the need. I believe the appellant brought up the USGS survey maps and whether or not we've updated data from the north. Something got lost as I was listening. I couldn't quite recall if the new data we were presented on the Saturday did update or not. There's, again, continuity, and there's this kind of lapse in continuity between what is being appealed versus what we've already discussed past what is being appealed. So pardon me as I jump back and forth a little bit.
Sure, I'm happy to jump in. I just want to be respectful to Vice Chair Hauser, who's had her hand raised in case she has something.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to add a little bit of nuance to what Director Murdoch said, which is that not only did the Planning Commission make a recommendation, but as a liaison, I was also given the opportunity to review the hundreds of changes that we recommended to ensure that staff had incorporated all of them. And all but I believe 17 were formally incorporated into the document. Those other 17 were presented formally at the meeting on the 25th. And I believe that the council reviewed each one of them in depth following all of the reviews of the elements. So from that standpoint, this has not only been recommended, but it's been recommended, and the requests the Planning Commission made have been incorporated into the document that you reviewed on the 25th, and that's agendized for later tonight.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I did want to follow up on what Acting Director Murdoch just offered in moving off of fire maps for a second, but staying within the realm of what has been brought forward on the appeal by the appellant. And if you could speak to the landslide maps and the status of that, as I'm referencing back to what Mayor Pro Tem was just saying, exactly with regard to the continuity and those changes that were presented to us on the 25th.
Certainly, Councilmember Beckmeyer. So there were really two maps at issue. If you'll give me a moment, I'll find the second one. I have the first one teed up for us to discuss. There was an issue of incomplete information on a map of debris flows. And I will jump into that one first because it may take me a moment to find the other map. Say that, my screen crashed, so I'll have to actually get that one back in just a moment. So there was the issue of the debris flows where, as acknowledged in the 1983 seismic safety and safety element update, the official mapping of those hazards at that time was incomplete and only for the southern half of the city. And unfortunately, that's the information that staff first came across when making its best attempt to respond to some of the public comments on that point. And we provided that information. Through further engagement with the California Geologic Survey, we were actually able to confirm that additional information was available from a different source that had the full city mapped out. And so we worked with the California Geologic Survey to pull that information out and to actually combine it into a complete map of the entire city for those mapped debris flows. And I will show that map in just one more moment. Continuing to have drawing problems with my my map. I'll shift briefly to the other map, which was a map of historic landslides, those that had occurred in the past and that had been mapped by the state. We, again, used information specifically provided to us by the California Geologic Survey. After they reviewed the map that we created based on that information that they gave us, they said, hey, that's not quite right. And so what we did is we went back with them again to confirm actual actual historic landslides. The prior information had also combined groupings of landslide risk. And so this map here, the revised figure 8-X, actually has the correct information provided from the state of historic mapped landslides. We've acknowledged this does not include every landslide that's occurred in Pacifica. And we think really the focus of effort should not be on making Pacifica a landslide mapping agency per se, but using whatever resources we can bring to bear to get that information to the state so that they can include it in their official maps. And the benefits of that, I think, are obvious. First is that we get correct information, right, and more holistic information of that hazard. And then secondly, that information is more broadly available to all users of that geologic hazard information, including licensed professionals that prepare geotechnical hazard assessments. If it's tucked simply in the Pacifica General Plan, they may not know to go find it there. And so I think all roads from staff's perspective lead to engaging with the state to get the information into their official maps. And so that's something that we're prepared to do and to more forcefully support through the staff's actions. But we would prefer not to seek out and attempt to map those landslides on our own.
Christian, does that include sending them information that we have received from our community?
Yes, it does. And so I think, for instance, it could include sending them, the totality of the 1983 Howard Donnelly report and saying, hey, we believe that you've missed some of these map landslides. Was there a reason that you didn't map them, or did the information perhaps not get to you in an appropriate form? And then they can make the decision as relevant experts on whether to update the state maps on with those landslide hazards.
And the one in 2017 that occurred too. So
well, I think we would need to send whatever mapped information we have.
Yeah.
That 2017 landslide occurred in Caltrans right-of-way. And so it's not clear to the staff whether Caltrans officially mapped that or not. But that's an example where we could engage with the state perhaps at Caltrans and say, please send whatever information you have on that to the state, California Geologic Survey, Seismic Hazards Mapping Program, and try to get that information integrated into the official maps.
Okay.
Would a appropriate venue for making this happen be including a policy in the general plan that as these landslides we become aware, we send it to the state to update?
Yes, I think that could be an appropriate avenue, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick. That and or considering some specific ordinance on this particular issue that can give some more specificity than a general plan might be able to as to the particular obligations of different parties, whether they be private parties or public parties or public agencies, and then what their respective obligations are. And the benefit of that is it would have the force of law to require them to do it as well, right, as a mandatory obligation under the ordinance. We may not be able to obligate state agencies, for example, but at least we could clearly obligate the city and any private parties operating in Pacifica under the circumstances or the thresholds identified in that ordinance for mapping and reporting those landslides.
So ordinance might actually be a more thorough way of doing it than writing a new policy in.
I think it likely could be. That would require a much more robust discussion and be a separate undertaking the city needs to resource. But it sounds like there's a lot of community concern and energy to address that hazard with a focused effort. A couple sentences in a policy in the general plan is not going to get us there. It could provide some initial support to prioritize that, but really we're going to need to undertake a focused effort, put an ordinance together perhaps, and have that community conversation and that council decision in that venue.
And if we decide we can do both?
You could conceivably do both, sure.
Okay, cool. Councilmember Vadalos.
Will you explain the difference between debris flows and landslides? Because we heard a huge number, but those could be a trickling of water, which are a tiny debris flow.
Sure. Acknowledging that I'm not a licensed, civil engineer or engineering geologist. Generally speaking, landslides are used to describe more deeply seated, large, mass movements of Earth. Debris flow is a term used where shallower, more channelized flows of Earth and other debris and material are aggregated, typically through heavy saturation from rainfall, and then channelized, very often in sort of the valley of a hillside, and then rushing downhill. The larger they are, the deeper they are, and the farther they're able to run, they can sometimes become what are called debris avalanches, because much like snow avalanches, they achieve a lot of speed and a lot of mass and a lot of destructive force. And so that's why they're such an important hazard to identify and to recognize, and to ensure that appropriate engineering interventions are included in site-specific geotechnical reports for a particular development.
Go ahead. And after the major landslides in 1982, did the city develop programs to alleviate a lot I mean, I know that the city cannot alleviate all landslides and debris flows, but weren't there measures taken to alleviate the risk in a lot of locations after that?
So I think some of that institutional knowledge, unfortunately, given the 40 years that's passed, has been lost. What we understand as the current staff, and perhaps Public Works Director Peterson can speak more about the ongoing activities of her department, but some focused efforts, to my knowledge, were made in the Park Pacifica neighborhood, for example, where drainage improvements and some debris flow containment or mitigation structures were constructed at particular hazardous locations to help minimize those hazards, learning from the experiences of those very traumatic and impactful events of 1982 and 1983. To my knowledge, there was not essentially a citywide infrastructure effort, if you will, but those most impacted areas in the back of the valley did have a number of property-specific interventions identified and constructed. As far as the citywide approach, really what the outcome of that 1982-1983 period was an update to the seismic safety and safety element, as has been mentioned. And citywide policies addressing new development were included in that to ensure that there was a sufficient assessment of site-specific geotechnical hazards and in the immediate surroundings of those sites. And just the last point on that is that I think it's important to recognize that happened in a particular point in time. And what the city did at that point in time, I think, was commendable in 1982 and 1983, and it responded to immediate community needs. But it happened before that particular issue was standardized and systematized at a statewide level. The Seismic Hazards Mapping Act of 1990 was enacted after this experience occurred with the city. And it actually charged the state with undertaking a comprehensive statewide seismic hazard mapping program, including seismic-induced landslides, liquefaction hazards, and other hazards, so that there's a statewide map of those zones. And if you look at figure 8-1 in the general plan update, nearly the entire city is in an identified, seismic and geologic hazard zone, triggering that mandatory site-specific geotechnical investigation for development. And so much has changed since the early 1980s, the 1970s and 1960s, when much of those impacted areas were subdivided and intensively developed. There are now provisions in place to provide that type of analysis. And it's complemented, again, much like the fire hazard issue, by geologic and soils hazard assessment and mitigation required through the CEQA process as well. So large subdivisions of the sort that occurred in Park Pacifica and Lindemar, for example, would require much more focused analysis of those types of geologic hazards, drainage and debris flow, containment walls, and other types of mitigation measures would be components of subdivisions and new developments these days that were not a part of those Park Pacifica subdivisions and developments of years past.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
In continuing that conversation, I think it's telling that we keep hearing about the tragedy of 1982, which was tragic. What I'm not hearing is a similar such tragedy transpiring since then. And it occurs to me that, and again, I'm not a historian, I'm not clear on the history, but it seems like in that moment in time, the city made a concerted effort to do everything we could to make sure that such a tragedy did not happen again. And again, I may be ignorant of a tragedy that's transpired since, but it's been 4 decades, apparently, that our policies so far have been keeping us safe. One thing that was brought up during the appeal was the idea of the landslide potentially forming from outside of the site itself. Trying to remember, because I know I read up about this before. I can't remember if I actually heard during the appeal or while I was getting material elsewhere. But is there any policy in place we currently have to address potential landslide coming? No, I do remember it was during the appeal. It was the Talbot that got mentioned. Either it going onto another property or coming down from another property. Do we have any policy in place right now? If not, should we?
Sure. I think my assessment of the applicable requirements for site-specific geotechnical hazard investigations, it does not clearly charge those design professionals, those engineers, with analyzing conditions beyond the site. Certainly, it's good engineering practice to consider those potential hazards, but strictly speaking, it's ambiguous at best whether they would be obligated to do that in preparation of that type of report. So I think, the appellants are suggesting that the 1983 seismic safety and safety element would do a better job than the current general plan in that regard. And there may be a fair argument to make on that point with respect to the policies that are more generalized in the proposed general plan. But I don't think that including a policy in the safety element is going to achieve the desired outcomes as I understand them from the appellants. And what I mean by that is you can have a good policy basis to support that type of analysis in the general plan, but it's only going to affect projects and activities that require some consideration of the general plan as part of their approval. One example is a project permit for a discretionary permit that might go through the Planning Commission and require that finding to be made for general plan consistency. But that's the minority of projects in Pacifica. And so when I say that I think an ordinance might be the better approach for addressing this issue and mandating that design professionals go beyond the minimum requirements of state law for their geotechnical assessments in Pacifica, what I mean by that is we can apply that, either through a local amendment in the building code when that's updated later this year and or in a standalone ordinance to indicate, assessing hazards, upslope and downslope, for example, that are relevant to not only the structure's design and ensuring the structure is safe, but that it's not going to cause adverse impacts downslope, and it's not going to be impacted adversely from hazards that may be present offsite but upslope. The main caveat I want the council to understand with that type of requirement is that it can require a consideration in whatever fashion that the ordinance, for example, might specify. But there are practical and legal limitations to conducting particular detailed assessments such as soil borings or reconnaissance investigations on another property owner's property without that property owner's consent. And so I think that needs to be understood as a potential limitation of that future process. But at a minimum, it could at least explain that it's the city council's intent that the maximum amount of investigation of those offsite hazards should be taken into account so that we have a more holistic and sort of 360 assessment, if you will, when we're doing those site-specific geotechnical investigations.
If the building element winds up being the smoother way to accomplish it, I would absolutely favor it, though it sounds like we have a second thought on an ordinance coming out of this appeal, and that's appreciated. So presumably we'll have to give direction together, but I would certainly favor that.
And Madam Mayor, if you would just entertain me to try to briefly jump over, my screen seems to be working now to show the debris flow figure that I couldn't bring up on the screen a moment ago.
Okay.
So hopefully it will work this time. And do you see the map with the red coloring and the black dots? Great. So this is the updated figure 8-3B that was the outcome of the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you look back at the version of this figure that was presented to the Planning Commission, it only had information for the southern half of the city. And it was in a slightly different, cleaner form because it used what's called GIS or Geographic Information System data to create it. We scrapped that and went to the paper-based maps that are a little bit grainier, but at least provide the information on a citywide scale. And so this corrects that omission of information for the northern half of Pacifica and utilizes this data from the California Geologic Survey to address those mapped debris flows from prior occurrences.
I think that's what I was getting at earlier about updating data with the north. Is there a United States Geological Survey map that you're aware of that we're not using? And if we're not using it, why not?
So I cannot profess to know all of the mapped geologic information that's out there between the various expert agencies like the U.S. Geologic Survey and the California Geological Survey. What I can say is that staff is open to incorporating whatever geologic information for Pacifica that the council feels is appropriate. It all helps to paint the picture of the level of risk that exists in our community. We're not trying to sidestep that whatsoever. What we're trying to do is strike the right balance of helpful information without being overwhelming with that information. and using information that supports a particular policy or decision. And so this information, I think, helps describe the extent of that geologic risk throughout our community, as does figure 8-1 that I mentioned earlier, with the extensive, seismic induced landslide and liquefaction hazard zone information that reflects a very broad risk exposure for geologic hazards in Pacifica.
I see that Allison Moore has come on. Before she goes, though, as I'm looking at the footnote on packet page 4348, the 8-3B, it says that the source is USGS. So that's exactly what Allison apparently was about to say. So that in the asking, I'm finding my own answer. Just to try and put a final point on it. So we have the maps as we do. Do these maps change EIR policy to mitigate hazards? Where I guess the question is more like, where's the nexus between maps and mitigation of hazards versus policy and mitigation of hazards? Where's the overlap? Where does one end and the other begin? Because at the end of the day, again, the goal is to mitigate hazard, to keep a tragedy from happening as happened in '82, to keep people alive and their houses intact. So if you'd be so kind.
Sure, I think I'll speak to the policy component, and then Ms. Moore can speak to the relationship of this information to the EIR analysis that was prepared for CEQA. What I can tell you is there is a robust list of policies in Chapter 8, which is the safety element of the draft general plan. And generally speaking, it's a bit of an oversimplification, but basically all roads lead to a site-specific geotechnical hazard investigation. And there's more than one way that occurs, but really the key and fundamental way, in my opinion, is as a result of state law, which is reflected in figure 8-1, which is in areas of mandatory investigation, which include those seismic landslide hazard zones and liquefaction hazard zones. Nearly all types of development are going to require a site-specific geotechnical hazard investigation to determine whether engineering principles can mitigate those geologic risks to a suitable level that the site can be developed safely. With that said, I think we've acknowledged perhaps a limitation in the minimum requirements of state law to really look at the site and the structure and the development being proposed, and without an explicit mandate to look beyond the site. Again, it's good engineering practice, and many engineers do that, but there's no requirement currently to do that I'm aware of. And so that's where the city council could intervene and broaden that requirement beyond what the state's minimum requirements are, and get to some of that concern that the appellants have about perceiving that the 1983 element is more protective of public health and safety. I don't think that's the case, because as I mentioned, many projects are not subject to that general plan policy in terms of findings for their approval. And through an ordinance, the city council could actually effectuate that for many more, if not all, of the types of projects that might be a concern for Pacifica.
Given that we're trying to keep ourselves safe, I think ordinance is the way to go. Mary, I see you nodding but I was also going to ask Sam to weigh in, but did you want us to talk first?
No, I agree with that. I also want to remind us of what we're doing here tonight. I know that we're going through everything, and I think it's really important. And I also want to again say that I want to do it during item number 13 as well. So again, carry on, but we are an hour and 15 minutes overtime, which doesn't really matter because this is the most important topic that we're ever going to be able to talk about. So, I mean, that doesn't really matter, but I did want to kind of say to Brian Martinez, I'm sorry you're having to wait so long. We will get to you. I feel better now that I said that to Brian.
Thank you, and thank you, Brian. But it's the nature of the appeal that we're addressing safety is the nature of the appeal specifically, and so that's why I'm trying to do my due diligence. Commissioner Hauser, again, hearkening back to the extraordinary job you all did, being as thorough as I could imagine a commission being, and were I in your shoes, I cannot imagine being as thorough myself. And you're a resident and you have your expertise along with the rest of the commission. Why did you decide to, what did you see when you were looking at the safety element? Why were you comfortable without looking at these maps, sending it to our way?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Mayor Pro Tem. I mean, I think we already talked about a couple of the policies. Excuse me, I'm just getting over a cold. Hang on one second. You know, I'm going to try not to do that more, but you may have to come back to me. But I think, you know, I agree with what Deputy Director Murdoch has said. We did ask, we got a lot of these comments in the first meeting, and we also got a lot of written comments, and we reviewed all of the comments on the EIR as well. And so the first large portion of our deliberation was asking the same questions that the council is asking some of the same questions that the community asked in this appeal. Those were specifically asked. And, you know, I think we took very detailed lists of all of the questions that came before us to make sure that we created a platform and got the answers to the questions. You know, I said from a logistical standpoint, I felt comfortable knowing that council was going to review the maps with the updated information. I've since asked staff, you know, to confirm that the maps are, you know, 100% at a point that doesn't need change, and they've confirmed. And all of the recommendations that the Planning Commission made were included, if not in the red line, then in the presentation that was made to council on June 25th. So based on, you know, the large amount of both general and implementing policies, I can't imagine, besides the ordinance idea that's been coming up, I can't quite imagine what additional policies could be recommended here beyond what's in here.
Thank you. I also, for Christian, had a question about the high density residential on Esplanade. I forget specifically which map that was a part of, but I can look it up. Actually, usually when we do an appeal hearing, we talk about ex parte communications. I did actually talk to Christine Bowles ahead of time, and city attorney. I don't know if that's was necessary to say it beforehand, but
yeah, it was. So that's my fault.
I feel like I should have said that earlier, and I am referencing some of that in my head as I'm going through this. I can look it up if I need to.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Before I jump into your question about land use designations on Esplanade Avenue, I just want to make one final point about the interface of policies, and then also to Councilmember Batterloss's question about actual, you know, physical improvements in response to these hazards. Policy SAI 14, packet page 4352, it's a good example of a policy that's in the safety element that addresses what are known as geologic hazard abatement districts. This is a component of state law that allows cities to actually address these kinds of hazards that cross specific property lines, and it can put mechanisms in place to seek to abate them proactively rather than waiting for some, you know, unfortunate tragedy to occur. And so this is yet another tool that the general plan would support for the council to consider, you know, under appropriate circumstances. And so just wanted to give that example for the council. Mayor Pro Tem, I think you are interested in the land use maps in Chapter 4, the land use element of the general plan. I am quickly trying to scroll to get to the particular figure that shows it, but I do want to clarify, I think in prior statements, perhaps there was a perception or belief that the general plan proposed these properties on Esplanade Avenue at medium density residential. To clarify, they're proposed at high density residential, and that's the same land use designation included in the 1980 land use plan for those areas. As we'll talk about perhaps in more detail in a later hearing this evening, there are reasons not to look to change those land use designations currently. Among them are that we've already indicated that those land use designations in the certification draft local coastal land use plan sent to the Coastal Commission. And so we want to be cautious not to you know, affect that process adversely by changing significant components or policies in that plan at this point in time. Another component is that Any future development there would need to comply with other policies, including policies in the local coastal land use plan and local coastal program that require new development not to require shoreline protection. So it may not be possible to achieve those high density residential densities. And then additionally, the more units that are on the site in terms of theoretical units that could be developed, the more valuable while in private property ownership to potentially support a transfer of development rights. So if you could transfer a high density and then forego all of those future development rights, there's a greater economic incentive for that. But in reality, I think that maybe the most striking component is that the city is in an eminent domain action for 3 of those properties on Esplanade, where the city previously demolished the apartment buildings on those sites. And so the city has identified and confirmed its right to acquire those properties through eminent domain. And once that property ownership change occurs and the city owns the property, no residential development of any type will be undertaken on those properties. So I think there are multiple reasons not to look to change the land use designations at this point. But when that change in property ownership occurs, that might be an appropriate time to undertake a land use designation change.
It was figure 4-3, but I think you just addressed everything that I was concerned about. But you brought up something that was brought up many times by commenters, which was LCP consistency. Is there an inconsistency? Is it something that I should be discussing later on in the evening?
You are welcome to discuss it again, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, we've acknowledged that the potential exists for elements and components of the general plan update to be inconsistent with the 1980 local coastal land use plan, which is currently in effect. As we recognize and many in the community recognize, those documents need to be consistent for the provisions in the general plan to be implemented in the coastal zone. Some land use designation changes, for example, have the potential to be inconsistent with the 1980 local coastal land use plan. There is actually a policy in the general plan that expressly clarifies that where a conflict exists between the general plan and the local coastal land use plan that's certified by the Coastal Commission, that certified local coastal land use plan will prevail. And so it will be a fact-specific and issue-specific analysis for the city staff to have to determine where those conflicts may arise and to clarify when the 1980 LCLUP, for example, will be relied upon. But the alternative, I think, is undesirable, and I think the council had consensus on this point on June 25th. The alternative is to delay any action on the general plan for the entirety of the city and to basically forego that action and to sacrifice that authority for the city council in waiting for the Coastal Commission to certify the local coastal land use plan. And so I think the council was not in favor of delaying a citywide general plan update, specifically recognizing that most of the buildings, people, development, and land area of the city are outside the coastal zone, and that a general plan update is sorely needed from the 1980 general plan, and that it is appropriate to advance the general plan at this point in time and to use that policy to resolve any conflicts until the local coastal land use plan is certified.
Is the best available data in this plan?
I think all reasonable data from authoritative sources is in the plan. We've acknowledged that there may be information that's not contained in official maps from the state, for example, and that good effort should be put into trying to rectify that moving forward. But the information contained in the general plan is adequate, it's accurate, and it is appropriate to support city council adoption of the general plan.
I have 2 more comments and then I'm done. So one is there was a comment about technical reasons versus public interest. I'm going to take a moment and just say something about that myself, unless you have some to add, Mr. Murdoch. And that's, you know, I hear what Planning Commission has been going through. I hear what we're going through. And even as we're addressing this appeal, we're developing potential ordinances on the fly. And I think that while technical reasoning is a basis for checking the boxes, it seems like as we're deliberating, we're doing everything we can to address public interest as we're understanding it at any given moment. So I wanted to say that. The last thing I have on my list is traffic. And one of the commenters, who I think is much more an expert on traffic issues than I am, brought up list of things, and so I'm sure I won't do that list justice, but the three kind of big ones, four big ones, traffic issues that came out of outreach, where is that list? How was it addressed? Complete streets requirements was the way I interpreted the next comment, if I heard it right. And then addressing all thoroughfares, and whether or not the circulation element was aligned with land use. And I can repeat any of those questions. That's
Sure.
what I got.
Thank you. To the point you made a moment ago, I just want to emphasize, one or two things. One is that what's being asked of the city council is hard. No city council since 1980 has undertaken a comprehensive general plan update. And the more time that has gone by, I feel like the harder it is to do it, because we think we need to keep doing more work and more work and more work to make a perfect document. And I think one lesson that's learned from that is that the longer you wait and the more time that goes by, things change and you can never catch up, right? And so we kind of have this never-ending attempt to get a perfect document when the world is constantly changing around us. And so really the relevant point of reference in that respect, in my opinion, is this 2040 general plan that we've prepared for the city council to consider a market improvement over the 1980 general plan? And that's really the fair comparison. Everything else is wondering, can we do more? Can we make it better? Can we continually improve it? And the answer is yes. We've acknowledged a number of areas where, further analysis would be beneficial for the document. And we've committed, with prioritized resources in mind by the city council, to undertake that work where the community interest, warrants it. And ultimately, it's the city council's, one of its core responsibilities to be the body that interprets that community interest and the community need and those priorities. And so what we've outlined for the council in previous meetings is that there is a process already in place each year to report out on what's working well and not working well with implementation of, hopefully, the newly adopted general plan, and to prioritize whatever those issues are as part of the city's goal setting process, so that we're not in this situation ever again where 40 years or more have gone by before we've really made meaningful improvements to the general plan. And so that never gets so far off from the point that it's not serving the community's best interests. It's my professional opinion that the 1980 general plan is no longer serving the community's best interests, and the community will be much better off with the 2040 general plan we've prepared. But ultimately, that decision needs to be made by the city council. So with that, with respect to the public comments on transportation issues, again, it's important to disentangle environmental impact report related transportation issues and general plan related transportation issues. As we mentioned earlier, congestion is not an appropriate basis for significant environmental impacts in the EIR. And that's why there's not a more robust analysis of those types of impacts in the EIR. The general plan does include a variety of intersection and roadway segment analyses for level of service and congestion and potential improvements. Hopefully, Ms. Moore can elaborate more on what those issues are. But briefly, I'll touch on the other 2 points. First is that there's a very sort of minimal requirement in the general plan state law that requires the city to map and identify and to generally describe the major thoroughfares in town, and then to relate those to the land use plan. And so we've done that. All of our land use plans include the major roadways and street network in Pacifica, and that meets the minimum requirements of general plan law. And so it's not clear to me what more needs to be done in that regard to have a legally adequate general plan. With respect to complete streets, there's a policy in there that requires an assessment, in city transportation investment and decision-making to consider multiple modes, not simply automobile as the primary mode of travel. And so I agree that this general plan is not going to solve all of the community's transportation issues, but at the general plan level, right, for the city overall, a very broad, high-level plan, this plan includes policies that says the city must consider in its transportation decisions and investments more than just automobiles. And so we've done that through including much more robust information on bicycle networks and facilities. The Planning Commission had a very robust discussion on that and continues to discuss that as part of the Sharp Park specific plan. The city has undertaken, and the general plan references the recently updated bicycle and pedestrian master plan That has a very robust discussion of non-automobile modes of transportation. And so this is a large leap forward, in my opinion, to address complete streets and multimodal transportation along the lines of what the public commenter mentioned. And so with that, Ms. Moore, would you like to talk more about the transportation analysis, please?
Comment is about how future land uses and trips generated were included in the traffic modeling. And in the traffic counts for the existing conditions, as well as for future conditions, impacts to roadway congestion are included in Chapter 5. And then based on where those where the traffic analysis indicated that there would be more congestion in the general plan, there are specific policy recommendations related to certain intersections, coordination with the county or with Caltrans on improving congestion along Highway 1, for example. So those were taken into account. And then from a VMT perspective, the way that that works is that we use a CCAG model. That's the, let me find the acronym for it, the VTA model. And then the way that that is set up is that it takes improvements by transportation analysis zone, or sorry, build out in transportation analysis zones, and includes that in the context of regional changes as well. So to do both VMT analysis and an estimate of where additional congestion might occur, both those studies were taken into account as part of the preparation of the general plan and the EIR.
And I'm done asking questions of staff, but Commissioner Hauser, do you have any other comments that have occurred to you over the course of everything?
Thank you, Mayor Protem. No, I just, you know, there was a lot of discussion on the circulation element. And, you know, I think one of the things that I appreciated as a commissioner were the implementing policies that required these complete streets and that talked about congestion on Highway 1, congestion on and Hickey and Skyline. So I think all of the like CIG-1 through like 10, all of the CII-1, so on, those really were thoughtful policies, and I'm looking forward to seeing them starting to be implemented in the city.
Thank you very much. So on balance, all of my questions have been asked and answered to my satisfaction. When I was a planning commissioner, I had heard a development on Beach Boulevard, and I had no particular problem with it, except that there was only one evacuation route in a neighborhood which was known to have the seawall in that area, the retaining wall, was inclined to breach. And it occurred to me in a worst case scenario during a winter storm or what have you, if somebody had an emergency, there was the potential, albeit far off potential, for catastrophe to strike and there being a breach of the wall and them not being able to get out. And in that moment in time, it occurred to me, well, there's a perfectly good alley behind the houses that the neighbors aren't letting them use for this development as an evacuation route. And in a worst case scenario, I will not be able to live with myself if something were to happen and I voted yes for this project and somebody died as a result of me approving this project. And it's a much heavier trip. It's a much bigger scale in which it seems like in my current role, to a point, there's nothing I can do to alleviate tragedy when you're talking to 40,000 people. But what I can say is I have done everything I possibly can imagine to evaluate what's been presented to me in this appeal, and not just that, public comment over months, if not years, and do everything I can to bring this document to a place where I feel comfortable voting for at least to deny the appeal. Because heaven knows we get to discuss the document one more time before the evening is through. But this being my nature, where I come from, what my history is, and what I see before me right now, I am comfortable denying the appeal at this time so that we can discuss the general plan later in the evening. Thank you.
I wanted to recognize that two of our appellants have raised their hands. And I think with all the questions that you've asked, Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick, you certainly asked all the ones that were on my list and probably everyone else's as well. I just want to acknowledge that they had raised their hands. They probably wanted to speak again. I think it's really important for the appellants to understand that each and every one of the points that they brought up, I fully intend on digging into in item number 13. And that is why I'm prepared to deny the appeal and move into that conversation so that we can make some changes based on all the things that they have brought to the table. Anyone else would like to comment? Councilmember Beckmeyer, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll just keep my comments really brief. I wanted to acknowledge the concern that the appellants are showing for our community, as well as the concern that all of the individuals who spoke tonight expressed. And while I agree with Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor's position on denying the appeal, I want to make it clear that there's a difference between determining a deficiency due to some shortcoming or not meeting a legal requirement and what the appellants, the council, the citizens, staff may desire to be the case, to incorporate into this plan, to make sure that we're protecting ourselves. Why wouldn't we want to do that? We heard that question multiple times, not just tonight, but over this process. And I really want to make it clear that we're not saying we don't want to make our town safe. We're not saying that it's not important, but it's very difficult and it's slippery. And I've had a hard time really getting my own arms around that nuanced difference between determining if something is legally falling short of the mark and deficient versus as expansive and as inclusive as we may want it to be. And so to the point that the mayor just made about wanting to dig into these things, to the point that Mayor Pro Tem brought forward and Acting Director Murdoch stated about the need possibly for an ordinance around landslides and that kind of thing. There are other solutions to address the issues that are clearly valuable and important to our community than not passing this general plan. So I think there are some more useful tools, much more direct tools that we can explore and that we will explore. And I don't feel like I'm making a lot of sense, but I just really wanted to make that statement about finding the difference between finding something legally deficient or inaccurate in a legal sense versus as expansive and as inclusive as we can possibly make it. Thank you.
Council?
Councilmember Beckmeyer, what you said made sense to me. I move to adopt the attached resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt a general plan update and certify an environmental impact report.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick and a second by Councilmember Vaterlas. I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Again, being very clear that we are going to talk about these again in our next item. Okay. So I know we all need a break. Before we move on, am I frozen or is it just everybody else that's frozen?
I just wanted to state that motion passed unanimously 5-0, just in case there was a cutout in that audio.
There was a little cutout, Mayor Bear, that little glitch, but you're here.
I'm back. All right. We definitely need a break. I'm going to say a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and get to Brian and everything else. All right. We'll be back at 8:50. Special meeting, July 11th. Time is 8:51. And can we have call to order once again?
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Present.
Mayor Beer.
Here. Okay, I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. The city of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten the responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First People and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. We'll now salute the flag, led by Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sarah, would you like to update?
Yes, I'll provide details about tonight's meeting format. This meeting is being held by video conference with no physical location open to the public pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953, as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. The public can observe and participate in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. The meeting may also be observed live on local TV channel 26, or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through Zoom. For those members of the public participating via Zoom, use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak on an agenda item or during oral communications when the mayor calls upon that item. For those participating by phone, use *9 to raise your hand to request to speak, and *6 to unmute when it's called upon by your screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if you're dialing in. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and were provided to council members for those that were received by 12 p.m. today. The format of this meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, we have a special presentation, a proclamation for Brian Martinez and his retirement. Brian, I don't even know if you're here. I hope you're here. We do appreciate you so very much. And I will read the proclamation from the City of Pacifica in recognition of Brian Martinez's retirement 2022. Congratulations and best wishes. Whereas Brian is retiring from a distinguished public service career with the Pacifica Public Works Department, serving most recently as Collection System Manager with the Wastewater Division. And whereas Brian has served 30 years with the Public Works Department, beginning with his appointment to Maintenance Worker 1 in the street section in December 1992, promoted to Municipal Equipment Operator for Wastewater in 1997, and quickly moving up the ranks to become the Wastewater Collection System Manager in July of 2007, and was an integral part of helping the relocation of the old wastewater treatment plant on Beach Boulevard to the new site at Calera Creek. And whereas Brian has helped to manage Pacifica's large storm events during his time with the city, including the large El Nino storms and 100-year storms event in October of 2021, managing the pump stations and helping to prevent significant flooding of the lower Lindemar area. And whereas Brian worked with the state of California to mitigate violations related to sanitary sewer overflows in the city in 2011 and developed a sewer system management plan to mitigate the violations and implemented the plan, significantly reducing SSOs in the city. And whereas Brian managed the collection system that won the best in state from the California Water Environmental Association in 2020, and Brian developed and wrote the lateral grant program and had it approved as part of the environment compliance program with the state that encouraged residents to fix broken sewer laterals, thereby preventing SSOs. And whereas Brian wrote the sanitary sewer standards specifications for all new construction in the city, developed the standards for construction inspection of wastewater infrastructure, developed preventative maintenance programs, and developed the source control program for the wastewater division. And whereas Brian managed successful capital improvement projects and reviewed and managed the development process related to wastewater for the past 25 years. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Pacifica, and on behalf of all of its citizens, hereby extends our grateful thanks and appreciation to Brian Martinez for 30 years of dedicated and distinguished service to the City of Pacifica and wishes him all the best in his future endeavors. Done this 11th day of July, 2022. Oh, and Lisa Peterson has her hand up. Director Peterson, please, by all means.
Thank you so much for that, Mayor Beer. I don't see Brian here right now, but I did want to say, as the Director of Public Works, how fortunate we feel to have had Brian for 30 years working for Public Works. From the proclamation, you heard all of the amazing contributions he has made to the Public Works Department, to the city. We are extremely grateful for all that he's done for the city. And of course, we just wish him the best on the retirement. And again, thank you so much for the proclamation.
Thank you, Lisa. Council members, would you like to say something to Brian? Even though Brian is not with us, and that's okay. Councilmember O'Neill.
I just wanted to say thank you to Brian. I've known him since I've been on council. I think maybe even beforehand. He's always been dedicated. He's always been honest. He's been forthright. And he called a spade a spade. And I just think that the city's will be having a loss of institutional knowledge because he's moving on. But I know he's going to retirement. He's going to ride a motorcycle cross country, and he's going to enjoy himself. So thank you, Brian, for your years of service. And sorry I couldn't make your retirement party.
Councilmember Valdez.
I've known Brian for 20 something years too, and I actually was going to say the same thing Mike said. He always told it like it was. And that's really important, to just say your truth and get it out there and let it be known. And I appreciated that always. And I will miss you. Thank you.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I appreciate Brian so much because he taught me what I needed to know when I knew nothing about wastewater. And this was long before I ever wanted to run for council or have been a council member. So he's been nothing but helpful and polite and respectful and responsive. And this is, what he's a model. It's what we all want to be. It's what I try to do, but don't always make it. I will say, Mike, you missed some great speeches at the retirement, and one that I can't even paraphrase well enough to say, but I loved the reference to the Mount Rushmore of wastewater and how the gentleman was saying how he has to bump off one of his people from the Mount Rushmore of wastewater in order to put Brian on there. I just thought it was brilliant.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem.
I didn't really know Brian until I asked for a tour of our storm drain system. And we were talking earlier about how, a lot of people don't know the difference between wastewater and stormwater, and I was one of those people. And then it became very obvious to me I needed to catch up in a hurry. And Brian was the one giving me a tour of the pump stations down on Lindemar and along Highway 1. And as I was discussing with him and as he was giving me this tour and teaching me how our system works, he was also referencing his decades of knowledge from having lived on Anza and knowing exactly what living through that flooding is like. And it wasn't just that we're losing this extraordinary institutional knowledge of over 30 years, but institutional knowledge coupled with being a true Pacifican through and through, having been raised here and seeing it and then acting upon his job from the perspective of someone who wants to do it right, because at the end of the day, it is his true home. So he will be missed.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brian. What I remember about Brian growing up was that he was like the really cool guy that I was too shy to talk to. And so just watching him and his whole career has been really amazing. And reading the resolution and the proclamation, it just shows like he was the man of wastewater. Like he did so much work for our city. So I understand if you didn't stay with us tonight, but we will miss you so much and we really appreciate you. And I see that there are some hands up. So how about we go to public comment?
Mayor Beer, the first person I have a hand up is Remy Tan. Remy, you may go ahead and unmute yourself. Remy Tan?
Just to be clear, this is public comment for Brian Martinez.
Remy Tan, are you able to unmute? Mayor Beer, I'm going to move on to the next hand raised, Chris, and we'll come back to Remy Tan.
Okay, thanks, Sarah.
Next hand raised I have is Chris. Chris, you may unmute.
Good evening again. I just wanted to, I don't know what I could add that hasn't been said. I first met Mr. Martinez in, I believe, 2013 when we had issues in Lindemar flooding. And yeah, to say he's not a stand-up guy would be an understatement. Completely admitted fault with the city. Picked me out right away. I had just started in the public works business when I first met him. So yeah, he's a big guy, and he's a big guy, big shoes to fill to keep up with what he's done with the plant and all that good stuff. And I think it obviously every one of you have said pretty much exactly the same thing. So that's the real deal right there. So Brian, good luck in your retirement. I'm jealous, but keep on, and hopefully they'll bug you again for coming back and helping out when need be. Thank you, Brian, for all your years.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you.
Okay, next I will come back to Remy Tan, whose hand is raised. Remy, can you go ahead and unmute yourself?
I do think he had his hand raised during the appeal process too, so perhaps.
Sounds like he may not be at his computer, having trouble unmuting.
Okay. All right, well, I think we'll go ahead and close public comment for Brian Martinez. And Remy, if you want to send something in to him, you can absolutely send it to us and we will make sure to get it to him. So thank you, Brian. Thank you so much. All right, we're moving on now to the consent calendar. Are there any items that any council members would like to pull from the consent calendar? Mayor Pro.
I don't know if I need to pull the minutes in order to make a couple mild adjustments, City Attorney.
You do not.
Okay, so.
No, you do not.
Okay, so on the other side of public comment, I just want to make a couple minor adjustments.
Okay, then we can open up public comment for the consent calendar. Please limit it to 1 minute. 1 minute public comment on the consent calendar, please.
Mayor Beer, I'm just adjusting the timer. Okay, for public comment on the consent calendar items, the first hand raised I have is Brenda Maxwell. And then looks like Remy Tan's hand is still raised, so we'll go to him after Brenda Maxwell. Brenda, you may go ahead and unmute, begin your comment on the consent calendar.
Actually, I'm sorry, I raised my hand prior to realizing it was for the consent calendar. I'm waiting for public comments.
We will get you for sure, Brenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think maybe William Bradford is the same, but oh, yep, his hand's down.
Okay, let's see, Remy Tan.
His hand is down, Sarah.
Okay.
Robert
and
Hutchinson.
Next we have Robert Hutchinson. Robert Hutchinson, you may go ahead and unmute.
Yes, hi. Robert Hutchinson. Hello, City Council and members and everyone. I couldn't download the actual agenda and I was having trouble for 4 days. So I'm not sure, is item number 6 on the consent calendar or not? Do you know?
Yes, item number 6 is on the
Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. Why are we doing virtual meetings? I don't understand. But mainly, The state law that you quote, the 361, I think it is, and also the 5,000, whatever it is, they say that the county or the state must recommend social distancing in order for you guys to do teleconferencing. And they are not nothing on the county website about social distancing. Now, Sarah Coffey sent me a link to the CDC. I'm sorry, that's federal government. That's not state or county. So as far as I see, you're not allowed to do this. I don't know, but I don't know everything. So maybe I'm wrong on it. But really, why are you doing it? No other city that I know of is really doing it now. I know we're having high levels of COVID right now, but we can safely have these meetings. I mean, if you're so concerned about safety, COVID and safety, why don't you do something about the website? Because there's really rudimentary information about staying safe from COVID. Look at San Bruno's website and you'll be shocked. I mean, it's like professional looking, which is what ours should be too. But there's like no recommendations, no safety, no updates, no recent news, no nothing. Just links to other websites on our website. So if you really care, which I don't know if that's the reason why you're doing this teleconferencing or not, I don't think so. But I think it's easier for you guys to pass things. Sorry to be cynical, but that's how I feel. I think my time's up, huh?
Thank you.
Thanks. You're welcome. Thank you.
And next, I have a hand raised by Christine Bowles. Christine Bowles, you may go ahead and unmute.
Okay, I think I did that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to speak on that item too. I've started knocking on doors and talking to a lot of people who don't have computers and ways to find out about meetings and ways to participate. And some suggestions were made. I understand that you need to not be meeting in person and we need to limit exposure, and I don't have any problem with that at all. But people are asking for other ways that they can be involved, and I'm just wondering if we can think creatively about opening up some large rooms or something with a screen. Again, between people not having Zoom and people not having the right cable to watch, it would be nice to provide something for people who aren't so technically savvy. Thank you. Oops.
Mayor Beer, that looks like the last hand that I had raised.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment and bring it to council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think we'll be discussing prolonging going back to in-person later, so I'll save comments about noticing and phone for that. But specifically, just anecdotally, council members have had it at this point within the last month. Staff has been having it lately within the last month. And it was actually a request initially by a community member, especially while we're going into the general plan process where we were inclined to have more people in a room together than normal, that for safety reasons would be a good idea. Given the spikes lately, I do think it's a good idea that we've been doing it. But City Attorney, would you just give some perspective on the requirements for triggering AB 361? And then, like I said, I have just 2 very brief minutes corrections to make.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. There are orders from the state that allow teleconferenced and Zoom meetings that due to the COVID pandemic. And we are following all of those guidelines. With regard to the reference to the CDC guidelines, those are actually the guidelines that the state has mandated that we follow. So that is where the social distancing comes from. But the ability for the council to go into Zoom meetings, once again, is based on AB 361, which is cited in the resolution.
Thank you very much. So at the bottom of packet page 27, I was just reviewing my own comments. the bottom of packet page 27, it's the second line from the bottom. What it says is Mayor Pro Tem appreciate having an abscess. I think what I said in that moment was having not asked in advance. So I appreciate having not asked in advance. Is that my old minor correction? And then the other one was, it's on packet page 54, 7 paragraphs down, the very last line. In general, they would pay for getting real fireworks or not. I think what I said was, in general, if they would vote for getting rid of fireworks or not, I believe was what I said. So just 2 mild corrections. If we could pass the consent with those 2 minor corrections to minutes, that's my motion.
1 second.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
With the motion by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick with item number 2 as amended and seconded by Councilmember Vaterlas, I'll start the roll call vote. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And consent calendar with number 2 as amended by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're going to move into oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any persons wishing to address council shall be recognized by the mayor. And again, it's for items that are not on the agenda. Please be kind to us and to one another. And I'd like to limit oral communications tonight to 2 minutes, if council agrees. Okay, let us begin. And I know there's a lot of folks from Fairway who wanted to speak. This would be the time. So raise your hands.
Okay, Mayor Beer for oral communications. We'll start with comments from William Bradford, followed by Remy Tan. William Bradford, you can go ahead and unmute. William Bradford, go ahead and unmute. Begin your comment.
There you go.
Hello, William Bradford, East Fairway, City Council and staff. We believe you have violated the Brown Act in finalizing the list of neighborhood streets to include in the 2 miles of city streets that will allow oversized vehicle dwellers to park and live for up to 72 hours before having to move, possibly as little as 5 feet. This action was taken in closed council meetings, and it did not pertain to legal or personnel issues. The lawsuit settlement that you agreed to was closed on April the 11th, 2022, giving you 30 days to finalize the list of streets making up the 2 miles. The settlement did not dictate what streets to include, and therefore the action is and was discretionary. We believe you violated the California Environmental Quality Act by not ordering an environmental impact report. As stated above, this project is a discretionary act, and there has many more impacts than just traffic safety, including but not limited to the safety of high school students and Little League baseball players, along with the fact that you are adding housing to residential neighborhoods. As an EIR will identify, discuss, and mitigate all impacts caused by this project, the EIR will inform you as it is intended to, so that you can make better decisions. Therefore, we're calling for you to void all decisions made illegally in closed session. The project should then be addressed in an open council meeting so all citizens can comment and be informed of your actions.
Thank you, William.
PIR should be ordered and used to inform all stakeholders before finalizing street lease
William,
this 2 mile thing. This is signed by 63 people.
Thank you, William.
Deliver it to the city clerk tomorrow.
Thank you, William. Thank you so much.
Next, I have Remy Tan, followed by Aaron Macias. Remy Tan, you may go ahead and unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, this is Remy Tan, Pacific Manor. I'm concerned about the ongoing issue with fireworks in this town. 4th of July, like many 4th of July since I've lived here for the past 25 years, has been basically a war zone. And it continues after 4th of July. We were down at Rockaway Beach, which is the most, tourist heavy area in town. And somebody was having a wonderful ceremony for, I guess, an engagement. And I guess one of the guests decided it was a smart idea to set off illegal fireworks. I was actually walking towards the beach when those fireworks went off. And had I been, a minute earlier, I probably would have been seriously injured by that set of fireworks. That inconsiderate person gave no notice of any of the people around that they were going to set off fireworks. There were a couple of dogs that took off. One, the owner was trying to find a dog, a little white dog, and that dog ran straight up, into the main street that runs down to Rockaway Beach, and could have been easily killed by the incoming traffic. So, I don't know. I mean, every year we talk about that, and every year nothing gets done. Does it take somebody to get really seriously injured by illegal fireworks for the police to actually take action? I mean, I was absolutely shocked that in one of the most public beaches, somebody, set up fireworks, of the illegal kind. And I think part of it, we just got to get rid of the fireworks stands, which kind of gives the wrong message. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy.
Next, I have Aaron Macias, followed by Robert Hutchinson, and then Brenda Maxwell. Aaron Macias, you may now unmute and begin your comment.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Erin Macias. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Erin.
Great. Okay. Well, to make light of it, my dog agrees with Remy. But aside, I actually wanted to mention, I would like to ask the city to prioritize and agendize short-term rentals again. There has been a rapid turn of houses that have been flipped into short-term rentals. And I think that we need to take this in all seriousness and consider a moratorium on all new short-term rentals permits in the city of Pacifica. I also wanted to comment briefly that I feel like the website's a little bit difficult to navigate because I know there was a study session on this and I can't find it on the website. So it would be really helpful if somehow the tech department could make the website a little easier to find items that we're interested in again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Erin.
Next comment I have is from Robert Hutchinson, followed by Brenda Maxwell, and then Amy Markey. Robert Hutchinson, you may now unmute.
Hello, Robert Hutchinson again, Pacifica, California. What was I going to speak on? Boy, the natives are restless tonight, seems like. There, you guys have them all happy. Nobody's being mean to you guys. We just care about our city and, like Mayor Beckmeyer said, don't be mean to us. We care about our city and we get enthusiastic. And At least that's why I have this lawsuit going against you guys, because I care. I care about you. That's why I'm suing you. But really, the attorney on your side said that my cause of action number one, which was limiting free speech at meetings, was now moot because they recalled that statute, that code, totally. They wiped it out, that had all that language in it. But I see you're still reading at the beginning of consent calendar, or no, I'm sorry, oral communications, that you can't speak on anything that is on the agenda. That's limiting free speech, and that's been said by judges, decided that you can't do that. So there's case law, which is in my complaint about that. You just shouldn't limit anything. Let people speak what they want to. If somebody's a little mean or whatever, you'll get over it. It's not going to be the end of the world. Nobody hates you guys or anything. We love you. We love our city too. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Next, we have Brenda Maxwell, followed by Amy Markey. Brenda Maxwell, you may go ahead and unmute.
All right, thank you, Brenda Maxwell, Fairway Park. I wanted to just express my disappointment with the city manager, the city council, even the Pacifica Resource Center and Planning Commission. Your choice of neighborhoods throughout Pacifica to allow oversized vehicle parking, otherwise known as RVs, leaves one wondering how and why these spots were chosen. You chose sites, not the judge in the ACL lawsuit that was against the city. The 13 long-term spots were placed mainly in residential neighborhoods where very limited or no services are available. It's very obvious city-owned properties were off the table as potential sites. The most logical location would have been at the decommissioned wastewater treatment plant on Palmetto. The library has internet. The Pacifica Resource Center is in close proximity. There's a laundromat, bus route. There's various food outlets, many things that would serve the needs of the RV residents. Also, the Resource Center is overseeing the program, and they have a shower there and food and clothing for the residents that would be living in the park. It's a fenced area, and they could put porta potties there, and all the residents there could then together create a community rather than scattering them around Pacifica, where animosity among the taxpayers is sure to grow. The beach parking lot, Clara Creek, treatment plant site at the quarry could have also been an alternative and a certainly more humane solution than your current choices. As for the many streets chosen for the 72-hour RV parking, again, common sense did not prevail. Random streets all over Pacifica was not a good choice. As civic leaders, your duty is to make sure residents feel safe in their community, and governments that have failed their people in this regard have fallen. With the implementation of your parking program, our neighborhood has already had a few incidences with an RV dweller during the past 2 weeks. Verbal altercations with the taxpayer homeowners going about their business in our neighborhood is not acceptable. Please rethink your decisions. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I did not see the end of that time. Forgive me.
Okay, next I have Amy Markey, followed by Christine Bowles, and then Phil Lindsay. Amy Markey, you may unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, this is actually Ed Markey, and I'm Amy Markey's husband, and I live in East Fairway Park. I want to speak about the oversized vehicle lodging. I've listened to a lot of information tonight, and earlier on, you guys stressed about safety, and I also think that safety is probably the most important thing. And I think that the oversized vehicle lodging, there are some issues about it that make it unsafe. And part of that is not having any kind of vetting or screening for the people that are going to be able to rove around the city. Sex registrants. There's also a narcotics registry. It makes it unsafe for our neighborhood to have people coming and going that aren't vetted in any way. The other thing I want to talk about is waste management. There was some RVs parked adjacent to the third hole at Sharp Park Golf Course in the last couple weeks or so. I think they're back now. I was taking a walk over there last week, and somebody had defecated on the sidewalk, and then threw some napkins out there with feces on it. The vehicles don't have the ability to manage the waste properly, and if they had a centralized location to stay, we might be better off as far as that goes. I also want to talk about the environmental impact report. And
I'm sorry, but your time is up. Thank you so much.
Next commenter we have is Christine Bowles, followed by Phil Lindsay, and then username with first name Sharon. Christine Bowles, you may unmute and begin your comment.
Thank you. This is Christine Bowles again. I wanted to make one comment about the appeal hearing, not about the content. I know that's not allowed, but about the process. And Mark Hubble had sent in a letter earlier. It was just a very weird appeal because we were appealing a city's decision. And so we were given 10 minutes to, speak and rebut. But then the city, who we were appealing the decision of, obviously staff kept talking for quite a long time. And there were quite a few comments that were not complete, that were misleading, and some that were honestly just untrue. And, I know some of this because I have actually done a lot of research in city records and in newspapers and know about the history of our landslides. And so I just want to protest the process because I really felt it was unfair. Secondly, in terms of the don't be mean, and I really hope that you all see us as Bob said, as your partners in trying to make the city better. And I know some people sometimes do come across mean, and probably have myself before. But it works both ways. And one of the things I noticed when some of the people were speaking at the appeal was a particular councilwoman's rolling her eyes. And I'm sorry, but that is very disrespectful to the public. And so I really encourage you to review your own processes and how you deal with the public. And thirdly, fireworks. I again had illegal fireworks shooting all over my house. I had to sit here with my fire extinguisher. I called the police and they said, oh, it's the 4th of July. Of course there's fireworks. And then I heard someone else on Facebook say they saw a police car drove by where 2 homes were shooting off illegals and they waved at them. So something is not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Next, we have Phil Lindsay, followed by Sharon. Phil Lindsay, you may unmute and begin your comment.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Phil Lindsay. I'm a resident of Fairway Park. I've been very concerned about the parking of RVs on Ridgeway Drive. And I know in the past I've talked about environmental impacts, such as human waste, household waste, concern about fires starting. Ridgeway is lined with trees as part of the golf course that are a tinder box waiting to light. But tonight I'm going to talk about something even more serious, and that's the lack of vetting of the people that are staying in these RVs. We have no knowledge of their criminal activity, narcotic activity, sexual activity. We're supposed to put up with these people in our neighborhood, a neighborhood that has a little league baseball field, has numerous families with young children. and we're supposed to expect these people are going to behave themselves. I don't think that's reasonable. I think you need a vetting system that cleans out the criminal activities. And with a 72-hour turnaround, that makes it very difficult to maintain. So I'm against the entire 72-hour program that allows these unvetted RV owners to have residence on Ridgeway Drive. So I hope the city council can take some action. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
And next we have last hand by Sharon. Sharon, you may unmute. Please state your full name for the record to begin your comment. Sharon, you can go ahead and unmute and begin your comment.
Sarah, is there direction?
Okay, there. Okay, I've got it. Do you have it now?
Yes,
Yep.
I hear you.
Okay.
Hello, Sharon.
Hi, I'm Sharon Lindsay. I live on Ridgeway, and I really absolutely feel an EIR, environmental impact report, needs to be done, especially for Ridgeway allowing the parking. As you know, we have the red-legged frog and the San Francisco garter snake in our area. In fact, 8 months ago, I helped one of the San Francisco garter snakes escape out of my yard back into the wilderness. We have at the end of the street a forest and dry grass. We have the golf course forest on the left side. Behind our house, we have all the homes on Ridgeway. We have the 3 playing fields, which have dry grass around them. So fire also is a big danger, and these poor animals need to be protected. And letting people live in their RVs with their generators running and maybe creating sparks is very, very dangerous for the whole neighborhood. And I really would like to see an EIR report done. So I'm requesting that. Okay. And that's for the protection of not only environmental species, but the fire safety for the whole neighborhood. And as mentioned before, the people parking and living on Ridgeway have not been vetted. We have no knowledge of them or how they're going to live, and no control. And it's just not a safe situation for us or the animals. And the impact will definitely be felt on Ridgeway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon.
Mayor Beer, I don't see any more public comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for council communications. And I just really want to say quickly that it's just something out of habit that I say is be kind. That's all. It was not pointing fingers at anyone. All right, council communication, who would like to go first?
I'll go. I was on vacation, so I really have nothing to report.
Fair enough. Councilmember Vavalos.
I went to the Sunset Ridge Unity Day. It was a really great experience. A lot of good people there, and it was totally worthwhile for the community and everyone. I met with the chair of the Fog Fest, so I want to keep telling you that the Fog Fest is going forward. I went to Brian Martinez's retirement party, and most of my meetings are this week. So that's all I have to say today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Beckmeyer?
Yes, I was just checking. Sorry, I was just checking my calendar. I've had a couple meetings with citizens about things like reach codes and concerns for what the city might do in terms of changing our building codes around electrification. I received a phone call from an individual concerned about the seawall. I was going to attend a farewell for the chief, but that had to be postponed due to illness. And I think that's pretty much it for me. I have to say, though, I wasn't all over town. I was only in my part of town, which is the south end in Lindemar. And my observation of 4th of July this time was that it was less intense than it was in the past. And I wanted to thank the community for that. I was kind of praying for that, actually, in terms of just peace. And I know it's unrealistic to expect a silent 4th of July, but I just felt like it was less intense than it has been. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Still war going on with the Ukraine, so my heart and my mind is with them every single day. I also enjoyed that Unity event at Sunset Ridge. It was rather lovely. It was lovely to see elected officials come to Pacifica from all over San Mateo County. The gentlemen of Firehouse 71 showed up to show their support, and that was awesome. I also was looking forward to saying goodbye to the chief. He left some barbecue in the police station for us, but it would have been nice to have said goodbye to him. He's missed. There was a North County Fire Authority meeting. This was actually kind of a big couple of weeks checking in with fire department. I had met with Ron Myers, the chief of the fire department, chief of North Coast County, before the meeting to gain deeper understanding. And then we allocated the costs. The budget essentially was adopted for North Coast County. It's a fairly simple, straightforward meeting. I enjoyed 4th of July in part with John Niblin, and his son cooked wonderful barbecue. And then the biggest thing of note was the PRC board meeting. They've got some office space as they're expanding their personnel. They're getting a second van to allow people to order food and to destigmatize the need to get services. Currently, PRC serves 1 in 7 Pacificans, but they could easily be serving half of all Pacificans. Their back to school program is getting underway, so if you have backpacks you want to donate, they're looking for them. I found out that we are number 3 in the county in terms of homelessness. We're down from number 2, so that's the good news, but our numbers did go up, and we're 3rd behind Redwood City and East Palo Alto, and they passed their budget. We're still toward the end of budget season everywhere. And they raised the term on the term limits for the board members to 6 years. And this year there will be a virtual Palmapalooza. It's the big fundraising activity for PRC every year. We were hoping to go back to in-person this year, but it will be virtual. And Brian's party was awesome. I'm looking forward to being in the Fog Fest parade, and COVID is still a thing, so be as safe as you can get yourself to be. As somebody who has experienced COVID recently, I recommend getting vaccinated. I think it is why I did not get as sick as I might have. Thank you.
Mike, did you have your hand up? No. Okay. Okay. I also want to thank Coast Pride and Pacifica School District for working so closely with us for our Unity event, which was a response to a flag that was burned. An LGBTQ pride flag was burned up at Sunset Ridge. It was a beautiful event. I also want to thank the firefighters. That was so cool when they pulled up in their fire engine. It was really cool. And just everybody who came out to speak. Our collaboration with Coast Pride is so important to the work that we do now and the work that we're going to be doing moving forward. I was informed today that another flag was stolen from Oceana High School. So something's going on out there. And we just need to address it by, being together and showing our strength and love, because it's about love. And I also went to Brian's retirement. I spoke to many citizens in the past couple of weeks. I probably had like 6 or 7 walks and talks with different constituents. And so I've really enjoyed spending time and learning. Most of them were concerned about the general plan. And other than that, it's been a little quiet. And like my colleagues have said, most of my meetings are this week. Of course, after a marathon council meeting, we have all these evening meetings all week long. So great. All right, I will hand it over to City Manager Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Beer and Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just have 2 quick announcements, and Acting Police Chief Bill Glasgow is going to complete the second part of my second announcement. First, I wanted to speak a little bit about we're kicking off the new fiscal year focused on the council's new priorities. And in terms of the upcoming housing element process, we're in the process of designing what the public engagement strategy will look like for the housing element. And as the council remembers, we budgeted an additional $20,000 for this fiscal year budget related to implementing robust public engagement in that process. And Acting Director Murdoch and I will be putting together a strategy to bring to the council at the August 8th City Council meeting, our next regular City Council meeting, to consider the public engagement process for the housing element update, so we can get that rolling. The second item is that over the last month or more, outgoing Police Chief Dan Steidel and I had, and Captains Clements and Glasgow interviewed many applicants actually for the Police Chief's Advisory Panel. And we were able to hone down and select 10 of the participants, 10 panelists. And I wanted to take this opportunity tonight for Acting Chief Glasgow to announce the panelists, just read short versions of their bios. And that will be public information, and their longer bios will be posted on the police department's website. Just as a reminder, the Police Chief's Advisory Panel is a best practice. Not a lot of communities have it, but during our policing work plan after the murder of George Floyd, it was identified as something we wanted to do. We needed to wait until sort of they could meet in person, so we couldn't do it in the middle of COVID. But it is a two-way communication channel to meet with the police chief and command staff and give feedback from the community to them, and to learn about policing in Pacifica and give feedback the other way as well. So that process launched with Chief Steidel. The first meeting was held his last week here, which I guess was the week before last, and losing track of time there. And so without further ado, I'd like Acting Chief Glasgow to come on and announce that membership. Thank you, Bill.
Great, thank you, Kevin. Madam Mayor, fellow council members, Bill Glasgow, currently serving as your Acting Chief of Police. Yeah, we have identified 10 panelists to be part of the new Chiefs Advisory Panel. Our first panelist was Janet Fausta, is a lifelong resident of Pacifica. She lives in the Valleymar neighborhood with her husband and 2 children. Janet is very involved in the community with sports, school activities, and beach cleanup days. With 17 years of working in the medical field at UCSF and an office administrator, she brings a breadth of experience from working in a culture of a rich diversity. Janet likes to challenge herself in her professional life and personal life, and believes she will be able to bring the Chiefs Advisory Panel opinions and experiences that could help make a positive impact concerning community issue. Our second finalist is Michael Frenna, has been a proud member of the Pacifica since 1963. He resides in the Fairway Park area of Pacifica, along with his wife of 31 years and has 2 children. Michael is an area director for UFCW Local 5, a 26,000 member hardworking retail workers union serving Northern California. He firmly believes that his years spent in this industry can provide the necessary optics, personality, and perspective to better serve Pacifica and the Chiefs Advisory Panel. Third panelist is Michael Mao, a longtime Pacifica resident in Lindemar area who has been an active community member for many years. He's worked various on cities commissions, commissioner of the chair of the Pacifica Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission. He served as a neutral member of the Pacifica's Rent Advisory Task Force, was on the Pacifica's Age Friendly Task Force, and is currently commissioner on the San Mateo County Commission on Aging. His intention is to bring neutral, impartial, and common sense viewpoints to this advisory panel. Our fourth panelist is Carlos Ambrozak, is a coastal California native of 23 years in the Bay Area, resident for the Edgemar neighborhood of Pacifica. Carlos has been building large-scale software systems since his teens, leading global teams in aerospace, gaming, streaming, and finance. He has done nonprofit work with the T Trust for Public Land and taught robotics to young adults. His career and life experience bring a community-minded, team-oriented perspective that will serve the Chief of Police panel well. Our fifth panelist is Gary Furlong. Gary Furlong is a 22-year resident of Pacifica who lives in the Pedro Point neighborhood with his husband. He is a retired business planner with a diverse work history and has lived in many different areas of the country, which enables him to bring a valuable perspective to this panel. Our sixth panelist is Armetta Parker. She has been a resident of Pacifica since 2011, is an active consultant and community engagement volunteer. She brings a breadth of experience and perspectives in communications disciplines, including crisis management, public relations, and marketing. She and her family live in the Westview neighborhood of Pacifica at Milagro Ridge, enjoying Pacifica's spectacular natural beauty and coastal village vibe. Our seventh panelist is Holly Smalley. She resides in San Pedro Point area of Pacifica with her family and 3 rescue dogs. She's currently the director of compliance at a local cannabis retail business. She previously spent more than 20 years working to support individuals with developmental disabilities, mental health conditions, and typically developmentally youth struggling with academic and emotional behavior disorders. She's passionate about others, helping others, rescuing animals, and supporting our most vulnerable community members. Our seventh panelist is Sean Hawley, is Pacifica resident who lives in the Westview neighborhood area of Pacifica. Sean is practicing certified safety professional and believes that he can serve the communities of Pacifica by participating as a member on the Police Chiefs Advisory Panel. Christina Iverson is an almost lifelong resident of Pacifica. After leaving for college and other educational and career opportunities, she now lives in Lindemar with her husband and young child. Christina is a social worker, mental health therapist, and educator who's passionate about community engagement and ensuring that all stakeholders have a voice at the table. And our final panelist is Maria Orapoza. She is a 24-year Pacifica resident who lives in the back of the valley. Born and raised in San Francisco, she moved to Pacifica to be closer to the ocean and be surrounded by its mountains. Maria has been retired for almost 7 years from a 31-year career law enforcement and brings her knowledge and experience to serve the Police Chiefs Advisory Panel. And that concludes our panelists.
Thank you so much.
And I don't have any additional communications.
Thank you, Acting Police Chief Bill Glasgow. Appreciate you being here, and it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. It'll be really good for our community.
Yes, it will.
Okay, we're going to move on now to our public hearing, item number 11, to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval with conditions of coastal development permit CDP 437-22 to establish one on-street temporary safe parking program parking space on the west side of Francisco Boulevard, public right-of-way east of 2400 Francisco Boulevard, and approximately 32 feet north of the Clarendon and Francisco Boulevard intersections. Proposed action tonight is to move to continue the item to the regularly scheduled City Council meeting on August 8th, 2022. Therefore, any comments tonight should be on the move to continue. Hello, Bonnie, I see you.
Hi. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Beer and council members. I am Senior Planner Bonnie O'Connor. Staff provided public notice as required by law for a public hearing to consider the subject project at this City Council meeting. However, in an effort to manage the number of business items on City Council's agenda, staff is recommending this item be continued to the Council's next regular meeting on August 8th, 2022. A representative for the North Coast County Water District, who is the appellant for this item, has agreed to the continuance of the hearing to August 8th, 2022. That concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Is anyone present from the North County Water tonight who would like to say anything? I don't see anyone. Is Adrian here?
Mayor Beer, I do have Adrienne Carr here from North Coast County Water District.
Okay. I believe we need to give her a moment to speak, correct, yeah. Kevin?
If she would like to.
If she would like to. Adrienne, would you like to speak?
Yes, I am in attendance. Thank you. I just want to thank, for extending the hearing to August 8th. That was a fine request for us too.
Okay. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here and we look forward to our conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. Council have any questions? No. We'll open up public comment. Please, if there's public comment, only comment on the continuance, and we'll limit the public comments to 1 minute if there are any at all.
I do see a hand raised, and I'm just adjusting the timer to 1 minute. And I have a hand raised by William Bradford. William Bradford, you may go ahead and unmute and begin your comment.
I agree with the postponement. And during the time between now and that meeting, I would like the city council to research the application of that appeal to all 13 spaces, because the issues in the appeal apply to all 13 spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Beer, I don't see any further hands raised.
Okay, we'll close a public comment. Bring it back for council deliberation and a motion.
I move to continue the item to the regularly scheduled City Council meeting on August 8th, 2022.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
And with the motion by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick and seconded by Councilmember Vaterlas, I'll start the roll call vote. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
And Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you so much. We move on to item number 12, which is a consideration item to update on returning to in-person city council meetings. And we have City Manager Woodhouse here.
Thank you, Mayor Beer and council members. I'll be brief in my presentation of this item. At the May 23rd City Council meeting, council discussed the format for our meetings as a reminder, we've been on this roller coaster back and forth, and we returned to in-person meetings for April and May, and COVID got bad again, infections rose. We returned to virtual, and at the May 23rd meeting, Council approved a goal of the beginning of August, the August 8th meeting, of returning to in-person. The number of COVID infections and the health stage in the county that we're at has gone back to red, with many infections occurring. And at this point in time, my recommendation is that we continue the virtual via Zoom meetings until the first meeting in October. So return to in-person in October, unless otherwise determined by the council that that's not going to work because of the infections roller coaster. And as a related item, but not the main health-related driver to this recommendation, the council had also authorized improvements to the council chambers, and we expect to be making progress on that this summer, and potentially having portions of, depending on supply chain issues for new windows and things like that, but having portions of it done in during September. So thus the October return date. Council has alternatives to return earlier than that or return later than that. Some cities are really just holding off return to in-person. Some of them also have hybrid, but are just 100% virtual now, and just holding off to not be going back and forth between in-person and hybrid. That completes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple quick questions, and then I have a comment on the other side of WorldCom. So a commenter spoke earlier that not everyone's as technologically savvy, and that Zoom might be an impediment to some people participating. There's a phone component to Zoom, is there not?
There's a phone component. Yeah, you can telephone in, and we actually had some commenters tonight that had phoned in.
And after that, my concern, dovetailing on that comment, has to do with just how people become aware of how to phone into a Zoom call. So my question is, what sort of noticing do we do so that people are aware that they have the option to phone in, so that people know to phone in because it's Zoom? What sort of noticing do we do?
I mean, other than when we started Zoom and continue, normal social media about that, the agenda packet has all the detailed instructions on how to phone in.
If people were not aware prior that it is a Zoom meeting, how would they find out that it's a Zoom meeting?
Well, it's part of the agenda packet. So I guess, that's the main vehicle, that when a meeting is announced, and City Clerk Coffey could be more specific about this, but it says on the actual agenda cover, virtual via Zoom.
Yes. And I imagine that folks who don't have computers would have this answer for me, but if a person does not have a computer, how do they get a hold of an agenda packet?
There's several ways. This is City Clerk Sarah Coffey jumping in with some more information about the various ways that folks can obtain copies of the agenda and that information. It is available on the city's website. There's a City Council agendas page, as well as the meeting portal. Hard copies of the agenda are posted at the community center at the front glass doors, as well as at the City Council chambers, that has all of the ways that the meeting location, which right now is via Zoom. It has the Zoom link, the dial-in information, and alternative ways to participate in the meeting, which includes viewing on Comcast Local Channel 26 and on the live stream or on the PCTV live stream, which is also available on the city's website under live streams. agenda copies are available at the community center in the Civic Center. We also send out emails to an email distribution list with links to the agenda materials for those that are on the email distribution list. And we have a small list of folks that may receive hard copy agendas in the mail.
And Sarah, don't we also send them to the 2 libraries?
I don't recall that the libraries are on our hard copy agenda list, but we can certainly add the libraries to that list if we need to.
Okay, I knew we used to be. I just had a comment. Are you done, Tiger?
Yes, thank you.
Maybe being there seems to be some concerns on the city's website. Is it possible to put like a big banner on there that says all meetings currently are Zoom or whatever, you know?
Councilmember O'Neill, we currently do have a banner on the homepage that indicates that the meetings are virtual at this time. It links to the City Council agendas webpage, which has more information about how to participate and view the meetings.
As always, you're ahead of me, Sarah. Thanks.
Can you also put it in the Tribune, like really big, so people can see it? So, like, just like an announcement or something? Okay.
For the Tribune, I mean, we can pay for ads in the Tribune. If the Tribune wanted to cover, you know, the results of this item and continuing Zoom, they could do that. We could encourage them to cover that information.
Anybody else have any comments or questions?
Just a comment. It seems to me that we get way better participation. Right now, it's 10 o'clock and we have 25 people. We didn't have 25 people when we had in-person meetings. And I think it provides the opportunity for more people to attend these meetings than did so in person, in my opinion.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager, because I think, yeah, continuing to do it until October is the safest bet for all of us and for our community as well. So I'm happy to do that.
Mayor Beer, we want to do oral public comment.
Oh yeah, but Sue, also Sue Beckmeyer, were you going to say something?
I just wanted to
remember Beckmeyer.
I wanted to agree that I think with the spike in cases that we've been seeing, it's just not the right time to be in public meetings and to be bringing people together. I don't think it is.
All right, let's go to public comment on the item. We could limit the public comment again to 1 minute. Appreciate that.
We have a hand raised by Robert Hutchinson. Robert Hutchinson, you may now unmute and begin your comment.
I bet you all are happy when you hear my name, Reg. You know, grocery workers, retail workers, they're having concerts. I think you guys can have meetings in person. It's not the end of the world. I mean, there are ways to be safe. And again, I don't think it's legal the way that you're doing it. But what was I going to say? No. Yeah. These meetings should be public. Oh, you're cutting out a large segment of the population. I'm in advertising. I have a little ad agency, but I talk to big ad agencies that do $1 million studies on what works. And they all don't put all their money in the internet because most people really can't go past doing crossword puzzles or whatever on the internet or going to their Facebook page. When it comes to something like this, they're lost. Forget it. Even though they might be online every day doesn't mean that they can do this. And that's for young and old people. So, you know, you should really consider it until October. Geez, that's a long time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, do we have any other hands?
Yes, next I have a hand raised by Zoran Carlos. And Zoran Carlos, you may now unmute.
Hey, thank you for unmuting me. I'm a resident of Fairway. In regards to the postponing till October, is there a reason why we're not following the CDC recommended guidelines? As Robert noted, standard businesses are open, schools are open, we can wear masks, people are vaccinated, hopefully. It doesn't make maybe I'm not understanding why we are concerned. I understand there's an increase in cases, but there's also protocols to follow that. So maybe if we just follow what the professionals are saying, either in the CDC or in like the California government mandates, we can do this in person. Open to your guys' thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, like why aren't we fucking doing what the
Easy
professional...
now, easy. Sarah, are there any other?
I don't see any further hands raised at this time.
All right, let's close public comment, bring it back to council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as a grocery worker who regularly attends concerts, who had COVID a month ago, I feel like I can speak to that a little bit. And again, we've had multiple council members now who have contracted COVID, multiple staff members now who have contracted COVID, and entering into what we knew would be a robust general plan updating process where many people presumably would wind up crammed into a comparatively small room compared to that group of people we expected. And based on constituent comment, we decided it would be in everyone's best interest to, during a massive spike, go back to Zoom. Again, as a grocery worker, I've been watching lots of my fellow workers also who have had to miss work. And so that puts a strain on businesses when a number of people who cannot do their job from home can't show up to work because they are not allowed to as per guidelines. And after a concert I last attended, fortunately I'd already had COVID by the time I was at that show, but one of the people I was attending with had tested positive shortly thereafter. So the point though is well taken. I would prefer to be in person. And I'd just like to throw out there for consideration, presumably to be brought back in the future, because I also agree October is probably a better time to go back into in person given the spike that's going on right now. I'd really like to go back and explore the hybrid model again, and just something as simple as seeing how other municipalities dealing with hybrid, how it's going, whether or not it's feasible that we could adopt it ourselves. And the reason specifically being, if we're going to have to consider spikes periodically, relatively soon after one another, it would be good if instead of turning it off like a light switch and going back to Zoom and going back to in-person and having our attendees who would rather be in person too, and as would I, annoyed that we don't have the in-person option, I'd favor having both available so that if there's an issue, we can do what we feel comfortable with and not have to worry about turning it on or off, because it's, again, continuity and consistency is my theme tonight. So for the sake of continuity, I'd like to explore what hybrid might look like for us, what would be required. So I'd like to throw that out there. I think we all nodded our heads, or at least a concurrence of us, that agendas in libraries would be a good idea. Mayor Beer, if you wanted to explore putting an ad in the Tribune, I'd be fine with that. But I don't know how my fellow council people would feel about that. Also, as a grocery worker and somebody who advocates for mask wearing, I go to work every day thinking to myself, well, I'm dealing with the public, sure don't want to get COVID again, but I noticed that when I have a mask on, it's harder to work over the 8-hour period on my feet, and often to the point where I find I'm more easily agitated, presumably because I'm not getting the oxygen to my brain I'd otherwise rather have. And every day I get to have this discussion with myself. Do I want to wear a mask? Do I want to presumably lash out at customers because of, so it's more complicated than that. And there's what we want and there's what's responsible. And that's what we're trying to work our way through right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Badalas.
I just want to say that during this segment, I did look up Daly City, Belmont, and San Bruno, and all of them are holding virtual meetings at this time. And all the county meetings that I am attending are all virtual also. So
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I only just checked a couple of them.
Yeah. Okay. We finished with that item?
Do we need a vote?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to get concurrence from council members about the October 10th. And I know Mayor Pro Tem threw out the hybrid evaluation. What I'll say about that is nothing's really changed for our situation related to that. We are behind the technology curve in our city council chambers and have a very thinly stretched IT and city clerk and other staff situations. So trying to implement that is more difficult for us, not impossible, but we also have questions, technology questions related to PCT. And so, you know, that's the information that informed the council's decision about our phone in for public comment hybrid model when we went back to in-person. Nothing's really changed on that. I would express a workload concern to really try to explore and purchase. I know some of the cities are trying to implement hybrid, but are delayed from supply chain, from the technology unavailability. But certainly in the future, it's something we could explore more, but I would just want to be very diligent about informing the council about what the impacts, workload, staffing, and money impacts would be to pursue that.
I do not have a sense of urgency suggesting that when we go back to in-person in October, it is simultaneous with the implemented hybrid model. But I am suggesting that if we are going to go back to Zoom shortly after going back to in-person in October, which this experience suggests is a distinct possibility, I think that we should start gathering data sooner than later so that we can make an informed decision. And I appreciate the workload is what it is. And so I just wanted to throw that out there for council consideration, merely if we want some information back that more robustly entails how it's working in other places and what it really would take to make it happen here. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill.
I was just going to say, I'm fine with the October meeting. The only concern I have is the fact that with back to school in August and September, you're going to have more people frequenting, exposing, and you know what I mean, seeing each other, that I don't know if even October will be realistic, given, because at this point, this current variant 5A is more virulent than measles and more contagious and easier to get. So I have no problem shooting for October and reevaluating, and also pending what's the shape of the council chambers. I mean, I don't want to sit in a sawhorse and tables like Amazon desks, you know.
I think we have a consensus about October. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Do we need a few minutes before we start this next item, or do we go right through? Does anyone need a 5-minute break? Yes or no? Let's go yes, no. Okay, we're moving on then. Very well. Now, I believe I have to call to order the adjourned special meeting. Is that right, City Attorney?
We need to adjourn the regular meeting.
Okay.
And then you're adjourning the regular meeting and calling to order the special adjourned meeting.
I am adjourning the regular meeting and calling to order the special adjourned meeting, which continues the discussion regarding the adoption of the general plan update from the 6/25 special city council meeting. And again, we have Acting Director Murdoch here. Thank you, Christian.
Mary, I just wanted to make it stated publicly that I did watch the Zoom recording of the 6/25 meeting and have read the materials so I can participate in this event.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill, for doing that. I appreciate it. Okay, Christian.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Acting Planning Director Christian Murdoch. As mentioned earlier, I'm joined this evening by the General Plan Update team, including our consultants from Diet and Batia, which include Allison Moore and Andrew Hill, as well as Chris Docamus from Good City Company. We are going to walk you through some information that memorializes the status of this review process by the City Council, given that we are in this adjourned special meeting and a big chunk of the meeting occurred prior to tonight. And then we also want to provide some information that responds to some of the public comments made up to this point in this public hearing process. So first, I just want to provide the background again. So where we are is that the Planning Commission held public hearings on June 6th and June 11th. Culminating in adoption of a resolution that recommended City Council approval of the general plan update and certification of the environmental impact report, or EIR, with some modifications that the Planning Commission identified to the general plan document. Subsequent to that action by the Planning Commission, there was an appeal filed on June 21st. The City Council decided that appeal earlier this evening on July 11th and denied the appeal and upheld the Planning Commission's recommendation on the general plan update and EIR. And then the City Council conducted a public hearing on June 25th, at which time it received public comment and discussed potential modifications to the general plan and confirmed various recommendations from the Planning Commission and staff recommended changes, and then adjourned the meeting to this evening, which is the meeting we're conducting currently. So Allison Moore from Diet and Batia, who's our general plan as well as our California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA consultant, is going to take us through the next several slides discussing important information about the environmental impact report.
Yes, thank you, Christian. Thank you all. Just a few questions had come up about vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, that we wanted to provide more information about, and my Zoom crashed right at the moment that I was going to say more about it at the last meeting. So just a bit more background information, and in the context of the EIR, which, as we know, is a programmatic EIR and must describe how the project could have an impact on the environment. And the EIR must define mitigations on policies that serve to reduce significant environmental effects. Next slide. So in 2013, the state passed SB 743, which changed the method of traffic analysis required through CEQA. The previous practice of evaluating traffic transportation impacts used road congestion and delay, or level of service, or LOS. SB 743 requires the amount of driving and length of trips as measured by vehicles miles traveled, or VMT, be used to assess transportation impacts on the environment for CEQA review. The Governor's Office of Planning and Research provides the thresholds of significance for residential and employment land use projects and recommends that VMT impacts be assessed on a per capita or per employee basis. The recommended threshold of significance for this environmental impact report is 15% below the existing regional VMT per capita or per employee. So as described in the FEIR appendix, the proposed plan and all alternatives considered resulted in significant and unavoidable impacts, which is also in the transportation chapter of the EIR. And these significant and unavoidable impacts were even after accounting for proposed policies and appropriate mitigations. And this is because VMT in a place like Pacifica is largely driven by the regional distribution of jobs, goods, and services, and the availability of high-frequency transit. So policies and choices that aren't really in Pacifica's control, they're relatively limited. Next slide. So the EIR preparation requires consideration of feasible, appropriate mitigation measures. In the appendix, there is another memo. It's shown here. It's entitled VMT Mitigation and TDM that outlines how policies in the general plan align with SB 743 guidance on VMT reduction strategies that are within the city's control. This memo also describes how the city will comply with the City and County Association of Governments, or CCAG, congestion management program. The feasible mitigations identified in the EIR also require applicants for non-residential projects that employ 20 or more people. And there is a voluntary measure that encourages businesses to implement telecommuting or alternative work schedules. Some commenters have suggested other mitigation measures, such as a VMT impact fee, a mitigation exchange, or a mitigation bank. These types of mitigation measures are more appropriately administered by an agency like CCAG, especially for exchanges and banks. And in fact, CCAG has recently received a Caltrans Sustainable Communities Planning Grant to develop tools for a CEQA-compliant VMT GHG model mitigation program. Next slide. So even after all feasible mitigation, all of the policies that are under Pacifica's jurisdiction and control, impacts related to VMT remain significant and unavoidable, largely because, as I mentioned, VMT in Pacifica is largely driven by larger regional patterns like distribution of jobs, retail shopping, and availability of transit. And this is not uncommon of longer range development plans. So CEQA requires decision-making agencies to balance, as applicable, the economic, legal, social, technological, or other benefits, including region-wide or statewide environmental benefits of a proposed project against its unavoidable environmental risks when determining whether to approve the project. That is the general plan update against its unavoidable environmental risks. So this is for consideration for you all tonight in the statement of overriding considerations, which includes these benefits as well as all information incorporated by reference and in more specific detail in the document. There was a question last time and at the Planning Commission about how projects will use this finding in the future. So subsequent projects must comply with applicable congestion management regulations, general plan policies, and the required mitigation measures related to VMT, but they may tier from the significant and unavoidable impact finding in the plan. I'm happy to answer questions, but I'll turn it over to Christian to walk us through the general plan changes.
Thank you, Allison. So this next segment of the presentation, it's going to take a little while to work through it. There are a number of slides, which reflects the number of proposed changes that the council identified on June 25th. What staff wanted to do was to prepare those revisions in a very clear and concise red line format so that the council can see exactly what staff did based on what it heard from the council's deliberations and how we figured we could implement those changes and give the council an opportunity to head nod or to tinker with the language in any way that it feels necessary to achieve the desired outcome. Following working through these slides, we'd be happy to discuss any additional changes that the council might be interested in discussing and considering for inclusion in the general plan.
And Christian, are you going to go chapter by chapter?
It's overall organized in that fashion, exactly.
Okay, that'd be really helpful for me.
Beginning to end, right. Mayor Beer, what I would hope is maybe we can work through each slide and get the head nod. And once we feel comfortable that we got it right, we can move on to the next one. So we hopefully don't have to come back. If anything proves particularly challenging and you want to, we can put a pin in it, come back to that for further discussion so we can hopefully efficiently work through the number of slides that we have.
Okay, thanks.
So first is in chapter 1. There was a concern on the part of the council to ensure that leadership opportunities for youth were adequately accounted for and represented in the general plan. And so at this early part of the document in chapter 1, the council wanted a statement, something along the lines of what's in red here. Youth also represent the future of Pacifica. As part of plan implementation, the city should emphasize and center youth leadership as part of educational efforts, civic engagement, and plan or program co-design. And then you'll see later in chapter 10 implementation, there's sort of a corresponding mention of that. And it charges all city organizations to consider how they can provide maximum opportunities for youth involvement and implementation of the general plan. So it's at the beginning and it's at the end, just sort of bookends on youth leadership. Hearing no comments, I'll move on.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, I cannot see all of the council members on my screen as I'm presenting. So if anyone feels like they have a comment and it seems like I'm moving on, please just chime in and I'll go back. Next is in chapter 2. The council wanted updated demographic information. There was a concern in one part about trying to incorporate Census 2020 data that might be more up to date. I think primarily a lot of the demographics in the latest draft were from the 2019 American Community Survey. We have not gone through and updated all of those data points, but what we've committed to here for confirmation by the council is if the council approves the general plan with this direction, we would do a final pass on the demographic and statistics in the plan and make sure whatever is newer or more recent from the 2020 census would be the data that's plugged into the final document. And then on page 2-2, where there's some narrative discussing particular demographics, we wanted to add the clarifying language based on council's feedback that other demographic information, including age, race and ethnicity, and disability status are included in the housing element. The city should consider whether additional demographic information may be available from other local agencies, such as the 2 school districts, as that information may provide additional insights into changes within the community. And so I think it was trying to leverage all of the best available data in the plan and in future actions in reliance on the plan, because the different data can show different pictures of the community. I think that was our takeaway from the council.
Yeah, well, totally captured that. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, I wasn't, and I didn't mean to interrupt, but I don't know if he can see me or not. So that's why I'm talking. Could you just change that in such as the schools in Pacifica? Because we do have a couple of private schools in Pacifica that will have demographics, and we also, and I don't know if we want to include preschools or just elementary school and a K through 12 school kids, or TK 12.
Sure, we can certainly make that change. I think we tailored this to reflect the specific mention of, I think, the school district statistics that they have, but I don't see any problem with broadening it to all schools in Pacifica. Great, well, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, I should turn on my video. We should make sure if, as Planning Director Murdoch has requested, that we have council consensus that this current change requested by Councilmember O'Neill is agreed to by a majority of the council. So then staff will then know to implement that change, and then we will not have to return back to this particular edit.
Thank you. Do we have a consensus? I see thumbs up. Yes, we do. And I'll just do that after each one.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the next slide is also in chapter 2. There was a desire to, I think, explain and list some additional methods through which the city could support economic development in the economic sustainability element and through its marketing efforts. And so there were 3 new bullet points added: creating targeted content for various social media campaigns, improving city website ease of use and accessibility, and creating and maintaining a citywide calendar to improve event coordination.
Any comments or additions to that? Good? Superbattalas? All right, we're good.
Next, there was a request in policy ESI 14 to add specific reference to LGBTQ pride events, so that could be among the list of particular community events drawing visitors to Pacifica.
Good.
All right, now we're in chapter 3, community design element. There was discussion about trying to quote unquote future-proof the general plan by, I think, baking in for long-term historical purposes, a discussion of the existing historic character of the various neighborhoods in town. And so it sounds like it's maybe a little bit small to read here because there's a few policies sort of on this topic. The first is CDG3, and it adds the red text in italics, which says incorporate neighborhood narratives into the general plan to reflect these unique qualities and inform appropriate development standards and other policies. And that's in discussion of preserving the unique qualities of each of Pacifica's residential neighborhoods. CDI5 also adds a statement to illustrated design guidelines that reflect the unique qualities of Pacifica's neighborhoods. Another variation of that same concept. And then CDI7, towards the bottom, adding in some additional italicized text that also says reflective of Pacifica's unique and historic neighborhoods. So these are 3 locations where sprinkling that mention of the unique historical nature was important, with the idea that these narratives are ultimately going to influence some of the council's policymaking decisions, particularly on zoning standards updates, for example, and or design guidelines updates at some point in the future.
Thumbs up. Okay. Thumbs up.
Next one. So you'll see also the reflection of unique qualities of Pacifica's neighborhoods carried into some of these other policies. But CDI 5, the first clarification was in the policy title of high quality multifamily and senior housing to add for all income levels. And then at the end, that reflect the unique qualities of Pacifica's neighborhoods in relation to updated illustrated design guidelines. And then and the next topic was wanting to expand policy CDI 10 to apply more generally than just specific sites and then emphasize the examples. So the policy is a little messy here, but basically I'll read the whole thing as it would be finalized. So the title would be New Public Spaces as part of redevelopment. And it would read, incorporate into the redevelopment of major projects, small new plazas or public gathering spaces. And then the clarifying text that goes with this policy in italics would say, projects could include the city's 2212 Beach Boulevard property, Eureka Square Shopping Center, and Park Mall. The role and character of public spaces in new development should be addressed in updated design guidelines.
Council? See thumbs up.
Mike have a question.
I had all 5. Okay, now Kimco just recently applied, has 230 units approved, and has just recently applied to tear down Burlington Coat Factory and build another 3 multi-story apartment building there. And you don't mention Lindemar Shopping Center there, yet Kimco, the owner of Lindemar Shopping Center, seems to be looking in that direction. Any comments as to, do we want that, the name of Lindemar in there, or what? I'm just throwing it out for discussion.
Sure. Well, I think these 3 example sites are locations identified in the draft general plan land use element for more intensive mixed use redevelopment. I have to pull it up, but my recollection is not that we've done that land use designation change to the Lindemar Shopping Center. Keeping in mind that this is carrying forward the work through 2014 to try to finalize this general plan update. We could certainly revisit the land use designation for the Lindemar Shopping Center or other shopping centers, perhaps in the housing element update, where we're identifying sites for additional housing, significant numbers of new housing units. It would be hard to do that given the size of the site and the potential number of units at this stage. But that's, I think, the reasoning for why it's not listed here.
Thank you, Christian, and I have a thumbs up.
Okay.
I do too, but please make note of that for discussion during the housing element, because I've felt that way about Lindemar Center for some time. And it was very encouraged to find out months ago about their development plan in Daly City.
Perfect. Thank you.
Note that. Thank you. So next, chapter 3 as well, policy CDI 20. This is reflecting a planning commission amendment just to show the council how that would be carried into the document. And so it would add this sentence at the bottom that this policy applies citywide in relation to underground utilities. Council had previously confirmed that, but we're just showing what that edit would look like in the text.
Yeah. Consensus.
Now moving on to chapter 4, land use. Effectuate Fairmont Shopping Center mixed use development as part of the Skyline Corridor priority development area. So the plan, this policy on page 4-19 in the draft general plan, it's narrative talking about the Fairmont neighborhood. And the council wanted an addition of this statement that says redevelopment of the Fairmont Shopping Center with mixed uses should be considered during the next housing element update or as part of a focused planning process to reinforce the site's prominent location and role within the Skyline Corridor priority development area designation.
Question on that in relation to what Councilmember O'Neill brought up about Lindemar. Is it because this is a PDA specifically that we're mentioning it in conjunction with Fairmont? As opposed, I mean, is there a place that we could do the same language, except for not the PDA, because it's not a PDA, in relationship to Lindemar Shopping Center?
I think it's possible. I'll say with respect to the Fairmont Shopping Center, it did come up on June 25th in the context of the PDA location. And I think interest in trying to maximize that shopping center because it's in a PDA, and it may have more potential to get funding or other supportive components from regional entities, for example, because it's in the PDA. There's nothing stopping the council from making similar statements, just not reflecting that Lindemar Shopping Center, for instance, you know, it's not in a PDA.
Right. What do you think, Mike?
I think you have to look into what is the what's the definitions of priority development areas. I think, isn't this also part of, I think they're called enterprise zones or something that was just recently some grant funding opportunities. And I think the only one in Pacifica was up there at the top of Skyline. And it was for a lot of minority economic challenged areas. I think, you know, that to me, I think we should also maybe include other governmental land, you know, such as the right-of-ways of Caltrans and some water district and school district properties that could be, you know, because they're on huge lots that could be available for some sort of housing elements.
And so the question is, do we do that here or do we do that in the housing element update?
Right. If you'll allow me to offer my opinion, I think any robust land use changes at this point would be difficult to incorporate into a general plan adoption potentially this evening if the council goes in that direction. I think robust land use changes that are supportive of additional housing units certainly are contemplated as part of the housing element update process and a robust community engagement process that the city manager mentioned earlier. And so I would ask that we try to focus the energy towards that process that will follow shortly after the general plan adoption.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Me too. Subalos? Okay.
Great, thank you. So moving on here in chapter 4, there were questions about the land use designations in the 300 block of Esplanade Avenue. I touched on these justifications earlier in the appeal hearing. You can see them again on screen. To summarize, there's a LCLUP or local coastal land use plan submitted already to the Coastal Commission. Significant land use changes could affect the city's work towards certification of that document. Additionally, there are existing policies that would ensure that development is designed in such a manner that would not require shoreline protection for new development. And that could ultimately affect the number of units that a private property or a private development could construct on the site, regardless of the land use designation. And then additionally, so long as this property is in private ownership, more units would be more economically beneficial for a transfer of development rights. But as I mentioned in the earlier appeal hearing, all of that is sort of potentially a moot point, given that the city is well along in the eminent domain proceedings for 310, 320, and 330 Esplanade. And so once that process is finalized and these properties come into public ownership by the city, no residential development of any sort would be undertaken on the property. So there are really multiple reasons that changes in land use designations are either not desirable or not necessary to address the coastal hazard condition at this point in time.
Okay, Christian, I know I'm not up to speed today, but are you talking about transfer density rights from Esplanade to another development in town?
That's what I'm describing. Certainly that's a possibility for sites that are located in hazard zones, such as the coastal erosion hazard location for those Esplanade Avenue bluff-top sites. I think the likelihood of that occurring on those sites is low at this point, given the eminent domain proceedings. But it's just demonstrating the point that density can actually help effectuate transfers of development rights. And so it's another reason in support of not changing that land use designation.
So if the city is the owner under eminent domain and it has the existing zoning, could the city, to get cash, sell those development rights to another developer for affordable housing somewhere or something?
That's not an issue that I've explored in any detail. I think the city has a variety of ways to support affordable housing, including just increasing density in other locations. And so that's something that the staff could look into, but it's not something I have an answer for right now.
Thanks, Christian.
I guess, like, to simplify it, like, we don't want high density land zoning on bluffs because we have bluff erosion, right?
Yeah.
So to me, I understand what you're saying, Christian. I also understand, like, the community's concern about the land zoning there, just because we don't want to build on those bluffs. So, but I do understand what you're saying. Anyone else? Thumbs up for this section. Okay.
Great. So the next slide here is in response to council member discussion of interest in potentially updating the city's below market rate, or BMR, ordinance. One concept was to try to increase that from requiring 15% of units to be affordable to 20% of units to be affordable. As we explained at the prior meeting, that is allowable under state law, but it does require some specific studies. And so what these revisions would do would be reflecting that a possibility with the text that says local agencies may increase this requirement to up to 20% of units with justification from appropriate studies as required by state law. And then it would include a new policy, as indicated in the bottom half here in red, inclusionary zoning update. Consider an update to the city's below market rate BMR inclusionary zoning ordinance as an action program in a future housing element update to study an increase in the inclusionary requirement to 20%, consistent with the requirements of state law, to evaluate longer terms of affordability and other opportunities to expand the applicability of inclusionary zoning requirements to more projects.
Great. Thank you, Christian.
All right. And then the last one tucked in here at the bottom is in response to discussion of the former Fairmont Elementary School site and just ensuring that changes to public/semi-public as a land use to reflect that it's a private school that's operating it as an athletics facility.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to chapter 5, the circulation element. There was much discussion, as we're aware, of the Manor Drive overcrossing and the mention of a potential on-ramp at Milagro. And so what we've tried to do here is to rephrase the discussion of that. And so that would reflect this project also potentially includes a new on-ramp to State Route 1 from Oceana at Milagro Drive, though other alternatives that achieve similar congestion relief objectives are being considered. And then in circulation policy CI-9, doing a similar revision to focus on additional alternatives. So deleting text that says in a new on-ramp to SR1 from Oceana and Milagro Drive, which suggests the project does or will include that, and instead focusing with new text that says additional alternatives that achieve similar or greater congestion relief objectives should also be considered. And so that might include an on-ramp in some location, or it might not. And so those alternatives are being studied as part of the overall Manor Drive overcrossing project.
Christian, can the same language be used in both sections? Like where in C19, yeah, and CI19, can't we use that in both sections?
I don't see why not. Perhaps Public Works Director Lisa Peterson would offer her opinion. She's more familiar with the project and the various procedural aspects of it with outside agencies.
Hello, Lisa.
Hello. Hi, Mayor Beer and council members, Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. Yes, I'm sure that would be fine. I think it's ultimately saying similar things, so yes.
Well, if there's a consensus on council, then we can strike out that language, the new on-ramp, and use the language below. Anybody? Feel free to speak up.
You're saying get rid of that sentence, this project also potentially through the end of it, and then instead insert additional alternatives?
Wait, say that again.
You're saying get rid of that last sentence under Manor Drive overcrossing. This project also potentially includes yada, yada, yada. Get rid of that and insert additional alternatives that achieve similar or?
Yes.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Mayor Beer, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just want to make sure and check with Director Peterson about our contractual obligations about specifically evaluating the Milagro on-ramp alternative as well as other alternatives. So that's the only thing that occurs to me is whether we need to be careful about being very transparent that that on-ramp will be evaluated and other alternatives as well. And so if
yeah, so thank you, City Manager Woodhouse. I would say to be transparent, it is true, we do need to take a look at it. Obviously we're going to be looking at other alternatives, and that would be one of the alternatives. To be transparent though, it could be something the council wants to leave in there just so that residents don't misunderstand or they understand that we do have to look at that. Just because if we take off the verbiage specifically and are more general, it doesn't negate the city's responsibility from having to look at that. So it would probably be more transparent, but ultimately would leave that up to the council, how they would want to do that.
I would leave the wording as they've changed it currently.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think the question is less whether or not we're going to do the study, which we are, and at least I have spoken in not being committed pending the results of the study to how my vote will come down in the future. And since by the time we get there, we don't necessarily know what the makeup of council will be or how the study itself might influence how we're looking at it, I think more to the point in terms of the community itself is we don't necessarily want to memorialize this project for the next 20 years. And as I'm saying that, I'm trying to respect how undecided I am, especially in relation to the community. So that's where I'm coming from as I present that.
I think I agree with that because it doesn't necessarily need to be spelled out like that in the general plan because we are going to be studying it regardless. That's how I feel about it. How about you, Councilmember Beckmeyer?
Well, we certainly know we've heard from our community on the issue of a on-ramp in this vicinity. However, what Mayor Pro Tem just said is true, that it's already going to be studied. So the question is, what was the phrase you used, memorialize it in this general plan? I guess I want to go back to what the city manager was saying in terms of contractual obligations. I don't know what he's referring to specifically in that.
It was half a question to the Public Works Director, but I think we are obligated to evaluate that on-ramp in addition to other alternatives. And I guess to draw the difference between very project-specific evaluation and what would be appropriate for a general plan policy, to Acting Director Murdoch, I'd ask the question, when a project consistency is being considered, the project would be consistent with this policy because it would have evaluated alternatives, including an on-ramp. So I'm trying to get at, we might not need to specifically mention that one, but we just want to be transparent that that's one of the alternatives that would be evaluated.
Right. I'm also struggling with this balance between transparency and, reflecting generality, right? All options are on the table. I do think there's perhaps some benefit to considering rephrasing this second sentence in the Manor Drive overcrossing narrative, where it basically could reflect the city is obligated under, whatever the funding source is, to evaluate an on-ramp as well as additional alternatives. And so at least there's a mention that the city's obligated to evaluate it, but it's not necessarily pursuing the on-ramp, of its own volition, if you will, and sort of strike the balance that way.
I agree with Christian. I think we do need to articulate that this is required to look at, but maybe add something to the effect of Malagra on-ramp. And what was the thing at Paloma? Was a turnaround or a wrapper? You had mentioned earlier, Christian, and put the thing on Paloma, the on-ramp, and other alternatives. So like all three are mentioned.
Sure. I think one idea is that for maybe some of the more complicated edits like this, there may be an opportunity at the right moment to take a brief recess, allow staff to actually do some wordsmithing and bring back an additional revised phrasing. I think it might be a little hard to mentally sort of picture all of these edits and then see if we make a step forward in the council's preference towards a consensus on what this might look like.
So this is one of those pins to come back to at the end.
I'm thinking it might need a pin. That's right.
Okay, that'd be great.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate it's a special session, so I'm not sure if rules are different, but I wanted to give a time check given it's a 10:58.
Yes, please. Oh, time check. It's 10:57.
So are you asking for a motion?
Yes.
I guess.
I move that we continue the meeting until midnight.
Second.
Does staff feel that's enough time?
I can talk faster. I'm not sure. I think there's
I know it's not going to be
potentially still a large amount of information to get through.
So can we amend that to 1 o'clock?
I'm fine with that. I mean, not really, but yes.
Right.
Say it, Sue. No.
I mean, again, it really,
Mary,
this is our opportunity for our general plan. And if I am trying to make decisions at 1 o'clock and my brain hurts already, like I have to think about my brain and relative to like what we're talking about tonight. And I don't think 1 o'clock is as healthy.
I have a question for the city attorney. We did keeping this meeting open and continuing it to another date. Can we do that again?
Yes, we can.
So do we want to go until midnight and then at, let's say 11:45, we do what we did last time and continue this to a different date?
I would really appreciate that, but I need a consensus for that.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think good public policy is made at 1 a.m.
I don't either.
Okay, we're revising it again so that we're continuing
Thank you.
So the meeting now ends at 12.
So whoever made the original motion should withdraw that motion.
I withdraw the motion.
And the seconder needs to withdraw the second.
I withdraw the second.
And then we need a brand new motion.
I move that we continue that we extend this meeting until midnight.
I'll second.
Can I make a friendly motion that we stop at 11:45 to determine the next date certain to continue this meeting?
Yes. Do you want a new motion, Michelle?
Yes.
City attorney, do we need a new motion again?
Yes.
Okay.
So as long as the maker of the motion agrees with the amendment and the seconder, that can happen.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, I agree.
So I would suggest, Christian, any of the pin stuff, you bring back whatever next date.
I think we need to vote on the motion first, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Sarah, Miss Sarah.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll start the roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
And that passes unanimously.
Now, what were you saying about the pin, Mike?
I was just suggesting Christian goes through as much as he can today, and anything that he wants that we need to pin back to, such as this one, we handle the next day, because that gives staff time to do the verbiage that they want to do.
Good.
Okay, so we've got a pin in this one for now. So moving on here to another section in Chapter 5, circulation element. We have policy CI I-19, addressing a planning commission comment. And so just reflecting that they wanted to rephrase this one to improve the LOS at the intersections. Once feasible, traffic improvements can be designed. They didn't like the suggestion of just accepting, the lowest level of service, F. So it's a more positive sort of aspirational phrasing of that policy.
Okay.
And then the planning. Planning Commission also wanted some changes to Figure 5-4, which is the trail map, to more clearly distinguish between trails as being unpaved and Class 1 facilities as being paved. Adjust the Sharp Park berm to the trail designation, given that it's unpaved, and then adding a restroom/changing room symbol to the Maury Point trailhead.
Consensus.
So moving on as well, in Chapter 5, there was discussion of quote unquote micro-mobility methods of transportation and trying to emphasize the support for those. And so on page 5-26, with narrative of the various neighborhoods and bicycle and other opportunities, adding a new section that briefly discusses micro-mobility, building a network of high quality, connected and safe bicycle facilities also benefits people on small wheeled vehicles, such as mobility scooters, skateboards, electric and non-electric scooters. A bike network will help foster a more organized and predictable riding environment for all roadway users.
Yeah, captured that. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Also in Chapter 5, there was a request to add mention of the seamless transportation principles. And so this new text would say in 2021, the City of Pacifica adopted resolution number 18-2021, supporting seamless transit principles, 7 guiding principles that seek to create a unified, easy to use, accessible system across all Bay Area transit networks. Okay. And then removing an unfortunate mention of the Visalia School District and replacing it with the Pacifica School District, which is located here.
It's also in the title.
Yes. Okay. Yes. But the text was to correct the Visalia School District.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Got it.
That was the direction. Sure, there's 5 thumbs up for that one.
Yes, there is.
So moving on to Chapter 6, we have a general comment that is very specific here in OCI 28, which is including reference to wildlife-friendly overcrossing, so that it's designed to be safe for animals if they ultimately use this overcrossing. And then in policy CI-9, deleting the reference to the West Sharp Park, East Sharp Park pedestrian overcrossing, which has actually been completed since the draft language was prepared here.
Mm-hmm. Consensus.
Okay.
Supply loss? Okay.
All right.
Wait, just a quick on that. Wait, can you go back? Yeah. Are you taking out the bullet points on that? I mean, I don't mean to be, formatty, but is that going to be a sentence or still have bullet points?
It's proposed to still have bullet points.
Okay, thank you.
Figure 6-3, coastal access points 3, 6, and 7, addressing those to reflect whether they continue to have beach access. And so we will make that adjustment to the figures. All right. And then, as I mentioned before, with the global comment, if you will, on the wildlife friendly, there are no specific wildlife only overcrossings proposed in the general plan at this time. There is the proposed new policy that the Planning Commission supported and the Council previously supported to study potential wildlife movement corridors and potential overcrossings as part of a regional or sub-regional effort led by the appropriate expert agency when funding permits. And so what we've done instead is to just, we will make all references to overcrossings mention wildlife friendly overcrossings so that wherever one might be considered for pedestrian or bicycle purposes, it would be constructed to be wildlife friendly as well. Okay.
Okay, consensus.
All right. So moving on, regarding library hours, there was concern about ensuring that we accurately reflect what library hour service levels have been. And so reflecting that library hours have varied over time and are currently expanded under a pilot program with the library JPA.
Christian, I have a question for you. I only had 2 additional comments I want to make at some point. Should I make them while we're going through any given chapter, or should we do it after you go through your edits?
I think my preference, if it's okay, would be to make them after we go through the already identified edits, and then we can circle around to discussion. I can go back to the slides if that would be helpful.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Councilmember Beckmeyer?
There's just a little typo in the second, or not, like a formatting challenge in the second line on that one where it says northern.
Yeah. Yes, you'll recall in the staff report, we had a footnote mentioning that these are pulled from the final stylized column version. And so a lot of these are carried over. They will be cleaned up in the final formatting of the document.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And then one other library related mention in policy OCI 60, clarifying that the city is interested in continuing a 2-branch library system with a large full service branch at Sharp Park and one smaller self-service open access model branch with community center annex at Sanchez.
That's all.
Yes.
Consensus.
Continuing on, opportunities for youth in OCI 62, adding mention of youth and teen programs and leadership opportunities in the youth programs policy.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to chapter 7, the conservation element. So the council wanted to ensure that the general plan accurately reflected that the recycled water system has been completed and that the policy in the general plan should support an expansion of the system to use recycled water for landscaping irrigation. And then there was also discussion of trying to ensure that the Stanford student study of electric vehicle charging opportunities was carried in. I think it was our judgment that was a little bit too specific, but what we did is to correct a date here from 2035 to 2040. And then in the last bullet, you'll see that we noted and carrying out existing plans, such as those for electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So reflecting that we already have some amount of study and information about that, but not being overly specific for a particular study.
Okay.
And then there was interest in considering a new policy. So we have that COIX, runoff capacity management, require new development for all project types to include a storm drainage design that results in runoff below or equal to pre-development conditions. And then there was an edit for the San Francisco Public Golf Alliance that they requested with respect to mention of the Sharp Park Golf Course and Clubhouse as being among the local historical landmarks.
Consensus.
Okay. Moving on to chapter 8, the safety element. So the council wanted to ensure that there was a reference of that important past work to update the 1983 seismic safety and safety element, as well as the Howard Donnelly and Associates report that informed that comprehensive important update to the safety element in 1983. So what we've done here is add text mentioning that after heavy winter storms in 1982, Pacifica experienced several debris flow events, including one fatal mudslide in the San Pedro Valley that took the lives of 3 children. In response to this event, Pacifica commissioned a study by Howard Donnelly and Associates Incorporated, HDAI report, and updated the 1983 seismic safety and safety element with recommendations from the study. General recommendations of the HDAI report stress the use of geotechnical evaluation prior to development, a practice continued in policies contained in this general plan and formalized in state law following the 1982 storms by enactment of the Seismic Hazards Mapping Act of 1990. The adopted 2040 safety element supersedes the 1983 seismic safety and safety element in all respects. And then there would be a link in there to the 1983 Howard Donnelly and Associates report.
Are there any comments about that one from council? Tiger? No? Okay.
And then there was a request by the North County Fire Authority to clarify a description and to revise it to 9 fire companies are in Pacifica rather than 10. Or 2 of the authorities, 9 fire companies are in Pacifica, as opposed to two of the authority's 10 stations. So. Okay. Consensus. So moving on, figure 8-7, fire hazards and public safety services. The Planning Commission wanted to add a note indicating that the figure should be updated as new adopted fire hazard severity zone maps become available. So that fits in with the larger discussion we had earlier about potential future updates to the fire hazard severity zone maps, potential future inclusion of fire threat maps, if necessary, upon that update, and recognizing that that discussion of the new fire maps from the state is very likely to trigger a focused community process and an update to the safety element to integrate those new maps. And so this note would simply reflect the city's intention to do that when new fire maps become available.
Go ahead, Mike.
Just a question is, Tiger and Deputy Chief Kavanaugh went to that seminar. Is this the right verbiage that he was mentioning? You know, because he said there was all these different levels and stuff like that. Is this the best verbiage to achieve what we want to do?
And Deputy Kavanaugh would know better than I, but it occurs to me that of everything I've seen, hazard is the right nomenclature for what we're looking for this document.
Yeah, correct. It's the fire severity zone hazards. Yep.
And it seemed to be really important to our community just to bring the map that's in the EIR into this document as well. Can you explain your thoughts around that? And it seems simple to me, but maybe it's not as simple as I think it would be, just to bring that map into the general plan document.
Sure, it's possible. Staff has not recommended that due to the high potential in our assessment for confusion in relation to that map. When one's looking to, a map to understand where the high fire hazard severity zones are located, so they understand all of the triggers that might come from state law. I think one might naturally conclude it's the one that shows more areas, right? And that's not actually the case. And so we think it would be confusing. Moreover, given the level of fire threat shown in that map, but the relatively general statewide scale of that map, we think the potential exists for people to inappropriately use it at a parcel level. And it's not how that map is intended to be used. And so I think there are at least a couple of reasons or ways that we think the information could be misunderstood and misused in a way that could be potentially unhelpful. But that's our assessment and recommendation. We're happy to discuss further.
I'll side with staff.
I agree with that. I had another issue on this I don't want to get off this point. So when you're done canvassing, I just had one other thought about this wording.
And I guess I'll just make one more pitch. If we could, would it be possible to have an explanation, like a more detailed explanation, and include the other map?
I think one potential option is to maybe make a brief reference somewhere in the discussion of the fire risk in town, and maybe make mention to the map and even include a link to the map, but not have the visual there that could be so readily, I think, misunderstood and misused at this point in time, without really bringing the community along in a discussion of fire maps so it's understood clearly what the distinctions are between the information. That might be a way to get the information available, but minimize the potential for misuse.
Yeah, and I am concerned about confusion and, making sure that the document is internally consistent. So I do have some concerns with attaching the map.
What about the link?
No, the suggestion that Mr. Murdoch is making, I'm comfortable with.
Okay. Tiger, did you want to say something, or Chief?
I'm going to say that's the problem, is that it seems simple and it's not simple, and that's along with the link. Might it be appropriate to add a blurb about the difference between hazard maps and threat maps, and why the threat map is not included and the hazard map is? Or is that too much info for that piece?
I would say it is not normal to have that kind of narrative or explanation about why you're not including something in the general plan. It's just, this is, and I will say, remember, this is a general document, right? This is the overarching plan for the city, but it's titled general plan for a reason. So when you start getting into a lot of specifics and trying to explain why you are not including certain portions in your general, it does create more confusion, just, by the very nature of it, because then you need to have more explanations to explain the explanation, and it can snowball. I'm not saying that it will in this case. And, I agree with Mr. Murdoch's suggested implementation, but to try to explain why we're only attaching the link as opposed to attaching you can see how it can build on itself.
Chief Kavanaugh wants to say something.
Yeah, I may make a suggestion. If I don't know how the language is going to come out here for the new LRA maps, but the 2008 map, it's stated as the recommended map. So I'm almost wondering if we should change adopted to recommended, update this figure as the new, statewide recommended fire hazard severity zone maps become available. I think that would clean up that language a little bit as well.
Chief Kavanaugh, I have a question for you. Is it the case that the local agency is supposed to actually adopt the maps as recommended or suggest modifications? So I think it could leave open-ended what updated map is supposed to be included, and ultimately it should be the map that's adopted by the city.
Well, this is true. We will build, like I said, I went back and looked at it. Once the LRA maps come out, we have 120 days to adopt or to do our recommendations and either make changes or say we're good with the state's recommending, I should say. So I just want to make sure that if this is the wording that we're clear, so when people are reading it and the public's reading it, everybody else in the future's reading it, there's not any confusion. I think that's what we're trying to alleviate.
But I just to clarify, are you saying, Mr. Kavanaugh, that it will be adopted so that this language is in fact accurate? Or because it sounded like what you said is there will be a recommendation, but that within a certain period of time, the city will have to either adopt that recommended map or another map. There will be an adopted fire hazard severity zone map at some point by the city. Is that correct?
That's correct, Michelle. All I was saying was recommended. I'm going back to how it is in 2008. If we go on to the maps for 2008, there is the 2008, they started in 2007, but it states on the site the recommended map, which is the final map from December 2008. And that's the only thing I was saying. So that wording may be changed because it's been, 14 years or whatever. It may be a different word than recommended. I'm just going by what was from 2008.
If I might offer a clarification to say, update this figure as new recommended fire hazard severity zone maps are adopted by the city.
That would work too.
I'm sorry I dropped off, so I'm not clear what I missed, but did we talk about the links or not?
At this point, Madam Mayor, my understanding from staff is the recommendation would be to change that language to update this figure as recommended fire hazard severity zone maps are adopted by the city.
Correct. I think Kevin and Michelle, I think that's good wording.
I think that's actually pretty good too.
Tiger?
But then Mary's question, are we going to attach a link to the other maps?
Councilmember Vadalos, what I had suggested to the council was that in the narrative that leads into the discussion about the wildfire hazards in Pacifica, we could briefly mention that, there's an additional fire threat map that can help to inform the level of wildfire risk in Pacifica, and provide a link to that.
Okay. Perfect. I thought she missed that.
I didn't. Yeah.
I just have a question, and this was my original comment on this language. The way this reads, it's like instructions to somebody. And I think what we're trying to do is inform the community or the reader of this general plan, right? So should it not therefore say, this figure will be updated as blah, 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 everything you just said, as a declarative statement as opposed to a directive? And maybe I'm just splitting hairs here. I have to defer to my writer friend, Tiger Jazz Trolls Big Stick, for his opinion on that.
Since it's being added to a figure, I would concur.
So I would like to suggest that we say this figure will be updated.
Councilmember Beckmeyer, also to eliminate passive voice, we could say the city will update this figure as new.
That's good. ... Yes, we don't like passive voice. Passive is yucky, but I have a very hard time getting rid of it most of the time, so thank you.
Thank you. Are we all in consensus on this? Good.
Yes.
Good work.
All right. Moving on to Chapter 10, implementation. So as I mentioned in the beginning of this discussion in Chapter 1, Chapter 10 is the implementation chapter. And this edit here would direct each city entity listed below in the list should consider maximum opportunities for involvement of youth and youth leadership opportunities in implementation of the general plan.
Thank you.
Chapter 10, reflecting another planning commission change to delete elementary from the mention of subdivision regulations can require dedication of land for schools. And then making some changes here to the acronyms listed for the different land use designations to more closely align with the actual usage in the general plan. Okay. And then reflecting also the Planning Commission edits to the glossary, mentioning that potential ESHAs or environmentally sensitive habitat areas may be found outside of the coastal zone. And then revising the infill definition to delete housing or other and just indicating buildings on scattered vacant lots. Okay. And then coming towards the end here, general plan changes and EIR findings. We just want to summarize the fact that the City Council considered general plan policy modifications and additions arising from the June 25th City Council hearings. These fall into two categories: minor text changes, and they do not change any of the findings of significance in the final EIR. And then the two new policies that we went through, runoff capacity management and inclusionary zoning update. The runoff capacity management added to Chapter 7 would provide additional beneficial impacts to effects related to CEQA impacts 3.5-1, 3.5-3, and 3.6-2. And findings for these impacts remain less than significant with the new policy. And similarly, the inclusionary zoning update policy added to Chapter 4 merely includes an update to the city's BMR ordinance as an action program and does not impact any findings of significance in the EIR.
Okay. I see Vice Chair Hauser has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, and I apologize, Director Murdoch, if you had these kind of coming in a different section, but I just wanted to kind of remind you that we had also talked about updating the Sharp Park Golf Course everywhere to say golf course clubhouse with the word historic in front of it, including on figure 6.1 or 6-1, but that was kind of an everywhere universal change that I think was also, it was discussed on the 25th. And then also the change to MUN on figure 4-7 and making, the discussion about figure 8-3B. Those were I think, again, all of those were discussed. I just didn't see them in this list. So I wanted to make sure that nothing got forgotten.
Thank you. Right. It wasn't our intention to exclude those changes that had received council concurrence before, but to highlight these particular text edits today.
Thank you. Okay. I think there's a pin somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we can go back to that chapter 5 item.
Yeah,
I'm for that.
Director Peterson did draft some language, suggested language for that.
So did Councilmember Beckmeyer. You go first.
Christian or Lisa, do you guys have that, or do you want me to read it?
And thank you, City Manager Woodhouse. I can go ahead and read that. And I don't know, Christian, if you want to put that back up on the screen so everybody can see what it had said before.
Sure, I can bring up that policy, or we could show the text. Is it the text from your email, Lisa? Or?
Yes, it is. It's.
All right, why don't I show that? Let's see if I can show them sort of side by side. See if I can do it.
Okay.
Just one moment here, trying to get the screens all shuffled around.
Sue, did you want to send your version to Christian by email?
Well, I am seemingly not able to share my entire screen, so I'll just share the Word window here with the language from Director Peterson.
It's teeny tiny, so maybe you can read it. Oh, there we go. Thanks.
Lisa, did you want to go through your proposed edit?
Yeah, sure. So the edit is in the very first paragraph and changing the one recommended edit to this new edit that's highlighted. So the first sentence is the same. It would say the Manor Drive overcrossing is planned to be widened and coordinated signal control recommended to be added at the intersection of Manor Drive with Oceana Boulevard and Palmetto Avenue. And then the revised edit would then say the project will also potentially include an on-ramp, roundabout, or other alternatives that achieve similar congestion relief objectives.
Councilmember Beckmeyer?
So my only suggestion was to change potentially include to may. I mean, will also potentially to the word may.
Okay, council members, thoughts on that?
Fine.
I'm impressed, Sue. At 11:45, you came up with the May.
Sue Vardalos.
Fine.
Okay, we're fine.
Thank you, Lisa, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
So there's one other thing I wanted to talk about. Oh, wait, Tiger, you had a couple of things you wanted to say, right?
I have a couple very minor things.
Go ahead.
It seems like we're close, though, to not having to continue this to a date certain. Am I right in that, or? Okay. So I don't want to derail that, and these are very minor things, so I'll just go over two very minor things, and if it would derail that, then I will retract them quickly. On packet page 700, there's this, was it figure 7-1 hydrology? It was brought to my attention that Brooks Creek is labeled in the wrong place and should be labeled rather somewhere in the Pedro Point or Pedro Valley Park vicinity. Is that a pretty simple?
It's a simple edit, right? Let me share my screen for the benefit of the rest of council. And so I think it's Brooks Creek is currently labeled here in the figure you mentioned, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it's just a simple shifting of that slightly over. Doesn't look like I can annotate either, unfortunately. But I don't know if you can see my cursor, but basically just down and to the right, I believe is the correct placement for the Brooks Creek label based on some other official maps from the USGS, topographical maps. And then I think this extent here actually may also be known as Sanchez Creek or Sanchez Fork. And so we could work to revise those labels to make sure that at minimum Brooks Creek is replaced in the correct location, and then potentially adding Sanchez Creek or Sanchez Fork as would be appropriate to that extent if that's the case.
Perfect, thank you. And then my other comment, I think the appropriate place would be element number 6, open space and community facilities. I was actually having a conversation with a customer who pointed out, I don't know that fishing, archery range, or beach bathing is really included somewhere in there. And I tried to skim last night to see if I can find it and couldn't. Might these sport recreational draws be included in narrative somewhere, or again, is that too complex?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, I think that's a relatively straightforward edit to just include further description of those kinds of recreational activities. We could make that change.
Perfect. And if my customer is listening, I found lots of references to hiking, so I wasn't concerned about that. That's it.
Councilmember Beckmeyer, did you have something?
No, is my hand up?
Oh, no, you're just off mute.
I just thought I've been trying to be really good about that.
So there's one thing I want to talk about, sorry, but our community brought up the evacuation maps or the evacuation plans. And I know, Christian, you mentioned that we have an evacuation plan. How can we make that very clear in the general plan?
Yeah, I believe we make reference to it. I'll need a minute to try to hunt for that reference to find it. I think we could, try to amplify that if we need to in any way to make it clear that we do have one. We're not for lack of an evacuation plan, and that there's additional analysis of those evacuation routes that will be forthcoming in compliance with AB 747. That will give us more information about their capacity and potential issues with evacuation routes under different hazard scenarios.
And then if our community is looking at it, they'll know where to go to find the evacuation plan.
Yeah, I think that's a stickier issue. The police department intentionally does not publish that plan. It is a public record that is available if people want to review it in person, but they try to maintain, as I understand it, some level of security related to that because of the potential for misuse by bad actors of key evacuation routes and the city's process for managing that. Perhaps Captain Glasgow could, or Acting Chief Glasgow could speak more to that point.
While we're discussing, I'm just curious if there's active reference to Zone Haven, because it seems like if we just mentioned Zone Haven, me and Suvi are on the same page there.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, we can certainly add a reference to that new tool.
Same page.
Go ahead, Bill.
Yes, that has been generally the thought behind not making those plans, excuse me, public. Just to what Acting Director Christian Murdoch just mentioned, for that very reason is why we don't put that out there. There is the possibility for bad actors to take advantage of our strategic responses to any type of evacuations, things of that matter.
And if I may, and Acting Chief Glasgow, correct me if I'm incorrect, but one of the misconceptions about using the word plan, evacuation plan, is really what I've always been instructed is that the plan is to do what police and fire, what public safety tells you to do in the evacuation, because the fire could have cut off a certain thing. And so you can't have this fixed plan route, right? And I want to just state that clearly for the remaining members of the public that are here too, is that that's a really important thing. It's a process. There are routes. In some neighborhoods, there's only one way out, but it's not, you don't want someone to automatically think that that's where they should go. They need to, via their zone, follow what police and fire are telling them to do. And that's really important for the community to understand.
Exactly right. And that's why we've always pushed out the Know Your Zone. And thank you, Sue, for mentioning that, because Zone Haven is a very good tool for all of our community members to understand the zone in which they reside in. And we, Captain Clements has been extremely transparent in pushing that information out to all of our citizens. Our Emergency Disaster Preparedness Safety Commission has also done the same thing about pushing out, knowing your zone, knowing alternate routes. And so we encourage the community to check that out as well on our website.
Thank you. Councilmember Vadalas.
Yes, that's what I wrote to Zone Haven, but also evacuation changes depending on what's going on. I mean, you can't drive down Fassler if you have fire hoses crossing Fassler. So then things change. You have to go around. So if you, like you just said, and like Kevin just said, if you automatically think it's in one direction, it's not. You just have to follow what is given to us at the time, because it definitely changes. Thank you.
I think the only other thing that I heard a lot about tonight was the inclusion of affordable housing. And I just wanted to make that very clear that we're going to be doing that in the housing element update.
That's right, Mayor Beer. And I think as we discussed on June 25th, this general plan is a really important baseline for undertaking some very pro-housing policies, if that's what the City Council wants to do. We are lacking those kinds of densities and tools in the 1980 general plan, but the increased densities, the additional support for infill development, and so on will be really helpful launching pads or launching points for the housing element discussion and finding where we're going to locate the additional units that we have to plan for.
Thank you. And I will time check because I think we said 11:45.
Right, but that was if we needed to continue it, but it doesn't sound like we need to, do we?
Tiger?
I was going to say I'm ready to make a final comment and then a motion unless anyone else has something to offer. And Michelle, when I make the motion, should I just tack on at the very end with amendments made during tonight's meeting?
Yes. Thank
Cool.
you.
Before you make the motion, I would like to thank everyone, the public, the council, but most of all, the staff that worked diligently on this whole process over and over and over. Oh, Planning Commission, I don't want to leave out anybody. Everyone involved, because this was a huge, giant project. And thank you all. Okay, Tiger.
I will. Let me rephrase. I'd like to take and echo what Sue Vatalaus said. I know it's been a huge amount of work. I was on the Planning Commission back in the late 80s, and they talked about doing this. And I just, this document is not fixed in time. It can be amended. I mean, when we passed the U.S. Constitution, immediately afterwards, there was 12 amendments submitted for the U.S. Constitution, 10 of which were enacted. And since then, we've done, 27, amendments to that, something like that. So this can be amended. I mean, there's challenges coming down the road. I mean, there's going to be Uber airplanes, and there was a guy that wants to do hydrofoil Lindemar Beach for commuting. I mean, things are going to move along, and it's going to have to be adapted and amended. And with updated charts, with updated data, everything. So, but I do want to thank staff for leading this initiative, former director Tina Wurmeister, and the public for all the input they've done.
I just wanted to add to that my appreciation, especially to the Planning Commission for coming up with the suggestion about the annual update opportunity, the annual review as part of the annual report back to council, and the change in timing that staff recommended so that we have that automatic built-in prompt and opportunity for the public and for all of us to make those tweaks and amendments if they're needed.
Madam Mayor, before the council might consider a motion, we did want to take an opportunity just to confirm for the record, and Ms. Moore, if you'd like to do that, discussing the additional edits and revisions that the council made after conclusion of the staff presentation. We had analyzed everything brought into tonight, recommended for the City Council adoption. I just want to confirm whether any of the edits would trigger additional environmental review.
Thank you, Christian. Yes, so council has recommended several edits and additions to the general plan. The majority or all of the edits and additions in the narrative or existing policies are minor text edits made to clarify or correct information in the proposed plan. These changes do not constitute new information, nor do they change any findings of significance in the EIR.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Samantha, for staying up so late with two little babies.
And I'm sorry, Christian, I'm sorry, you guys. Christian, can you clarify the landslide maps one more time?
Which aspect of the landslide maps, Mayor Beer?
What we've decided to do with just getting questions.
Sure. So coming into tonight, we are clarifying that we have incorporated complete information available from the state and USGS with respect to the prior mapped debris flows. And so previously it only had the southern half of the city. We've corrected that to include the entirety of the city for debris flows. We've also worked with California Geological Survey staff to correct the data they initially gave to us for historic landslides mapped in Pacifica, to correct that and actually depict the mapped landslides in their possession at CGS. And we did discuss in the appeal hearing also to put energy in whatever means the city has through control of its processes or encouraging other public agencies and private party individuals to ensure that reports of any landslides, major landslides that occur in Pacifica are reported and sent to the state with the intention to get the state to update its maps as comprehensively as possible to provide the broadest benefit of that more comprehensive landslide mapping information.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the explanation. And while I'm here, I just want to thank our community for continuing to participate and and I think that we have carefully addressed all the things that you have brought to the table, and that we will be able to continue to address all the things that you continue to bring to the table. And so I feel like we've done our due diligence and have we really care, right, about all the things you presented to us, and we are able to address them tonight. And I feel really good about that. And I know that we can do amendments moving forward. And so just stay on us so that we can do those amendments as you see fit.
And Christian, you were going to look at expanding geotechnical analysis to extend up and down slope during the building element update, correct?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. I think that's a logical time to consider that. It's squarely related to local topographical and geological circumstances that can justify local amendments to the building code. And so, in my opinion, that would be an opportune time to address this point. And it is already on schedule to come up later this year as part of the triennial building code update for the 2022 building code.
And Madam Mayor, I saw that Suzanne Moore had her hand up. I'm not sure if we reminded the public that we weren't taking public comment tonight because we were continuing the meeting from the 25th where we already had taken public comment. So I just want to make that clear since I saw her hand. So my comments before we go, and thank you, staff. Thank you, Planning Commission. Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. You know, I asked for some numbers ahead of time. I kind of asked for them late, but what I got was the sense that we've had, like, over the last 13 years, 4 planning directors working on this, 5 different city managers, like 13 or 14 different mayors, how many city council members, how many planning commissioners, how many different staff members, community members. And it strikes me that 13 years of working on this document to get us here, at some point when the timeline gets long enough, continuity falls to shambles. And I think it's amazing that we've worked on this and brought it to fruition through various iterations to get to this point. We've made it a point that we will have the report on how the general plan is being implemented in February so that we can specifically address it during goal setting in March. The point is well taken that we would love to have more time to perfect it, but it's a form of perfection that maybe could never exist. But given that it's a living document, a fluid document, one that we can amend, get that group together, do those studies, come back to us in February when we review this and make those recommendations so that we can go into goal setting with those recommendations in mind. It's not for lack of wanting to hear you, but we need a document so that we can stabilize and create this community as we need it to be. And that's what I think we are now stepping into. What is that saying, Mr. O'Neill? The end of the beginning?
Yes, this is the beginning, the end of the beginning and the beginning.
So,
Churchill said it best.
Indeed, indeed. With that having been said, I move that we certify the general plan update and Shark Park specific plan final environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 20120220046, in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, adopt the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations in accordance with CEQA, adopt the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, MMRP, in accordance with CEQA, approve the general plan update, including the amendments incorporated into the May 2022 drafts of those documents identified by the Planning Commission and the City Council, and incorporate all maps and testimony into the record by reference, with amendments made during tonight's meeting.
And I second.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick and seconded by Councilmember Vaterlas. I'll start the roll call vote with Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Big Stick.
Yes.
Mayor Beer.
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, everyone, we will adjourn our meeting at 11:53 p.m. Thank you for all your hard work, everybody.